The main hero is poisoned during the battle. He dies, but the blood of demons can save him. To get it, he must complete the tasks of the gods. On his way, he encounters extremely attractive monster girls. If they fall in love with the main hero, his power increases. Therefore, he seduces everyone and becomes the most powerful hero. Will he be able to get the antidote? You will find out right in this video if you subscribe to the channel. Press like the video for my efforts. Brace yourselves. This demon girl's a real menace. She just stretches, and boom, our protagonist gets wrecked while she launches into her assault without mercy. Despite the chaos, our boy tightens up, activating his secret system without missing a beat. Then, out of nowhere, just before the beast strikes, she senses something bizarre stirring inside her. Imagine her body going rogue right when she could have finished the boy. Her deadliest weapon kicks in, turning it into a brutal solo showdown. What she doesn't know? This crazy clash only fuels our hero, making him even stronger. The creature recoils, baffled. She's got no clue what just hit her. Boosted by new stats, Sirrus slices through goblins like a pro until Demon Girl dives at him again, looking lethal and stunning from above. He tries to block, but there's no way he can take 150 kilograms of pure thigh crashing down on him. Now she's eyeing him with raw hunger, like she's a hound spotting prime cuts at the market. Then she lands the first vicious blow, clean and brutal. Pain consumes the boy, yet every moment brings a slow trickle of stronger stats. Even the goblins are stunned. What kind of fight is this? To be honest, I'd want in on that mayhem. Poor Sirrus tries to play dirty, a sneak attack. Didn't work, he's down and trapped immediately. The twisted demon checks his armor, sees its defense, and decides to smash it to pump up the impact of her hits. Now, it's game over. Our hero gets flattened, while his ally watching wonders if this craziness even counts as battle. Running out of patience, our protagonist fires up. A show of raw human strength begins now. He unleashes a combo, farming insane stat boosts with every strike. That's when the demon girl's husband storms in, catching Sirrus's comeback live. Everyone freezes, shocked by what their king is watching go down. Fury erupts. The king charges right at Sirrus, ready to annihilate him. Sirrus gets thrown like he weighs nothing, instantly feeling just how outclassed he really is. The king's about to ask the demon girl what happened, but she shuts him down with complete humiliation. I wouldn't wish that level of shame on even my worst enemies. Actually, scratch that. The absolute clown doesn't put her in check. Instead, he just says sorry. He had this coming. While Sirrus tries to sneak out, the obsessed simp isn't having it. He charges Sirrus fast, blocking his path and vowing vengeance for every blow his queen took. Our unlucky hero crashes down right next to the soft demon girl as the king rushes in again, practically teleporting over. Just when Sirrus is inches from death, the demon girl lands a wicked slap straight across the loser's face. No lie, that's what happens when you're a simp. He stands frozen, stunned, while Sirrus ducks out and the demon girl calls her savior back. With a face like someone prepping for a hardcore Valorant match, she tells Sirrus to wait up. The king grabs for her arm, but just gets embarrassed all over again when she declares Sirrus is the only one she wants. The fierce demon launches forward and lets gravity do the work, crashing onto our poor MC with a crushing weight attack number one of many just beginning. Seriously, my heart aches for this kid. I'd take those hits for him, just so he could catch his breath. Meanwhile, the king is completely shattered. His partner dives in to rescue him from the onslaught, but she's immediately locked down, helpless. Eventually, the crushed Demon King snaps and goes for a total wipeout, but his nerve fizzles right at the edge. He's truly cursed to be the king of simps. That heartache almost undergrounds him, triggering self-destruct mode from utter loss for life. Sirrus doesn't waste the opening. He slices the king down with one smooth final hit. The pathetic king keels over as his ex can't even bother to react. Somehow, even headless, he makes a last desperate move, lunging for one bitter goodbye hug with the demon girl. She breaks down, terrified, fully aware he's about to blow sky high. But Sirrus the Alpha steps up, slices the guy's arm clean off, and yanks the demon bride free again. That's it, the guy explodes, self-destruction claimed, and our hero books it out with the demon queen in tow. If anyone deserves a break and is slated for a Sunjin Woo reunion next round, it's gotta be this broken dude drama king. Too many losses in one life. Everyone crashes to the ground. There's a shadow looming above him, and a lizard plopped of his chest. It's actually the demon queen Yube's body displaying a slick 9 live status bar. She scampers across him, dives into his pocket, his allies helping out, but all Sirrus wants is to check the interface that chirps, Lord Demon Barrett defeated, rewards waiting. Elimination complete, dungeon map acquired. A whole map is a prize? Now, does he tap the glowing icon or hold back? Big decisions on the line, and our MC's definitely stalling for time. You can tell he's deep in thought, really working his brain. Yo, what's up? All good? Mind hopping down from there? Finally, she steps off. He hits up the system and brings up the location map. This map is insane. Every dead end's there, every nasty trap, all the loot spots, even the boss room is tagged out. He's fired up. With this, the squad can head straight for the big bad, zero risk of losing their way. The blonde's curious, what's got your attention? He brushes it off, saying it's nothing special, only he can access this system, makes his way up and lends her a hand. Out of nowhere, a sharp pain hits him right in the chest. He crashes down, spewing up some strange mess. The blonde yelps, "What's happening to you?" His hand is turning an ugly shade of purple already. His pinky lights up, looks bad. That finger's wrecked. What the heck? He's writhing in total agony. Flat on his back, rolling, something already oozing out. She's desperate, tell me what's wrong. She lunges in for a hug, but freaks. His skin's burning up like he's on fire. His little fingers? Looks like they've just melted away. Our guy is about to black out, slumping into waifu's arms. Eventually, he drags himself back from the edge. She asks, all worried, "Sir, what's happening to his body? Why is he melting like that?" He spills. He's been poisoned. 6 months back, Warcraft City took a major hit. He saw monsters and guild fighters clash. One of the guild peeps had a sealed box. The boss came in swinging and smashed the box open straight away. When that happened, Sirrus got thrown so hard he ended up buried in rubble. From that destroyed box, the same weird stuff he just spit up poured out. A demon showed, standing tall, as blood literally rained from the sky. The stench was brutal, had him retching on the spot. That rain ate through everything, monster or not. If they touched it, they melted away. He only survived because the rock shielded him from its touch. But the nightmare wasn't over. Just inhaling it was enough to poison him. He woke in the hospital. The doctor grim he'd be lucky to last a year. Only the demon god's blood could pull him back from the edge. That's when the system hit him with a pop-up. Accept the system and you'll get a shot at the demon king's blood. Of course he said yes in an instant. It was the only way to live. The system spelled it out. The demon king's blood waited in the end dungeon. Back inside the dungeon, he said he figured out a way to barely bounce back when the venom hit after a while. But time's running out. He needs that demon king's blood now. He has to clear this place and get it after snagging more gear, obviously. First, they need to raid a nearby room and scavenge for some new loot. Scene shift adventurers making their way down the dungeon. One guy's leading with his shield up, oozing confidence, then boom, his eye shuts and a laser slices through his face in a second. The blonde steps up and tells everyone to chill. If anyone slips up, a trap could snap and wipe out another teammate. Even the party's tank, reputedly the toughest, went down in one shot. But somebody has to take point, so is someone going to volunteer, or do we toss someone in? The bangs guy strides out, lowest level walks first. That's the law. The weakest guy freaks, you're nuts. I'm not doing it. Bangs breaks it down, you already know your options. Die in there, or die standing here. Sword raised in warning, he adds, you remember what defying orders gets you, right? Blonde steps in, hang on. He's cooked up some kind of rebound gadget. Give the kid that, might up his odds, even a little. The psycho snorts that junk isn't needed, and shuts it right down. His buddy calls him out, what was that for? That thing could have saved lives. Bang snarls, show me useless trash like that again and you're dead. Now move. The weak one's hands tremble. Anything could kill him while he hunts for traps. He creeps forward, each step ridiculously careful. Relief mixes sickly with dread. Every second feels like both hope and disaster. He won't even glance up, just drills holes in the floor with his eyes. The unhinged guy snaps, move it already, we don't have all freaking day. His leg feels glued to the spot, sweat dripping down like rain as he struggles to move. Legs weak, arms trembling. He's got remnants of mom's spaghetti back from earlier, still splattered, half-dried on his hoodie where he puked. Just one step, nothing happens. Push onward. The unhinged guy's running on edge. He hits his limit. Courage eviscerated. Screaming that he doesn't want to die, he bolts straight at them. But that's exactly when his foot lands and jaws drop all around. Confusion, panic. This time, death reigns from above. The trap switches up, unseen, unstoppable, blindly deadly. Zero warning. His body crumples, lifeless, an instant visceral warning. The guy with the sharp bangs chills the room, so who's rock bottom now? But then, a door slides open in the dim hallway. He wheels around to scope out what just entered. It's Sirrus, right there. The jagged-haired blonde whispers, Sirrus was with the distraction crew. He should be toast by now. The crazy guy's temper cracks. Seeing Sirrus alive throws him. He roars, you clown, why aren't you maggot food? Sirrus just blinks, asks, what are you even talking about? Jump back, rewind, right before the dungeon dive, the captain explodes. You bastard. Why the hell do you know my wife's old underwear color? Why the details about her body? Spill it. Sarah jumps in, claims he's leveling up his senses to prep for battle, says he can just guess anyone's color. No big deal. The cuck's had enough. Fury pushing him forward, he lunges, knife aimed at Sir's throat. One last time. How do you know this? What's with you and her? His friends yank him back. Easy, Captain. You kill anyone in the city and it's jail time. He bangs his chest, screaming, I refuse to let my honor get trashed like this. Enough with the doubts. Let me show you what my intuition's worth. Doesn't matter the gender, I scope everything about everyone, period. Far right, going commando. You rocking pink, the pair on the left, obviously an item. One of the Cuck's crew leans over, ice in his voice, Captain. Maybe we should just off this guy anyway. Best move, honestly. But from the opposition, a voice protests. Captain, don't risk it. If your name gets out, you're done. Suddenly, a plan strikes. Let's throw him on the bait squad, front and center. He'll get popped first anyway. Cut back to the dungeon. Sirrus thinks fast. Why'd I run into the subjugation squad out of everyone? 2. Zero barks orders. Siri, step up. You're captain of this run now. I order you to come. Sirrus knows what the guy's intention. He wants to see where Sirrus dies to know where the trap is. But the blonde guy tells Sir Sirrus not to move and says, Captain, we could just go back the same way he came. It's easier for everyone, and no one will risk its life. But do you think the villain's gonna do something smart? He says no. They've already lost too many friends to get gear. They're going to move forward. What is the logic? None. And that's what the blonde guy thought. But the captain says they don't have to worry. Sirrus' intuition is so good that he's not gonna die unless he disobeys the orders. The system tells Sirrus the safe route, and just to provoke the captain, our guy makes a stupid face and then goes in a direction. The blonde girl holds his hand and tells him not to go. She knows something's wrong with this path. It's better they look for another direction than to him just dying meaningless. But Sirrus says that is the captain's orders, so he has to go. He takes the first step, and everybody's impressed that he's really coming. How does he have all this courage? This rank F is out of his mind. But the system is telling him about all the safe spots. Go forward 3 spaces and then turn to the left. Without hesitation, Sirrus just goes the guys. Everyone thinks that he's the luckiest guy alive. And Sirrus keeps going smoothly. Turns left, takes 2 steps, turns right. He's already getting there. There's a little jump. The guys don't understand what he's doing. How? And he'd be so bold and so reckless. Sir almost lost his balance, scaring everyone. The boss's captain is looking, thinking why he hasn't activated any mechanism yet. The system says it's just 5 more steps, and Sirrus is 100% confident that he's not going to die. The captain is just looking at him incredulously. He passes by the dead body and finally reaches the team. Everyone is thinking that he really has the best possible intuition, and that's why he survived and also knew the color of the captain wife's panties. Sirrus then says, "This is the result of my training. I'm innocent." The captain instantly puts the blade on his neck. He can't believe it's all based on intuition. This little guy is lucky, but sooner or later his luck will have to run out, then tells him to go ahead. Sirrus is leading smoothly until he sees a mushroom there. The system fires off a warning. Scarfing down that mushroom bumps up your power but unleashes a vengeance in your gut. He remembers. There's a monster girl tucked away in his pocket, right? Is she starving? He's ready to hand her those mushroom snacks. Or maybe he's the hungry one, drooling as he eyes a bite. Suddenly, the captain jumps in. What's he up to? He just shrugs it off, saying he's gathering mushrooms, nothing more. Before he knows it, the captain yanks the mushrooms away, stuffs them down, and declares, "Everything in this dungeon belongs to the crusade team. No swiping stuff without permission." The captain thumps his chest as our boy grins. "Sure, Captain. I'll listen to what you say." But deep down, he knows that mushroom will come back to haunt the captain soon. The blonde dude says to Bella, "Sorry, I didn't know they shoved you into that group. At least she's getting healed up." Bella replies she joined by choice. He wants to know why. Instead, she stares straight at Sirrus, just as Sirrus points out that one door leads to the boss and the other's just a trap. Before long, she's fully healed, cast gone. Then he throws at her, "Bella, don't tell me you're here just to defend that F-class trash and be so reject." She answers without hesitation, yeah, she's here to protect Sirrus. But he's like, the investigation and bait group is just a dumping ground, a way to use up dead weight. That's all they're good for, filling the front lines with corpses. Their fate's just to go down first. She should never do that again. But whatever. He's gonna keep Bella safe. Sirrus faces the captain, that's the right call. The captain just nods, alright, go crack open that door. Our guy hesitates, he does not want that job. The captain snaps, "You want my strongest to take all the risks and charge in first?" No response. "Just go and open the door already." With that, Sirrus steps up, hand tense on his blade, counting on something nasty to jump out. Right then, the captain gets slammed by a gut-wrenching stomachache. Our guy pushes the door open, calm as if nothing can shake him. Everyone else is tense, anxiety building by the second, but the guy in red wrinkles his nose, sniffing something off. Hold up, does this stench ring a bell? That's no human smell. The captain snaps, "Quit rambling and move before you end up poisoned too." The leader runs against a solid wall. The captain snarls, "Sirrus, you knew about that mushroom, didn't you? That's why you bolted." But Sirrus snaps, "Captain, stop." "What? Got beef with the mushroom?" The captain still clutches his pants. One squad mate hauls a stone over for him to rest. "Captain, feeling worn out? Take a seat." The captain just boots the stone away. "Pipe down. I don't need no break." He plants his blade against Sirrus's throat, threatening, Try to bolt again and you're done. Our main guy forces a grin. Heard you loud and clear, Captain. I'm not running. Dang. The march continues, and Sirrus just keeps giving out the golden advice. Stop, don't step here. Wow, massive dragon chilling right there on our side. Let's cut left to dodge the beast entirely. Keep your hands off everything here. The captain can't shake it. Things get easier the further in they go. And on top of that, no monsters show up. Is this guy seriously dodging every trap by pure brains? Nah, can't be. He should have been chomped by a D-Reich, not guiding us through the labyrinth. Suddenly, Sirrus announces, they're minutes from the boss room. The captain unsheathes his sword, sneering. Once we hit the boss chamber, your luck dries up. Whatever spark you had, it runs out now. Captain clocks a pillar looming over Sirrus's head. His blade flares with energy. He unleashes a slice right up toward the kid, aiming for a direct hit. As debris plummets, he shrugs. Another F-rank diehard, eaten by plain old dungeon death traps. But something totally unexpected bursts out with a roar. Sir scrambles to brace himself as the whole place explodes into chaos. The captain takes a brutal hit to the chest. A gnarly beast hiding in the pillar finally shows itself to everyone. Meanwhile, Sirrus is hurled away, cut off from anyone else. The captain is frozen. If his guard slipped, he'd already be gone. A protagonist gropes at the stone, thinking, great, trapped in here. Right then, a woman's voice floats out, hey, there's a human in here. Here we go. Time for a twisted monster girl entrance. The girl tells him that he's disgusting, making me remember the time that I confessed to my crush. And Jesus, this monster girl in Alaska but have some big white mountains. Then we see the fight with the teammates against the rock creature that is already releasing a big shot with an evil purple aura. It's a B-rank scorpion puppet. Everyone is trying to keep the formation because this creature is way too powerful for this low-level team. While Bella finds strange that the sword she received is too heavy, tired, the blonde guy orders the defense group to prepare. They grab their shields. Then he calls the archers. The guys are at least organized. A rain of arrows is sent against the monster. Lightning is showering over it, but I don't think it's causing anything to the creature. That just hits the air with a blow that ripped everything off and even sent the arrows back. Tyre is in shock. All the arrows were stopped just with the wind of his blow. Not to mention, they didn't even scratch it. The captain, who loves to order a lot and do nothing, says, "What are you standing here for? Go up now. There's no need to be afraid of just one monster." We're back with Sirrus, who's thinking, what was that voice? He sees a little glint in the darkness, and suddenly something attacks him. He dodges it just in time to soon realize it was the tail of some creature that has already jumped on him. He moves aside and gets in the perfect position to punch the creature. Take this one with 390 power, piercing the creature. It seems that all the hard work that he did with the last demon girl was pretty effective. The creature was evaporated, and the voice says, "You destroy my creature with one punch." But Sirrus is thinking that the elixir to remove this poison from his body is right in the room ahead. He can't waste his time with these meaningless fights. That's when the B-rank female cedar shows up, saying she doesn't mind that he destroyed it because she doesn't want anything touched by a human hand. She was going to use that creature to rip his head off, but now she's going to take care of that job herself. He sees that as another female monster and tells her, "My head won't come off so easily just with your hands. You're going to have to use everything you have." But she tells him she won't touch his disgusting body with her hands. That would make her dirty. Then we see that she's controlling the monster on the other side with some lines. She declares she'll handle him first, then go deal with the crowd outside, already raising her foot in warning. Dang, the guy's nose is already gushing blood, and all she did was lift her leg. Maybe she's figured out Sarah's weak spot, but here he comes with that whole speech about protecting humanity, all righteous. He's staying put, no running, even if she brings the pain. The system whirs to life. She charges in to kick, but instead clamps his neck with her thighs and slams him down. Sirrus couldn't even flinch, that fast. System finally locks on her boom, that familiar aura lights up, and you just know her head's about to get scrambled. She glares down at him, spitting that he's got no clue what she's really capable of. Agitation already climbing, you on 6%. Meanwhile, her creature's turning shy and flushed, watching, thinking its attacks must be working. Then Setter presses her deadly weapon to serve his face, scoffing that, sure, he's made it this far as a human, but now he's getting treated like a mutt, roughing up his face with the cruelty of this world's worst. She snaps a hard flick on him next, snarling that she absolutely despises humans barging into her room. Sirius's mind races. She's on another level of power. He can't let this go on, but right now, he's got nothing. She's too strong. He's got to end this. His eyes lock on her foot. As he rushes in to strike it, he gears up for something deadly. Satyr's baffled, demanding to know what he's pulling with her foot. She calls him insane, but suddenly, he's rocking an extra 220 agility. Elsewhere, the knight gets tossed to the dirt and the monster's still fuming and blushing. Bella spots no movement on Sir's side. Her worry spikes. She can only hope he's not unconscious. She's got to pull him out from under that rubble fast. Terror urges her to wait, but her gut says she has to save Sirrus now. She dashes in, but the creature whirls back, aiming for her. She pulls up short with a move graceful enough to stun a crowd. Just as the creature's about to land a hit, Tar jumps in, defense tight. She glances at the rocks. Sirrus isn't someone who ever quits. She's convinced he's alright, and we jump right back over. Feels like the cave's drenched. Saturn's foot is slipping everywhere. She scoffs, "This water's foul. But look at my boy, he just got a massive boost, 340 agility, nearly choked on it, but he clawed his way out." She's pissed, throwing shade about him dirtying her foot. Sarah checks the system. He can't even use his soul skill because, guess what? No blade for that crucial cut. If he'd realized, he would have grabbed that busted sword. But with empty hands, all he's got is his fist. He's already lunging in for the blow. But Satyr sidesteps without breaking a sweat, eyeballing him with pure contempt. Now he's tasting leather. A brutal kick hits him right in the face. But you saw what happened the moment he ate that strike, right? Yeah, that brutal, infamous popsicle smack. He might have been flung back, but landed a wild 54% agitation on her. Saturn starts muttering to herself, lost deep in her own thoughts. What's the deal now? She's activating some kind of trick on the ground. She's desperate to end this, yanks the line, sends it slicing for Sirrus. He's on guard, eyes sharp sidesteps, and dodges with split-second timing. Thanks to that fierce duel with her, his stats let him keep up. He's reading her attacks now. He lifts his hand, channels pure mana, and severs the tail clean in two. But uh-oh, here comes something right for his face. He takes another hit, crashing to the ground again. Sat can't get enough of this move. She taunts. It happened again, he's trapped, no way out. She's crushing him with pure power, his breath trapped by her insane hip grip. But Sirrus? He's over this. He rises, handling the pain, vowing to show her the real force hidden in his grasp. Now he throws his entire forearm, testing his full strength in desperation. But out of nowhere, she nails him with another crushing kick. She rains down stomps, raging and screaming for him not to touch her with his grubby hand. She brings out the scorpion's tail, ready for another deadly move. He snapped with a forelock. He's trapped. Even stealing her stats isn't enough, she's way too strong for him. She sneers, ready to crush his head, while Sir Sirrus starts awakening, unlocking new stamina senses. He's charging up with magic while Saturn hunts down Strange. What's with the obsession to stomp on him? She literally claims she wants to trample his body. Their distress is spiked to 66%. She energizes those marks on her beast that's already frenzying, legs shaky. That witness is certain he's about to hit the ground. His balance is slipping. We're on the verge of victory. Just as Saturn barrels in, fierce, smashing down on him. That glare she gives while grinding this poor guy to the ground, brutal. Belle's still sprinting. Go, Belle. One day you'll reach us. I've got faith. But, bam, the scorpion tail whips around right in her path. She told herself to dodge, but that strike nearly broke her. Tyre watches as she gets launched. And all the captains managed so far? Just a load of nothing except making a mess. Service tells Sad to hang on, but Mercy's not in her playbook. She just doesn't stop. Pain cuts deep, trauma settles like a curse. Now it's the captain's turn. A deadly tail swipe heads for him. He blocks it, slamming the stone to pieces. Watching that, the captain knows one slip and he'd be left bleeding out. Meanwhile, on the shaking kid's side, stress rockets to 95. The monster veers at the captain now. He's caught off guard. Too slow. Destiny's set and he's frozen up. All the while, Saturn stomps Cedar into dust, seriously wrecking him. Elsewhere, a monster spews its guts. It just can't take the agony. The captain blocks another assault, notices its hesitation, then whips out his power with no delay. A wave of tiger-like slashes rip through sliced up. The monster staggers back, humiliated. Everyone watches, jaw dropped. The captain's all strength and ferocity. Good grief, just one swing and he knocks it back. But over here, the brutality's non-stop. Feels like pure torment at this point. We used to joke and wiggle toes. Those days are done. I can barely catch a breath now. The captain closes in, promising this ends right here. Keep watching. Saturn's just baffled by her insanity. Why's she tormenting this guy? She stammers, saying she just needs to chill out. Something's off. Her body's burning up, her mind spinning out of control. Meanwhile, Sirrus mutters it's almost impossible to defeat her. With those flexible legs and no escape routes, there's nowhere to run. If this keeps up, he'll collapse any second. Suvi goes all in with a crazy Saitama-style attack. He opens his mouth like a ravenous beast eyeing his first meal in ages, unleashing a savage, relentless bite. But then, out of nowhere, she gets even more ruthless, pushing him past his limit. She sneers and tells him he talks too much, snuffing him out with, "I don't want to hear that filthy voice, shut up." That's when Sirrus blitzes right into Ultra Extinct mode. 160 vitality, amped focus, pure stamina combined. Our captain faces off against that vicious monster round after round. Though the wretched beast moans in pain, he toughs it out, countering every brutal hit. Everyone in the crowd gasps. There's that classic captain move. The huge one crashes to the dirt. As she casually lifts her foot after crushing our guy near the creature, cheers erupt all around. With every blow, our boy's defenses spike another 3,000 and agility blasts up 4,000. Meanwhile, she's straight up tormenting an innocent kid. 3,200 perception floods in. The captain stands tall, feeling unstoppable. Satyr's soaking in every second when suddenly, a voice echoes in her mind. Satyr, what's with all that ruckus out there? That's right, it's the lords and boss of this place calling her out. Instantly, she retreats from Sir Sirrus. His power couldn't make her stay put. She's trapped between panic and confusion. For a split second, she lost focus on the Lord's orders. This human needs to die now. She tightens her fist. She's determined to erase her slip-up, but Satyr powers up with plus 10,000 attack and questions her, "You sure you're ready to continue this brawl?" She's shaken. His aura is downright terrifying, almost like the boss's own pressure engulfing the dungeon. Check out how he looms above her right now. Even after that brutal showdown, she's out of options. Terrified, she bolts. Sirrus just takes the trampling and lets her flee. Buddy Ziddy spots her sprinting away. He's torn, chase after her, or just move on. His real mission was always the demon god's blood. Not worth wasting his strength on her. Everyone's singing the captain's praises. Whoa, you're unstoppable, fearsome. While Bella dashes toward a rock pile ready to dig, out pops Sirrus. She asks, "Hey, are you alright? Did you get hurt?" He insists he's good. She won't relax. She grabs his arm. "Come on, let me check you over." Sirrus repeats, he's totally fine. Shen can finally breathe easy. Tyre from the back didn't love how Bello obsessed over Sirrus, but the captain just threw up his arm and rallied everyone with a bold speech. "Alright, listen up. We're crushing the boss today. I'll prove my power to all of you starting now." Confidence pours off the captain. He thinks this dungeon isn't even on a demon lord's level. Crush this? The captain gets promoted and cash flows in. Meanwhile, Satyr's at the boss lord's side, warning him, "There's a terrifying human waiting outside." When he first appeared, he was nothing, but that strength, wow, it grew into something monstrous. She tries to sound the alarm. Boss fires back, "Tell me my orders." She keeps cool, answering, "My job's to stand guard and keep intruders away." But he presses, "Then why'd you even come here?" Trapped by panic, she stammers, "She got stabbed." He exploded with power, she ran without a plan. She bolted, her mind going blank. But the boss isn't having it. He snarls that she'll be dragged out, sick of her coward's excuses. He lashes out, smacking her straight across the room. She lands on a mound of corpses, and her only thought is, "I can't let it end like this." Will she switch sides and help our crew? Now to the lore. A ritual offering fuels a demon. Someone whispers, "It's almost finished." Waves of human sacrifice just to stoke the demon's blood to a boil. Suddenly, the doors get blasted apart. Could it be him? The Captain Lord spins at the noise, demanding to know who dares storm his inner sanctum. The captain coolly steps forward. "I'm here to make your heart tremble, and believe me, I'm ready." The system readout flashes. Inside that cauldron lies the key, a substance holding citrus poison. The demon narrows his gaze, nodding at the captain. "Is this the same human Satyr warned me about?" But Sirrus isn't thinking about battle, he just wants that elixir for his curse. But the squad's fired up. "Go, Captain. Prove humans have what it takes." Sir instantly spots the middle prize. No doubt, it's the legendary demon blood. The boss draws his pentagram, then simply points a finger, sending a strike straight at the captain. A wave of dark energy rips through the captain's armor. He's tossed clear across the chamber. Everyone freezes eyes wide as he crashes, slamming into the far wall. The squad was on edge. "Captain, are you still with us?" a demon sneered, throwing a sharp look. "Is this the strongest human Satyr hyped up?" She turned out to be completely useless. The captain stood dazed, replaying everything. One hit, and he was wrecked. The only reason he survived was this top-tier dragon armor his brother gifted him. Without it, he'd already be dead. The backup guys ran up and started lifting him. "Captain, your armor's trash," someone gasped. But all the captain could think was, "What is this place? Why is this dungeon so absurd? How are these creatures this strong?" Beating this monster is way out of reach. "I'll have to rely on my team, wear it down, strike at the weak spot when it shows. That's my only shot." With a gritty cry, he hoisted his sword high. "Everyone, back me up. Go wild, use every skill you've got." But Terra held back. "Captain, if we just charge in blindly, we'll lose too many people. Let's play it smart, get the shield up front." The captain snapped. "Who do you think you are, doubting me? Planning to ignore my orders?" Tar shot back, saying that's not her intent at all. He brushed her off, barking, "Enough out of you." He faced the others, weapons out. "Let's hit this thing head on, no fear." The whole squad rushed the boss, but the devil just cackled. "Insignificant ants. Dead or alive, you're useless. Not even worth using as sacrifices." But the squad believed in their shot. They weren't backing down now. It was time. They proved what makes humans different. Then, a blinding laser iced everyone in an instant. Some survived the blast, but most got burned to ashes. The captain ducked just in time, but his blade was toast. Hovering, the boss drifted right at him. That's when true terror hit. The captain finally realized this battle was hopeless. Escape the only option now. Tyrus stared in horror at his friend's charred arms. The captain bolted. "Retreat, fall back now," he yelled. But Sirrus snatched him up. The captain roared, "You damn traitor, let go." But Sirrus hissed back, "Weren't you hyped up as the best among us? The fight's not finished, and you're not skipping out now." The captain lashes out, desperate to shake free. "I do what I want, I'm the captain. If you're so set on dying, stay here by yourself." The devil's finger goes up. "You barged into my domain and now you want to run?" The captain freezes. "Look behind you, sir." He's winding up for a hit, that insane power about to be unleashed. "Let me go," he demands. The captain's panicking. How is this loser Frank restraining him so easily? Panic everywhere. Everyone bolting for safety. I said let go. Someone's about to smash him. He's got victory in his grasp. But Sirrus grabs his fist and almost shatters his hand. Sirrus shoots him a look. A captain keeps his promise. If you're really the strongest, look after your crew. Then he hurls the captain right into the path of the devil's attack. The world explodes. While everyone scrambles to escape, the captain's broken body smashes to the ground. Our MC steps up, my turn, drawing his battered blade. Bella, all fire, insists she's staying to back Sirrus up. Tyra pipes up too, determined not to bail. But she glances his way. "You don't have to stay for this." "Sirrus is why I'm doing this." Tyra nods. "Yeah, but I'm the only rank B here. I'll tear apart these monsters, no more running." The devil throws a threat. "After watching my might, you still think you can escape? Don't test me." But Sirrus, quick as lightning, almost slices off his arm. He unleashes that lethal move of his. The demon barely slips away, but Sirrus instantly dashes for the ritual site. Rattled by that crazy speed, the boss can't keep up. Why is he running for the altar? Sirrus is on the verge of reaching what he's hunted for so long. That's when Terra and Bella team up, striking the boss while he's distracted. Ty thinks, "This is it, that's my window." But in a heartbeat, the demon blocks both attacks barehanded, like it's nothing. He locks onto Sirrus. "That freak's faster than a roach, but I'll finish this now." Bella steps in, fierce, telling the boss he's not laying a finger on Sirrus. With a skillful swing, she placed her trust in her sword, striking with everything she had. The boss staggered, losing his footing. His attack just barely missed Sirrus. He didn't hesitate, soaring towards the altar propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. Victory was almost within his grasp. The antidote sat less than a finger's width away, right within his reach. But he slammed to an abrupt halt. The altar was shielded by a magic array that blasted him clear across the chamber. The boss sneered, bragging, "This magic array is his creation. Until he's buried, nobody's breaking through it." Sir leveled the glare, of course. "If swiping the elixir was that easy, why bother? We've got to take you down first." Just then, something, or someone, caught his eye, slumped nearby. He hurried to check it out. Meanwhile, Tyra and Bella were getting pummeled by the boss, who mocked their foolishness for daring to challenge him. Defeated, Tyra and Bella crashed to the ground as Sirrus rattled his brain. Who is that mysterious female monster I once let slip away? What happened to her? There she was, red-faced and trembling, huddled and telling Sirrus to stay quiet. They couldn't risk being found out now. Overhead, Nazar declared he required utter stillness for his ritual to commence, meaning their stories needed to end now. Time was up. From across the chamber, Sirrus watched, fear gripping him the moment Bella's peril hit home. He handed Cedar a healing mushroom and tore off to rescue his crew. Upon seeing the mushroom, Cedar burst into tears. The system chimed into Sirrus. "Looks like the female monster, Cedar, is starting to care for you." Weapon choice time. Requirement met, pick one, the system said, cards swirling around Sir while Terra and Bella teetered on the brink of death. Sir barked at the system to stop wasting time and hurry it up. His friends' lives hung by a thread. But the system stood firm. He had to make a choice, right this second. Without thinking, he grabbed a random card, and suddenly, a dazzling golden and crimson exploding garment divine sword ignited in his palm. Charging the boss from behind, Sirrus taunted him, daring Nazar to step up against his new weapon. But Nazar coolly caught the attack barehanded, sneering, "You walked right into my trap. They were just bait, nothing more. You're my real prey, human cockroach." At point blank, Sarah roared, slicing at Nazar's hands a second time, this time leaving only a shallow cut behind. Nazar broke into laughter. But suddenly, his clothing erupted in shreds, exposing a jaw-droppingly voluptuous body. No one saw it coming, a full reveal no one expected. Caught off guard and flustered, Nazar stammered, demanding to know who stole her clothes. Even Bella and Ty stared, not knowing what hit them. Sirrus, nose gushing blood, glared fiercely, knowing he'd just stripped the boss bare and admitted this foe was terrifyingly powerful. That sword the system handed him? It's got two nasty tricks up its sleeve. The first slash shreds an enemy's outfit, and the second hit unleashes the insane Divine Sword Descent ultimate. Nazar clutches at herself, raging at the cheap shot. She never imagined someone would pull a dirty move like that, and now, she's hell-bent on killing him. Not wavering, Sirrus moves in for the strike. She weaves out of danger like a shadow. Sirrus's eyes burn. My first swing blew her top off. If I land another hit, everything tucked beneath her robe will be dust. Next target, that face mask. Pop it, and the ultimate trigger seals her fate. All he has to do is rely on his one-of-a-kind flash cut attack, but the system warns only 6 shots left. Sirrus gripes to the system that his only skill sucks beyond belief. The system asks if he wants it deactivated. He refuses, blinks away, and aims right at Nazir's legs again. She springs up, dodging him easily, floating out of reach. Her mind churns. Why the fixation on her legs? It's not about tearing apart her robe's hem, is it? Nazir, think faster. Sirrus slashes again, zero hesitation. She hurls fury at him, spits filthy bastard, and drives her foot into his chest, launching him away. He plants his sword and skids to a stop, bloodied nose throbbing but unbroken. But physical pain's a mosquito bite compared to the agony burning in his curse. He surges at her again, undeterred, blazing like a storm. With 10 seconds to recharge, he dodges Nazar's assaults and slices the gap between them narrower every second. Right as Rucky refreshes, his body streaks in. A sharp, close-range slash at her legs. Let's see you escape this. A split second, and he senses the blades sink into something. He hit the mark, no doubts. But he looks up, and Nazar balances on her tail, taunting. If she wasn't risking full exposure, he'd be dead already. A laser blast erupts at Sirrus. He narrowly weaves away, buying precious moments while she pours on the attacks. He's waiting for his swift move to reset. But suddenly, he's backed into a corner and has no choice but to block the assault head-on. Explosions boom. Shockwaves rip the floor beyond brutal. Tyre stands frozen, disbelief splashed across his face. Frank pulled off the impossible. A B rank like Tyre couldn't even begin to match that. As the dust clears, Sirrus sizes up his sword's power, and the blade remarks to Inzur her attacks can't do a thing to him now. Nazar told him that this was true, was hard for her to kill him, but was easy to kill her friend, already sent in a fire strike in her direction. At that second, Sir Sirrus used his swift slash to cut Nazar nails. While he instantly went to Bella direction, Madzar shot one more time and Sir back, thinking that he was dumbing from turning back on her. But in the middle of the way, he turned and faced the attack head-on again. Bella was there sitting in a very comfy and relaxing position. Just a shockwave was enough to break her armor, exposing, you know what, Sir's strength that was exposed and became clear to everyone. Even Nazar was losing her patience with how hard was to kill that boy. But that's when she notices that the ritual was in need of more firewood to keep going, or she would lose her 100 years of work. But Bella suddenly was feeling strange, saying her body was feeling hot and I'm also feeling some extra warmth. Damn Bella. She lost her ability to control herself and enveloped her hands around Sir's head, panting in need of some more oxygen. She pulls Sir closer while from behind, Ty was shocked. We see she opening her mouth in the point of a cup that is about to be swallowed. Slowly getting closer, but Sirrus remembers the first he saw her when she looked like a looks maxer with the mewing jawline. He jumps back saying that he doesn't want to do that. While Tara asks what she's doing, Bella regained her consciousness, asking herself why I was trying to kiss Sir Sirrus. Even my tongue was out my mouth and I didn't notice. Even worse, we are in the middle of battle. She was shy and embarrassed, trying to hide herself. While Tyra was asking if she was poisoned because she was red and panting, and also she's not the type of girl that acts this way. At that moment, Nazar opened her arms to bring some meat of the monsters to use as fuel for the ritual. Sirius noticed that she was burning all of the blood of the demon god. He knew that he needed to stop that quickly. He had a plan. He would utilize all of his power in an explosive attack, but for that, he needed Bella. He went to her and said, I figured out a way to defeat the boss now, but I need your cooperation. She was shy, and Ty knew that something bad was coming. Bold and courageous as a soldier that fights for the good of all humanity, Sirrus told her that they need to connect their USB ports so he can charge his power to defeat the boss. While she was listening to Sirrus explaining every single detail of the plan, she was getting more and more happy. While Tara couldn't understand how Sirrus could explain that plan with such a straight face, she was already on her side while Sirrus was trying to comfort her, saying, I know it must be difficult for you, but I beg you. Her agitation value went up to 93%. But suddenly, Ty grabbed Sir's hand, telling him to stop thinking about those things in the middle of the battle. He looked at Bella and said, don't trust him. With a happy face, she told Duris that she trusted his words. Ty was shocked. While Bella was saying that she knew that would be embarrassed, but only to kill the boss she would accept. It is incredible, the determination of this duo, really going through thick and thin to save their species. She grabbed Sir's head once more. All she could remember was the younger and goblin Bella. While Sir Sirrus was going crazy, the poor Tyre took a critical hit. Has some sort of memory reflex Sirrus pushed Bella all way that now was in the floor confused? Suddenly, Sir gained 5,000 stats because he made Tyres suffer. Our boy literally gets much stronger when he makes a guy a cuck. Through a beautiful angle, we see Sirrus telling Bella that her help wasn't needed anymore. He was feeling stronger. But she didn't want him to go, so she asked, what if he still couldn't defeat the boss? With her crossed legs and 99% agitation, she asked once more, don't you really need my help? Sirrus bluntly told her no. He went running while Bella was suffering on the floor with the rejection. While Tyre defeated was aching her Bella, I know the Sirrus is stronger than me, and that's why he got a crush on him, but I want to ask. But before we see the answer, we see Sirrus going for Nazir. His plan is to hit leg and head at the same time and then finish everything in an instant with 5,000 extra points. All he needs is find it happening. Nazir was looking at her cauldron, noticing that it was too cold she needed for fuel. Maybe those humans would do. She started to fly and told Siri to be grateful because all of them would become sacrifices. She let her rounded mountains take Felum Windy while conjuring her most powerful spell. The only thing Sirrus thought is really big. The attack went head-on and Sirrus tried to block it, but his magic power used to resist was rapidly going down. After just a second, he was depleted. Nazir told him that the battle was over, but that's when a beautiful hand surrounded his face. He turned and caught sight of a blonde goddess, her confidence blazing. She told him straight up she knew he was craving her massive backup. Sirrus didn't hesitate. He dove deep into that alpinized mode and started soaking up the rush of those mountain peaks. But poor Ty's heart got shattered to pieces. Bella understood Tyra's feelings for her, but she'd already made it clear. The person she'd loved since she was a kid was still the only one in her heart. That never shifted. While Sirrus pushed past every limit, scaling higher and higher, his strength skyrocketing, her spirit swelling, his stats were up by a jaw-dropping 27,500. His blazing aura tore the whole room apart, chaos unleashed. Nazir's eyes went wide. She could hardly believe what was going down. He should have been out of options, stuck with no chance. But there he stood, blasting out gold energy, refusing to give in. Still, even as all hell broke loose, Nazir smirked, said she was sure of herself. She spat at him. No matter how tough he got, at the end, he was still just a mere human. She was this close to calling him a bug, but right then, he vanished. In a blink, a sharp vertical slash ripped through her form. That brutal flash, the honed rapid slash, shattered Nazar's mask. Sarah had just unlocked her ultimate holy sword descent. Enzar wailed, her rage echoing skyward. How dare he mar her face? Unleashing everything, she summoned a colossal sun overhead, fusing all her energy into it. But Sirrus showed no mercy as she let that attack fly. He answered with his sword descent, the ultimate strike. A massive golden sword attack came crashing down straight over Nazir. The shockwave tore the area to shreds and, when the dust lifted, only Madir's motionless body remained, just as she'd entered this world. With his divine move on cooldown for 20 seconds, he sprinted straight for the demon blood. But the magic circle still thrummed. Flat on the floor, Nazir hissed, no filthy human's gonna lay hands on the demon god's sacred blood. Sirrus waited out his cooldown, replying, you'll get what's coming. That's when he turned and caught sight of Bella, entire line collapsed. Nazir rose, yelling that the real showdown beast versus human was finally here. But Sirrus had only one thing in mind. He dashed to rescue his friends. His focus was saving them even as Nazir slumped, thinking humans were hopeless fools. Sir was yelling at the system, demanding the fastest way out. There was no time to waste. But lurking close by, a mysterious beast watched him and then flashed right in front of him. Bella witnessed just how fiercely Sirrus was fighting because of her. Her mind raced back to childhood when everyone mocked her endlessly. Back then, it was always Sirrus who'd step in, fists flying, crushing anyone who tried to mess with her. Sir took action, slicing through the beast with another rapid strike, while Bella's heart overflowed with the memory of every kindness Sirrus ever showed her. But at that exact moment, Nazir made a daring choice. She offered herself up, blood and all, to the Demon King. A dragon released a searing blaze at Sirrus, but he swerved aside like a pro and took down yet another foe. While Nazir burned for the so-called Holy Demon, Sirrus's weapon suddenly vanished. A system alert said the enemy was done for, and his weapon was back in the system. The system promised the weapon would return in 12 hours, but Sir didn't care. They just made it out of the dungeon. Right at the exit, those survivors saw Sir Sirrus make his comeback. The captain went wild, roaring, Sirrus, how dare you ignore my command and try to bail? You're off the expedition team. Don't expect the guild to save you now. You're finished. I'll execute you myself. But in a blur, Sir's foot smashed right into the captain's face. He paid the captain zero attention, sprinting forward with his crew. Deep inside the dungeon, Satyr kept watch, heart pounding at what was erupting from the ritual. Two ghastly pale hands tore open the blood-soaked curtains. Satyr froze, a wave of fear stabbing her with 1,000 icy needles. Out stepped the ghostly creature, crimson hair and a feminine presence. It was none other than the demon god Azathoth. Satyr tried to run, desperate, but Azathoth's eyes locked on. He flicked a finger, devastation followed, the whole dungeon exposed, every monster plunged to the lowest level and Satyr revealed. All the monsters clambered, asking if this was Nazir, but Azathoth just declared Nazir dead time for a new servant. In an instant, goblins dropped, begging to serve, but Azathoth only sneered ugly and wiped them all out. He wanted something beautiful at his command. He moved toward Satyr, saying she fit his taste, then coolly told her to lift her chin and open her mouth. Trembling and tearful, she obeyed. As Health spilled some of that glowing green blood into her mouth, Saturn immediately felt her wounds stitching up and an overwhelming joy sweeping through her body. Health gripped her chin, telling her his blood could heal any damage and supercharge her immune system, but the process flooded her with a wild euphoria. He then turned to Satyr, telling her the sun was setting. She needed to grab a room and wait for him to return. Cut to the guild HQ, everyone's furious at the captain, raining curses on him for blowing such a simple job. The guy with arms of gold? That's S-rank Darren, and yep, he's the captain's brother. The captain clung to him, desperate. Bro, if I lose captain, I lose everything, help me. We're done for. If they find out we've been robbing the guild this whole time. Darren shut him down immediately. He already knew the ugly truth. He demanded, who defied you? The captain blurted it out, Sirrus. Darren declared they'd pin everything on Sirrus. He'd be executed for desertion, end of story. Satyr was distracted by something soft and squishy pressing against her back. A fiery breath tickled her ear, turning them red. Spinning around, she spotted a white-haired girl built like a Pixar mom. It was Azathoth, who explained nights meant losing all her power, reverting her to her true form, a petite girl. That's why, during the night, she needed Satyr to keep her safe from anyone who might come for her, and warned never to try hurting her. With her blood now inside Satyr, she could obliterate Satyr with just a thought. Elsewhere, Sirrus was on a mad dash, tearing through the area hunting down the demon god's blood. He refused to give up, even if it meant scouring every last inch of the place. He'd already dumped Bella in the hospital and moved on. Azathoth explained she needed her heart from the Heroes Guild, and right now she was just a weak human. But once daylight returned, she'd reclaim her heart and get all her strength back. Right then, Saturn's senses flared. Someone was coming. She warned Axe she was going to intercept whoever was heading their way. But Azathoth pointed out that stepping more than 5 kilometers from her would mean instant death for Saturn. Sirrus charged toward the next door. His instincts told him this was their hideout. He'd already searched everywhere, but his system flagged the dungeon as where the blood was hiding. He didn't expect Satyr waiting with her lethal kick. She struck with a savage overhead attack, but mid-move realized it was Sirrus, then snarled, "You again, disgusting human." Oddly enough, the moment Azathoth stepped inside, a wave of peace washed over her. That's exactly the reaction you'd expect when someone finally finds her heart. She couldn't make sense of it. Satyr told Sir that Nazir was out of the picture, so he just came back. Why stick around any longer? But Sirrus grinned, saying he was glad she'd pulled herself together, ready to fight once more. Maybe those weird mushrooms he'd given her actually helped. Instantly flustered, Satyr blushed hard, insisting that wasn't true at all. She swore those shrooms were the nastiest thing she'd ever tasted, and told him to scram. Yet her pulse spiked to 71%. Bounty Sir casually pointed at her, claiming he knew she held at least a bit of a soft spot for him. Satyr instantly disappeared and aimed a kick straight at Sir's face, missing as Sir dodged it. She lunged to stomp him again. Blushing in embarrassment, she squeezed her eyes shut and kept pounding the poor guy, throwing insults at him the whole time. But when her eyes shot open, he'd completely vanished. Now Sirrus was sprinting straight toward Azathoth's door. Right at the threshold, he could sense the powerful blood of the demon god just beyond it. But before he could react, Azathoth burst the door open, and since he was running too fast, stopping wasn't an option. Only a surprisingly warm snowball blocked his path. Sirrus stumbled back as Saturn demanded to know who Thoth was, not hesitating for a second. Right then, Azathoth snatched Sir Sirrus, sheer terror in his grip. Sirrus screamed as Azathoth felt her own heart trapped in this family's future lair. Sir broke away, demanding what Azathoth was doing, but then the system bluntly declared she carried the blood of the demon god. Sirrus caught himself wondering, had his antidote taken human form? Then he sliced her hand, hoping to sip on demon wine. Azathoth sensed something was off, but the system informed Sirrus his curse lingered, unaffected. Azathoth locked eyes and gave him a sly grin. She could read him like a book. But at night, when she walks as a human, her blood's got zero effect. Fed up, Satyr hurled another kick at Sir Sirrus, yelling at him to back away from her master. Sirrus fell back, and Azathoth mused her heart had truly been devoured by a human, becoming part of his soul. She vowed to snatch back that power, no matter the pain, whatever it took, she'd reclaim it. Too bad when it's all said and done, Sir will just disappear like melting ice. Meanwhile, Sirrus was already planning to test her other fluids for effects, but before he gets far, the floor cracks open beneath him. He dodges the sudden ambush, and right from the ground, another epic ally makes a flashy entrance. She rocked 8 limbs and 3 cheery balloons strapped to her form. With a wild grin, she declared she sensed Azathoth's power from miles away, plus, she still carried the bell she'd once been gifted. Standing in the spotlight, the boss herself, Ghana, without hesitation, she bolts for Azathoth, shouting that after proving her love, it's finally time to devour Azathoth, trapped in her weak human body, is frozen. Suddenly, Sirrus snatches her away, pulling off a last-second dodge and diving through a gaping hole in the wall. He's baffled. How did a raid boss tier monster show up out of nowhere? Still, he's got one major goal: rescue his drinks from Azathoth. But naturally, Gan doesn't make leaving easy and pursues them without hesitation. Minutes later, Siri puts Othel safely down, relieved he finally lost that terrifying beast. When Owlf asks where they are, he reveals she's now inside the Heroes Guild zone, his very own turf. Izelf lights up, now she can reclaim her heart and launch her own brutal rampage. She grabs Sir's neck, yanking him in close and says, "Dear hero, an awful monster cursed me. Unless some man frees me from this nightmare, I'll soon die. You have to help me, please." She pleads for salvation. He insists he's an upright hero who resists exploiting those in need. But she's already got him wrapped around her finger, feigning pain across her whole body for sympathy points. Stress smashes him to the floor, mortified by these wild accusations. He's a straight shooter with a clear conscience. Taking advantage isn't in his nature. Still, his sense of honor screams that when anyone's in trouble, it's his job to step up and end their misery. No way he can just stay on the sidelines. He's got to make a move, even if it means sacrificing what matters most and shouldering all the pain himself. Meanwhile, Azathoth vows to wipe out every trace of his bloodline, followed by him. But just then, something catches Sir Sirrus's eye. She has a tail, or wait, what's that in front? Suddenly it dawns on him, an elephant appendage. He slams her against the wall, demanding some real answers about this freaky reveal. Young tumbles next to him, while he keeps repeating his question about why she has it. Ass jumps in, still begging for help, urgently. He swore he'd rescue her. But as sunrise hits, her body starts morphing again. He's all in now, there's no turning back. Yugite bursts with luminescence and suddenly balloons in size, screaming she's famished. She pleads with the boy, while Sirrus tells Azo, since he's the first to spot Yug, she's his first priority. With that, he bolts away. As he whips up some food, he stews in doubts. Should he even meddle? Is he totally losing it? Suddenly, Azathoth looms behind him, demanding he restore her strength now. If he refuses, she'll twist his arm until he begs for it. Ditching his pan, Sirrus sprints to Yug and plates her food. Azathoth watches, seething because there's nothing she can do to shut him down. Elsewhere, Sirrus spots a cute little tail flick with mischief. He checks on Yug. She's happily drinking cleaning chemicals, raving about the taste. With Yug distracted, Azathoth cranks up the pressure, demanding her own crisis get solved. Sirrus wants to delay, but Azathoth hurls him into the wall hard. Right then, his weapon cools down, and he transforms. Azathoth reels back, and suddenly, the system strong-arms him where only a tiny cloth, or else. Step outside and greet 33 folks. Disoriented, he obeys. Out of nowhere, a massive golden door blocks the way with a threat, fail, and you join the monster's wild party. Sirrus panics. The cloth's definitely too short. Whatever he tries, he can't help but look totally exposed. He tells the girls to stay and bursts out the door himself. Yuji gapes at his outlandish outfit, while Azathoth says to hold the line till morning. Well-meaning Yug offers bleach to sip. Azathoth refuses. Sirrus hides his face, desperate. That way, no one will clock him for this insanity. Sirrus dashes to the city, yet Ghana owns right in even though they've slipped away. Charging through the streets like some deranged lunatic, Sirrus remembers, he needs those 33 greetings. People flood after him, just as Zeta arrives at the spherical chamber, more packed than the Milky Way itself. Yug crouches in the shadows, eyes scanning as Zeta hisses at Azathoth to escape, desperate to avoid the human's trap zone. Azathoth refuses, tossing back that Dawn's just a breath away. No need to play coward. When her power rushes back, she'll drain the boy dry, swelling with the strength to raise this place. She snaps at Zeta to grab him now. Zeta bolts through city shadows, adrenaline thrumming. She knows the second she delivers the boy to Azathoth, he's nothing but a bloodbath waiting to happen. Then she freezes on a rooftop, spotting a mob hot on someone's heels. She fixes her gaze, our guys in action, already racking up handshakes, 24 out of 33, and only 4 minutes on the clock. But the routine shatters. A monstrous beast rips through the city center. He spins around, floored. What is this? The city's warped into a dungeon. He mental pings the system, demanding stat boosts right now. No mercy. The system fires back. While his mission's live, he's as weak as a newborn kitten. Suddenly, the guild blares a city-wide alert: monster on the loose. Hunters, step up. A gutsy guy is wrestling with the creature, hollering for a weapon, anything to stay alive. Our guy smoothly breezes by, smacks the dude as a greeting. Thanks for being my wingman. From nowhere, a knight swoops in to save the guy's hide. It's the A-class security squad leader Kajak mocking that such pathetic monsters even require their attention. Elsewhere, the brave guild's vice president scrambles, begging for a security escort. But thundering up behind them, there's Guana, eyes wild. She snarls, she can practically taste them in the air. Knights whirl to shield the group, and then Kajak charges, blade slicing for her head. She flicks out of harm's way, arrogant and untouchable. She smirks. Does he want to get cozy? One touch on his sword, and a curse flashes down his entire arm. He collapses, spitting a warning. Nobody makes contact with her. Ganna just laughs. They're fighting over scraps. They're way too flimsy for this. She locks eyes with the one challenger up front, scoffing. They really think they can hold her back? Meanwhile, our guy's count is 32 greetings, last one to go. The president watches in horror as everyone falls. Ganna delights in the agony. It's music to her vicious ears. She snuffs out one more life and sets sights on the president, murmuring she craves to hear just one more scream. The president's desperate cries shatter the air just as our protagonist swings around and locks eyes with them. With this final encounter, he checks off his last target, the mission's finally wrapped. Just like that, all his gear materializes again, armor included. He commands the system into action and draws a card with a flick of his wrist. His prize? The legendary divine silencing finger, enabling him to touch foes from a distance. And here's the twisted hack. If the enemies let out sweet little yelps, the silencing meter fills up, dealing even more pain. Yan spots him instantly. Recognition flaring, and without missing a beat, she dives straight into the fight. Perched above, she promises menace once she's obliterated him. Azathoth's next, even in broad daylight. Our lead snaps the new power on and nimbly pulls back, dodging with deadly intent. When the phantom touch lands, chills rush down her spine. She swears someone's grazed her body. The silencing's gauge spikes 12% and climbing. Boom. The silencing skill is unleashed. She screeches, pure torment forcing her crashing to the ground under the onslaught. Her thoughts spiral, baffled. Why does it feel like he just traced the mountains with a touch? And the moment that scream leaves her lips, it's as if some unseen hand slams into her hard. Not fatal, but damn, it hurts. Syrra glares, disgust thinly veiled. She snarls. His power is vile. That screech she accidentally let loose? Yeah, it's not your average howl, not by a long shot. It's the infamous shriek, the notorious corn scream. Her warning ring sharp, her body, Azathoth's property, and anyone daring enough to touch her is signing their own death sentence. As for that wild screech, she'll never let it escape again. The system mutters gloomily. Power from her scream is fueled by her own turmoil. Fixing her glare on him, she spits spite. She'll end him and drag his corpse straight to Lord Azathoth. She lunges, vowing a death of agony, but Sirrus lowers his stance, ready to counter. Now she barrels forward, hand enormous and menacing. But he twists away, blending dodges with sly, teasing touches. This time, she feels it, the extra blast of silencing fury. Another scream rips from her throat and she's pinned crushed to the floor, powerless. With a wicked grin, our protagonist boasts his hand practically brushed her armpits, while Gano snaps in disbelief. She's totally lost, clueless about what he's doing. Why is she losing it like this? But she claims that just for a moment, a scratch from him spun up a happiness she once thought only the Azathoth could create. Looks like humans really have stepped up their game. She starts smacking her own head, repeating that she's awake now. She hopes Azathoth will cut her some slack, right? While Sirrus is already calling her nuts, she's on the floor wailing on herself, bruised and battered. She tells Sirrus his attacks are odd, but now she means business, and whips out a sword. That sword? Yeah, it came from a wild spot for a spider. Super slimy, slippery, but no sense to it. Sirrus catches that in a heartbeat. He goes, first it popped from the mountains, then out of the pits. What's the next trick? Maybe her back no time to ponder, cause she comes at him and he bails. She blindsides him, hissing it's too late, about to settle this. But he flicks his gaze and dodges. He taunts that he's outmatched her in speed, she'll never catch him, but she claims she already knew, and he's right where she wanted, snared in her web, stuck fast to the wall. He flails for freedom? Nope, not happening. She's closing in, cold-eyed, zero chance to escape. The blade flashes, she commands him to die, but our guy yanks one hand free and brushes her thigh. She realizes the scream's coming and clamps her own mouth to hold it in. Carefully, she eases her grip, claiming she's finally keeping control. As long as she doesn't release that heavenly shriek, she's safe from attack. But before she even knows, he's wriggled free suddenly on her back, telling her escape is off the table. She calls him an idiot. She's caught exactly how his attack works, and that was his single shot to break loose. Now, nothing's going to be left except his one-sided defeat in this brawl. She silences herself, sealing her lips with web. If she keeps quiet with no weird sounds, his powers are useless. Sirrus points out, he saw his last shot land right on her thigh. Ganna shoots him a look like he's nasty for noticing. Sirrus shrugs, he's ready for round 2. Now that he's figured out her body's exact layout, it's game over. Victory is within his grasp. From this point on, he's gonna rule this fight. He's aimed right at her weak spots. She lunges at him, claiming his attacks are pointless. She covers her mouth tight. She thinks with silence, he's lost. She refuses to let out a sound, sure that'll break him. From the center of the alley, Sirrus shoots back with 2 quick squeezes. She feels something hit, but announces she won't so much as yelp. He smirks, impressed by her grit, as she mutters, "It's getting weird. At first everything was on the surface, but now it's everywhere inside." She's barely holding herself together, biting through the torment, hoping Ayat witnesses just how strong she's standing. But none of this is dragging him toward her. This kind of exhilaration is next level. She launches at him, but Sirrus quickly masters the little hand's trick. He sprints across the wall, makes a sharp slash, and suddenly she's frozen. She gasps. That strike hit a spot she never knew existed. The president of the Brave Guild, spying on it all, marvels that monstrous woman is twisting and buckling like mad. He's clueless about this sorcery, but hearing those screams, he wants in. Guan is already on her knees, dumbfounded by his relentless assault. Worse, she's already shoved Azathoth aside, his memory slipping further from her heart. No, she balls her fist, swearing that won't happen, not now. She's determined to stop it. Forget it all, she tells herself. If she can just steady her nerves, everything will be okay. Sirrus sees it and notes, impressed, that not a sound escaped her lips. But it doesn't stack up. She grips her sword and injects toxin down the blade. Charging back, she swears this time she won't fall, but Sirrus brushes a hand along the wall and she crashes, crumbling in defeat. It's impossible to move forward with everything spinning out of control. If she doesn't finish him fast, Lord Azathoth will slip out of her soul entirely. She launches the poison blade straight at him. Sirrus twists away just in time. Suddenly, she triggers a deadly ability. The blade on his back detonates, flooding the whole corridor with poison. Gazing at the carnage, she's confident there's no way he could have survived such a direct hit. Now, his whole body is drowning in poison. Death seems certain, but Sirrus pops up on the rooftop, smirking, "A trick only fools me once." She stands there, stunned. Never imagined he could escape that nightmare. He shoots her a glare. Now it's my move. He dives between the walls, skimming downward, his hand trailing every inch. That's when her fate is sealed. She mutters, "Here we go again." He's still sliding while she loses her grip. Her voice cracks as she begs him to stop, but his descent drags on, slow and torturous. Now, even the sticky web covering her mouth starts to peel away. It rips open. She unleashes a bone-chilling scream. Azat's parting gift detonates. The entire scene erupts with nuclear fury, swallowing her whole. Our hero just soaks up more power. As the dust clears, she morphs into a spider. Enemy down, the weapon returns to the system. Our dude saunters over and grabs a fresh one. Favorability's maxed at 100%. Bonus, he unlocks the Conqueror passive. With the boss defeated, he claims their unique skills. Now he can brew poison on his blades. But in a flash, Azathoth materializes right behind him, her voice ice cold, "You're mine now." Elsewhere, Zetter spills blood on the floor while far away. Azathoth vanishes in front of Yug. A portal whirls open before Zetter. Azat storms out, demanding to know where the human is. Thrown to her knees, Zetter confesses to Azathoth that she lost all trace of him. Azat's face turns monstrous as she reveals, Sirrus' system is her missing power. If she fails to reclaim it by nightfall, she'll be back to being a mere mortal. That's when the explosion rocks the city's core, and Azathoth feels the system's pulse ripping through the air. She bolted off, leaving Zad just standing there, totally clueless about what he should do. At that exact time, Sirrus activated his fresh ability, one that could banish monsters straight back to where they came from. Meanwhile, Yo was lounging at home, getting more hammered and ballooning in size, when suddenly, a tiny spider crawled up in front of her. Naturally, it was the body of Gon. Just then, Azathoth materialized silently behind Sirrus. He tried to spin around and react, but Azathoth warned him that harsher measures were coming. She advanced, intent on devouring him. Fear hit Sirrus hard. He recoiled, blurting at her to stop those moves while she was dressed as a woman. Her body had already shifted. With pleading eyes, she told him he was just too sweet. He made a run for it, but she instantly restrained him with a crimson glow from her hands. She moved in close, bragging that she'd conquered the system long ago, and challenged him, "Seal me up and power yourself up. It'll be a thrill for us both." But Sirrus shot back that hell would freeze over before he dared use his system on someone with a masculine body. That was a line he would never cross. Then she pulled him near with magic power, offering her antidote blood, hinting at a darker kind of pleasure. Sirrus wasn't about to lose his principles. He yelled in her face, "If that's the only way out, I'd rather rot away right here than give in." She badgered him, taunting that he had guts to defy her, while Sirrus shouted back that he'd never cross that line with a friend. Suddenly, she summoned a glowing orb, vowing he'd learn discipline. She'd wreck him until he begged for release. She pressed a hand to his back, declaring her system's heart could finally return, but weirdly, the light orb was just gone. Confused, she watched as the system rejected her. It announced nothing could touch Sirrus anymore. Then, the system coolly asked Sirrus, would he trade half his life for a shot at taking down Azathoth? No hesitation, Sirrus was in. A notification popped up. Once locked on Azathoth, the Spear of Oblivion would activate, no second chances. After Azathoth's absorption, host detox kicks in, but the timer starts at 50 days. Azathoth stared, stunned. The system didn't just reject her, it was dead set on helping Sirrus take her out. Sirrus whipped around, locking onto Azat, but before he could strike, a Karmazan blast lit up everything. Light blinded him. There was no way to aim the system, and out of nowhere, Azathoth sliced open her own palm. The same wound slashed across Zader's, leaving her puzzled. And let's be real, she was already stacked. Her blood hit the ground, opening up that familiar swirling portal just behind her again. At stumbled out, drenched in sweat, muttering that she barely escaped death. What's worse, she knew right away. The system locked her position. Within moments, Sirrus pinpointed her spot, shocked at how much ground she covered in such a short stretch. Zed quickly asked what went down and if Ayat was hurt. Azathoth broke it down. Right now, nobody could injure her, because all the pain got funneled straight to Zadar first. She pressed Azathoth if she finished off the human, but Azathoth shook her head, saying no, while questioning if Zedar was really happy the human was still breathing. She scoffed and replied that since she couldn't hit him anyway, maybe it's best to head back to the dungeon. Out of nowhere, Azathoth's smile flashed. A sly confession, she's been dancing with the system for millennia. She couldn't bruise Sirrus physically, but she could end him with pure happiness. Azathoth was betting that when Sirrus kicked it, the system would boomerang right back to her. The odds of a new host popping up were slim. Next, she ordered Zedar to track down the human again tonight. She had Zadar morph into a massive hauler, built for lugging giant rings, then demanded a new look, knowing she'd have to trust Zadar to keep that form up all night. She transformed into the series' most forgettable girl, but quipped that heroes always swoop in to save beauties, so she let him act heroic once and lurk for her shot to flip everything. Zad asked if blasting someone with too much joy could really kill. Azathoth fired back, it can for her, that's exactly how she got taken out, dumped by the system too. Furious, she smacked the tree, cursing the system's interest in Sirrus, while Sirrus himself was haunted by those 50 days left to live and the wild gamble he'd made. He knew he was on borrowed time. Suddenly, another jolt of pain ripped through him. That poison was back, eating at him from the inside. His feet tingled, refusing to budge, trapping him completely. That sickly purple toxin devoured his smallest toe, and he crashed to the floor, suffering. His vision twisted, fading in and out. Then from the edge, the president from Brave witnessed Sirrus slipping under. Time passed before he finally came to and saw a doctor looming above. They were already sprinting off, straight to report to the Lord. Confused, Sirrus asked why he was in the hospital, who'd hauled him here. The doctor replied straight, it was the vice president from the Adventurers Guild. Later, Sirrus explained his magic was no cakewalk, learning it might even be impossible. The president, pumped up, shouted that he'd lay it all on the line, even his life, to pick it up. Cyrus's face turned somber as he revealed his power started at his fingertips. Suddenly, the president dropped to his knees, begging Sirrus to take him as a disciple. But Sirrus told him to stand. With a regretful bow, the president apologized and Sirrus accepted. It made sense for a master to understand a disciple's heart. Then, another blessed girl showed up at the door, reporting to President Charlton that she had urgent news to raise. Her name was Daisy. Sirrus picked up on the scent of execution for desertion. Daisy laid out the charges, abandoning the squad, defying a captain's orders, but the president called it a mess and promised he'd figure a way out. Sirrus shrugged it off, insisting there was no need since he never ran and had actually handled the boss, Nay. Come on, Lord, thanks, Daisy muttered, refusing to believe a F-ranked team with C-ranked Bella and B-ranked her actually took out a boss like Nay. Sirrus challenged her to send someone to check the dungeon. She admitted she already had, found it empty, but said he'd stay locked up just to stop any escape stunts. Charlton cut Daisy off, saying that wasn't needed. He had faith in the boy. Big Daisy didn't buy it for a second. The president claimed he'd personally take watch over him, but Daisy pointed out he still had to show up for that banquet tonight. Charlton simply declared that if so, Sirrus was coming as well. Daisy was stumped for a comeback. With that, they filed out. Sirrus wanted to find Azathoth fast planning time. He was caught off guard when Azathoth popped up close, realizing in a flash that Azathoth was at home, while he was still stuck at the hospital. He bolted from the hospital. Next thing, his own front door creaked open. He peered in, found nothing at first, but Gana was sprawled across the floor, spent. Cyrus swept through every room. No sign of Yo anywhere. Poor guy instantly panicked, convinced his main Pokemon had been kidnapped. Somewhere else, Ya slowly blinked awake, shackled, while Azathoth, transformed, sat in chains beside her. A massive shackle locked her ankles, and she already wore 4 more just like it. Like she can just break out, she demanded to know where she was. Azat replied, this was the auction house for monsters and humans who, unlike the video, couldn't escape to help Mom. And as you'll remember, last chapter ended with Ya's eyes fluttering open. She lay pinned to the ground. Azathoth was restrained right there with her. She repeated her question. Azathoth said they were trapped in an auction for monsters and humans. Meanwhile, Sirrus tracked her signal on the map, closing in. He noticed she hadn't budged in an hour. Suddenly, her presence vanished from tracking. Night hit her well. Out of nowhere, a guy from the city launched an axe his way. Sirrus flinched back, barely avoiding disaster. He skidded away, demanding who the heck this attacker was. The man announced this was the Stellar Cavalry's turf. Nobody gets through without permission. Sirrus instantly clocked them as bandits, kidnapping for cash. They had everyone surrounded, chatting about hunting certain monsters. A couple of them bragged about scoring so many captives today, and insisted the kid should be dragged off for a grilling too. Sirrus put it together, these creeps had probably snatched Yuck, and this was the opening he needed to question them about seeing any monster men. Just then, a system alert kicked in. The weapon retrieval mission would launch in exactly 2 minutes. That meant once the timer hit 0, Sirrus would fall back to F rank, no exceptions. Meanwhile, deep in the prison, the tiniest girl alive was making a desperate bid to break her magical shackles. She craved her master's nutrients to keep her powers fueled. Azathoth, right beside her, asked why she didn't just head back to a dungeon if she really was a monster. Yan shot back. Her Liang caterpillar blood required the energy of males to keep growing stronger. That's why she instinctively chased after the strongest man in the room. Suddenly, boom. The whole cave rocked as an explosion tossed one of the outer guards into the wall. Clearly, someone had just broken back in. It was Sirrus, grinning, proud he'd blitzed everything in under 2 minutes. Suddenly, a new challenge landed. Smash a drone 10 times until it made some noise. He'd only get 60 minutes before his weapon vanished. He dashed in and snatched up the goon he'd KO'd, but the guy was already out cold. On the ground, the fake Azathoth screamed her head off, begging to be saved. Sirrus kept his mind sharp. This area was crawling with danger, so step 1, finish the mission. He shot over to Yug and popped the lock open. The monster dropped hard, and Sirrus called out seriously to her. He apologized, then landed his first flawless hit. She let out a faint noise, pain twisting her face. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to know what he was playing at. The quest tracker ticked up, 1 out of 10 done. Sirrus spun to the girl on the floor. For everyone's sake, she needed to take the next hit. Azathoth was already convinced this was no man with self-restraint, meaning manipulating him should be a walk in the park. She thought he was pathetic, believing he'd come up with such a dumb excuse just to get his hands on her. She cocked her foot, calling for help and claiming she'd do whatever he wanted. But Sirrus just undid the shackle at her ankle, nothing more. In an instant, she lunged forward, grabbing him in a tight embrace while claiming she was petrified, kidnapped, and scared out of her mind. Then she hit our guy where it hurt, crying about getting sold off to goblins. Cold. But Sirrus had zero patience for chit-chat, stretching his arm. The blow landed right away, no mercy shown. Yet, she stayed silent, not a single sound. Sirrus demanded to know why she wasn't saying a word. She replied there was no need for him to stress, he just had to push a bit harder. Reality hit our guy, he was knee-deep in trouble. Even the system lamented. Delivering a slap without a sound meant getting frozen for 5 minutes. He could feel it, clear as day, felt like a total idiot, no doubt. She got up and called her master, apologizing softly, saying she felt drained and needed essence. Nothing else would do. If she didn't get it, she'd drop and die. Sirrus was stone-faced. Without his answer, she just took it as a yes. Right then, she latched on and started taking the boy's blood. Azathoth snapped at her, calling her shameless and ordering her to let go. But Azathoth was out of strength. Yug locked her down effortlessly, stating Sirrus was her master, end of story. She bragged she drained everything he had. Azathoth struggled, but in this spot, she was powerless. Admitting she had lost, she leaned back, resigned to just watching. Little by little, she edged closer when a chance opened. Sirrus made her move, inviting him to join an adventure for 3. He started wondering if she'd really been under lock and key, or why she'd offer something like that at all. All the while, Satyr kept an eye on everything, feeling the same heat as Azathoth. The chief's cravings couldn't be more obvious. Azathoth seized Sarah's hand, whispering it'd been ages since she did something wild like this. Meanwhile, poor Saturn stood to the side, hurting all over. As ever, she got dealt a brutal blow. Azathoth kept forcing our boy's hand, pressing him to lash out with more ruthless hits. Poor Saturn kept suffering on the sidelines, stuck watching and never involved. The little hand was just on the attack. Azathoth knew that now her plan was advancing. Sirrus, on the other hand, was trying to resist, telling her not to do that. However, she guided Sirrus's hand to something strange. He felt something odd touching him and knew it was Azathoth again. Suddenly, she noticed that the expression in his eyes had changed. She thought it was a matter of technique and decided to change her style of attack. However, she was pushed back and realized she had been exposed. She called for Seer, who immediately exploded the wall beside them. Well, I hadn't recovered yet, so she ended her transformation. At that moment, she became tiny and asked Sirrus for help in the smoke. Ath admitted she had been exposed and asked Saturn to flee with her. It was a good chance for Sirrus to finish her off, but he was still without the system. When the system's freezing finally passed, she had already left, and all that was left for him was to recover his powers. He realized how Ath wanted to end him and decided to be more careful when women approached him at night. Meanwhile, 51 minutes had passed on the system and the mission was at 1 out of 10. Back at the gate of Area Z, as soon as Sirrus came out of that place, a lot of people were waiting for him. The first leader of that group came forward with a poster saying that Sirrus would have to die. However, someone ran up to him. The president's secretary stepped in front, saying that the president had given the order that the boy was free. They couldn't capture Sirrus because he was registered to attend the guild's banquet that night. However, the guy slapped her, saying he knew it was a lie and he would only believe it if the president himself said so. If she kept insisting, she would also be thrown into the interrogation room. Sirrus told her to bring the president's letter, and she said she could get it in 10 minutes. Sirrus told her not to worry because the guy would regret hitting her. The scene shifted to a room where Sirrus was tied to a table. The former leader questioned if Sirrus remembered that it was he who had done this to his arm. They barely escaped alive from that fight against Nay, but Sirrus easily survived. He pounded the table, saying that a coward like him didn't deserve to live. Sirrus replied that a coward who flees from a fight against an enemy indeed deserves to die like an animal. The guy knew it was here who caused this disaster and was seething with rage. With that, Sirrus turned to the ally and ordered him to bring the hammer. Unfortunately, the secretary had returned yet, and Sirrus would have to rely on his physical strength to resist. Yug popped out a warning, smug from his pocket. There's no way he could get hurt. She'd already sucked up that blood, powering up his body big time. Still, once they got back home, a price had to be paid. Our guy knew exactly what that meant. A wild, out-of-the-box demand was coming. Right as the hammer aimed for him, the guy backpedaled, grinning it was just a joke, then turned cold, daring Sirrus to pick which finger he wanted smashed first. But out of nowhere, a man stormed in and announced he had a message from the president. His eyes landed on a poster clearing Sirrus of all charges. Fury lit him up. Turns out, the secretary really was backed by the president. One of the newcomers declared they couldn't hold the boy anymore. Doing so now would be illegal. But the guy shoved him away, growling to bring that poster in half an hour. Sirrus hated hearing that extension. The man made it clear Sirrus would pay the price now. Outside, the guy reported the president wouldn't open the door. So, no chance to deliver the order, plain bad luck. That's when the first hammer strike landed. Strangely, the hammer cracked, but Sirrus's hand didn't even budge. Thanks to Yog's aura, not a single mark hit him. The captain froze. How did this even make sense? Meanwhile, the man outside scrambled to stop the secretary, then someone new showed up. Both guys whipped around, jaws dropping in shock. The president burst in, blasting the door open with a kick. Like a crooked pretzel, the guy stammered, asking why Carlton had appeared. Carlton flashed the poster, cool as ice, and commanded them to let Sirrus go. Hammer dropped, the guy couldn't mask his fear. Our boy snapped through the shackles like they were paper. Then the president dropped the bomb. Because of this mess, the captain just lost his rank. Quivering, he argued he didn't get the order in time. Anyone in the group would back him up. Yet no one dared speak. The president would still sniff out the truth. Carlton smirked. They weren't stepping up for him. Suddenly, Sirrus broke his silence, confirming he never saw the guy receive that revocation order. He told the guy to relax about locking him up, just get down and apologize to the secretary. The secretary just stood there, baffled by Sirrus's sudden move. His mission stood at 1 out of 10, 1 minute left on the clock. And just like that, the whole crew swooped in, stumbling over themselves to beg for her forgiveness. Sirrus scoffed, calling them out for mistreating such an awesome secretary. As the guy took his beating, she just stood there, cheeks on fire, totally baffled by how far Sirrus would go for her. The guy scrambled to promise they'd never pull that again, while she flashed a quiet smile. Just like that, our guy wrung 10 confessions out of them and nailed the mission. Sirrus turned to the captain, cool as ever, declaring the mission with the secretary finished. He hauled the guy up by the arm, stating it was time to settle the score. Sirrus sneered that this was payback for getting hit on the hand. He began to mercilessly twist the guy's arm, who broke down, begging all over again. Desperate, the guy pleaded with Sirrus, begging him not to do it anymore. Instead, our guy went ahead and snapped the second arm. Once again, the pitiful soul was a twisted mess. That's when Sirrus exited the room, throwing over his shoulder that forgiveness had been granted. Carlton informed that Daisy would guide him to the banquet since the president needed to meet someone from the church. Sirrus stared blankly, clueless about who these VIPs actually were. The man explained there were nuns with the power to purge any poison, but the catch was, you couldn't have a speck of twisted intent to get close. Suddenly, the action shifted straight to the banquet hall. The holy sect swept in, leaving mouths hanging open. But whispers kicked up everywhere. Wasn't her outfit pushing things just a bit too far? She stopped cold, gaze cutting through the crowd, silence smothering the room in instant tension. She declared her whole purpose, to wipe out evil thoughts from the world, and that's exactly why she dressed that way. She threw an icy command. Stop staring at her with those vile, hungry eyes. In a heartbeat, the president barked for the guards to deal with the offenders who disrespected the saint. But the saint waved her hand, no need for punishment. Because if they did, nearly everyone in that room, all but the vice president, would get wrecked. The vice president blinked, lost, asking what set him apart from the others. She admitted his mind was in chaos, but his body didn't even flinch. The president didn't get it, thinking it meant the man was just good at self-restraint, but everybody knew damn well it meant he was powerless in that department. A fresh crowd drifted toward the banquet's entrance. Stepping in next were Sirrus and Daisy. He wanted to know if that holy purification spell was seriously strong, and she answered it was insanely rare. She'd witnessed it heal mutilated bodies, eradicate diseases. There was no poison too lethal for that power. Heroes were magnets for injuries, so the Hunters Association teamed up with the church for these miracle cures. Gilda had attempted to replace this hero with another, but every candidate got shot down. Saints refused to share their magic with just anyone. The reason was brutally simple. No one was allowed the littlest unclean thought. Sirrus wondered if this person could mend his finger. That would be a game changer. She cleared them through security with one swipe, and they joined the chaos inside. At the threshold, Sarah noticed a stir and questioned what was happening. Just then, Carlton turned up, announcing she was gathering candidates to work alongside the Holy See. Anyone who passed this trial would fire up Zoe's power. Then, in front of everyone, the saint revealed the veil of the Sacred Heart. Going in meant your level of impure thoughts would light up the gem for all to see. Teamwork with the saints would come down to inner purity. She reminded everyone, no other guild from outside had ever made the cut. Curious onlookers wondered what purity standards would be used, and what lurked behind the curtain. The saint simply said if they had guts, they could step right in. Some muscle-bound guy stepped forward claiming his record was squeaky clean. He was none other than the 7 team's captain and city's number 9. He marched inside as the saints grinned knowingly. The instant he entered, he was hit with something truly bizarre. Danger prowled ahead. There stood a cat girl who weirdly brought Yub to his mind. Logan realized instantly that was his Achilles heel. The place looked like paradise for a split second. Without warning, the cat girl leapt right onto him. He blushed furiously at her bold move. She let out a purr, and the guy nearly passed out from the sudden rush. He commented that she was a vision, then asked if he could touch her fur. She eyed him suspiciously, wondering if he wanted to kick things off already. He didn't hesitate, said yes, this place was too incredible to leave. Instantly, her face morphed and she spat out that he was revolting. The poor soul got launched right through the curtains. He collapsed outside, clueless and stunned. Nobody had a clue what just happened. His unclean thoughts had skyrocketed to 88%. Clearly a guy with a tainted heart. The onlookers murmured that whatever was inside had to be seriously lethal. But the captain from Team 6 announced he'd deal with it, only to get thrown out, leaving a trail of blood behind. He hit the ground grinning, claiming he'd finally laid eyes on something truly dangerous within. 92% impurity flashed, sparking wild curiosity among the crowd. He dubbed it the crushing flaw of men themselves, warned everyone not to even think about challenging it. One after another charged in, every last one hooked with impurity above 90%, until footsteps echoed from behind. It was Sirrus, he coolly announced. Time for his shot. A saint watched Sirrus step forward, convinced he was doomed to fail like the rest. But as Sirrus entered, he was thrown off guard. Before he could brace himself, he found the girl clinging to him, pressing close against the mountain backdrop. She leaned in, probing if he was really uninterested in a certain activity. Out of nowhere, she caught a slap across the face. Sirrus hurled the cat girl aside. He demanded to know why so many girls were aggressively coming after him. Nab decided pulling back and staying careful was the smarter play. Chances were high, this was Eighth causing trouble again. The cat girl blinked, absolutely stunned. Getting rejected so harshly? That had never happened. Everyone outside was just as shocked. For the first time, she witnessed someone with a 0 impurity reading. This guy, he really had a mind clear and steady like a still lake. Sirrus thought, before making another move, he had to unveil the true identity of that mysterious figure. The girl froze, caught off guard and clueless about what to do next. With a single move, he activated the system. It immediately asked if he wanted to unleash it on the girl right before him. But he had a problem. There was just one shot left with the Spear of Forgetfulness. If he blew it now and ran into Azathoth again, it would be game over. Meanwhile, the girl still couldn't pull herself together. For the first time ever, she'd not only been turned down, but had literally been tossed away. What stung more was that he kept watching her, but his eyes held 0 wicked intent. Sirrus's senses stayed razor sharp. He wasn't letting his guard down for a second. Annoyed now, she snapped that he was even worse than the ones chasing her because it proved she couldn't get her way. But no, she was set on making his heart race one way or another. Sirrus, on the other hand, just wanted to confirm if she had any guy traits. She leaped at him, begging for a hug and telling him to cut out the intense staring. All Sirrus cared about was checking for anything out of the ordinary down there. As she moved for a hug, he disappeared into thin air, dodging her. Her failed mission was crystal clear rejection, yet again. Refusing to quit, she lunged for him once more. Stop being such a coward. But Sirrus had messed up. He'd tripped trying to get away and ended up face down on the floor. She was convinced that just one taste of her charm, and he'd be helpless to resist. But Sirrus? He was all in, searching for the best angle to see if something strange was there. Eggs. With lightning speed, he slid in close, set on spotting anything suspicious. He scanned every detail, intent on catching something unusual. Just a little further and he'd get the truth he wanted. She grew even more confused. He dodged her, all while giving this bold, intense stare. That's when Sirrus froze and quit sliding his hand around. A blink, and he was already on the other side. She toppled over by herself. Again, she couldn't comprehend Sirrus at all. Outside, Sarah grumbled that this job was brutal. It came down to looking in just the right places. Meanwhile, the cat girl remained totally stumped. She locked eyes with him, demanding to know how he could stare at her so seriously, his body reacting, but still masked in innocence. Her patience snapped. She shouted, pressing Stasis for answers. Calmly, Stasis declared, "I stick to my morals." He insisted he had never harbored any dirty thoughts about her. He explained his resolve wasn't accidental. His childhood shaped him, the wild peaks sculpting him into someone unyielding. His gaze radiated profound gratitude. She struggled to understand and muttered the light pouring from him was blinding. Watching him, she realized she never had a chance from the very start. Their gap in strength was an uncrossable chasm. Lowering her gaze, she conceded he had passed her test and was free to go. Sirrus noted, if release was her answer, maybe she was an eighth after all. Without hesitation, he walked out, tossing a casual farewell. He emerged, steel-hearted, with not even a speck of impurity tainting him. Meanwhile, she crumpled, admitting she simply hadn't trained enough to overcome a guy like him. The onlookers couldn't believe it, whispers rising, reeling at how the cat girl did nothing to him. The Sink, wide-eyed, remarked it was the first time she'd lain eyes on someone that pure. He turned and asked if purification was possible now. Would she rid him of the poison? She simply nodded, telling everyone else to clear off. Moments later, only the two of them remained in the hall's center. Sitting down, she ordered him to lie by her feet. He did as told, and she warned him not to fidget while she prepped her saintly magic. She slid off her sandal, cautioning that her unique magic flowed from her stomp. Another challenger going after our hero. She issued a strict warning, if his mind strayed even a little, her power would fizzle. Curious, he asked if those forbidden thoughts only had to do with him. She stated bluntly, ever since she'd become a saint, all her wicked thoughts disappeared. She told him again, don't even twitch, she needed to inspect his form first. It was the only way to treat him right. With that, she pressed around, scanning his chakras and charting his flowing strength. He caught her subtle movements, clocking that she was guiding his hand on purpose. He tried lifting her to lend a hand, but she shot him down, insisting he stay put when her magic fizzled. With a quick apology, she complained about the cramped chair, adding that he'd become her support whether he liked it or not. Locking onto his injured pinky toe, she promised she was ready and dove into her careful examination. Without warning, she planted her foot right on his hand. Out of nowhere, Sarah's whole world twisted. Now he was stranded in a void, floating in an endless sea. Suddenly, a massive foot came crashing down on him from the darkness above. Barely hanging on, he tried to push back, but the pressure just kept forcing him under. He fought against the pull and stayed afloat, but his pinky toe still refused to heal. She told him to stop struggling. The agony was all part of recovery. Using magic, she had flung his mind into this illusion, where she said his toe could be saved. Suddenly, he was desperately clinging to her foot, even as a wave of sinister energy surged up from below. He muttered that something weird in the water had grabbed his leg, pulling hard. She explained it was all the poison lurking inside him coming loose. She ordered him to grip her foot tight so she could haul him out of danger. Without hesitation, he latched onto her big toe, digging through the stocking for a better hold in his panic. She scolded him for his roughness, then wrapped him up with her toes, determined to pull him up, but the poison continued to writhe inside his body, refusing to let go. Even though she looked like she was putting in serious effort, all pain mysteriously vanished for him. A strange calm washed over him and, to his shock, his toe was finally starting to mend. Slowly but surely, she dragged part of him free from the ominous water. As her foot lifted away, he realized his toe had completely regenerated. He jolted awake and checked his hand, a grin spreading as he cheered, announcing it worked. She cautioned that a strange power still lingered and told him to take off his boots. She wasted no time, launching right into another healing round, this time zeroing in on his stubborn pinky toe. The limb restoration was finally finished, each step precise and flawless. She looked at him and warned him they were jumping into the real challenge now. She had pinpointed the poison's location, and she'd attempt to drain out every last drop in one bold move. Azathoth's poison, it lurked in a seriously dangerous spot. She banished him to ocean depths inside his mind, giving him a mission: find the core, then break free. He gasped, saying he was being swallowed by his own thoughts, but she was cool, telling him not to panic, that in the end, things would turn out okay. Power surged through him. He felt new strength flooding in, his body toughening by the second. There, at the seabed, he discovered the source, pure darkness radiating from the core. Now glowing gold, he pushed forward. Yet the saint suddenly sensed that something was off. Favorability meter, now ticking for her instead. That wicked energy wasted no time, yanking Sirrus deeper into the abyss. He shot her a warning. He was sinking and needed her help to drag him up. She kept insisting it was all part of the plan, but his pleas didn't stop. She calmed him down, promising to start now. But just then, the system locked onto her, throwing her body out of whack. Suddenly, the poison began breaking apart. She gave him a shield for protection and ordered him to dive even deeper. He powered forward, destroying all the poison, amazed by how well it worked. Little by little, he moved closer to the mysterious lake bed. But the weirdest part, he kept swimming, yet it felt like he got nowhere. She explained, distance and consciousness just didn't match physical reality. Things looked close but were distant. Her problem? She had to keep pouring power out just to keep him alive. Still, her own body was glitching, and Sirrus's shield started splintering. He shouted in panic, everything's falling apart, what was happening? With the favorability at 47%, she figured out the truth. Her purification was failing because the wrong thoughts were leaking through. She warned him, no impure daydreams about her, or this would all come crashing down on them. The shield was already kicking the bucket. Sirrus froze, suffocating, unable to break free. She gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat like this. She thought it would be utterly humiliating if she failed. But favorability kept rising. Sirrus was losing. The fight poison was eating him alive. He suddenly snapped awake inside the church, gasping. Lilia the saint got all flustered, mumbling about fixing that shield. Her affection score still climbing. But when she put her foot on the boy, a weird feeling crept over her. She secretly wanted to keep stepping on him. But Sarah's call jolted her back to her senses. Sarah checked if he was conscious. He confirmed with a tired, yeah. Now the saint couldn't stop questioning her reactions, her heartbeat slamming against her ribs. She recognized the dangerous spark running through her. A forbidden rush she shouldn't even be able to feel. If anyone discovered it, that'd be the end of her pride. Still, Sirrus demanded to know why she hadn't healed him. She told him she could, but it'd take time. Slipping off her shoe, she said she'd need to study the poison inside him. Her invitation was gentle. Visit me anytime. It's Lilia, by the way. With those words, Lilia said they were done for now and waved goodbye. It struck Sirrus. The only real way to cleanse himself would be to bring down Azathoth. Outside, the saint collapsed against the wall, breath shaky. She grilled herself for nearly snapping. She didn't get why. Truth was, that dangerous spark felt incredible. The scene flipped. The captain got a savage kick from his brother. Skull strolled up, asking why he couldn't nail such an easy task. Choking out an apology, the captain tried blaming the president. His brother cut him off coldly. He tossed a crumpled paper at him. Look at this. What is it? The captain squinted as his brother explained. That paper described the Shia dungeon, the one his brother was dead set against entering. First captain balked. That's an Estes rank dungeon, impossible. But the brother clarified, the dungeon boss was terribly wounded, so this would be a cakewalk. He'd snagged exclusive info, nobody else had a clue. This was the captain's golden ticket to get his rank back. Pumped up, the captain promised his brother, this time, he'd pull it off. Meanwhile, someone showed up to deliver blood straight to the dungeon boss. Of course it was Azathoth. She proudly claimed he'd recover now. Right then, the boss rose to his feet, declaring he'd never felt this strong before. His gaze found Azathoth. She'd saved him for the second time. So no matter what she was after, he was on board. Azathoth just dropped the mission, take out one mere human. Checking the map, Sirrus realized she'd gone a crazy distance. Back in the church, the president gave props to Sirrus. The door to teamwork with the saints swung wide open now. He told Sirrus he had a blank check to ask for anything he wanted. Sirrus went straight for it, the captain's spot. Letting him walk into any dungeon, president just nodded. Sirrus said he'd head home and gear up because he was leaving town the next day. Time was ticking. 49 days, not a second to waste. A low-key apology from the president, the promotion's not instant. But Daisy jumped in, cool and confident, promising she had it all handled. She told him she'd help push things through fast. Just a little thanks for everything Sirrus was doing. Soon after, Sirrus made it home. Right as he stepped in, a massive maid stood there waiting. It was Yug, fresh from kitchen duty, looking proud. She scooped up Sirrus, boasting it was a thing humans liked, demanding he show some gratitude. Sirrus praised her but begged for a little personal space. Yug grinned at Sirrus and claimed she was way too helpful to ever leave his side. Sirrus wondered if Yug ever wanted to go home. The word sounded foreign to her. Monsters don't have homes, she replied, just baffled. Silence hung between them for a heartbeat. He told her it'd be fine just as long as she kept her true self under wraps. She thanked him, promising she was a pro at hiding and never troubled. Boom, their favorability maxed out at 100. Now that they clicked, all the stats had shot up double the power. She pressed a hand gently to his face, saying it was her turn now that her work was done. His head was spinning, so she brought up the promise, the one tied to saving her hand. She reminded him he swore to repay her twice over. He admitted it, yeah, he'd promised that. Getting closer to her boosted every one of his stats. They were both gonna win this game. Meanwhile, Daisy made her way to his place, heart pounding with anticipation. Out of nowhere, a scrap of fabric ripped. Yub couldn't help but comment on his ripped physique, threatening to take a bite and devour him. That was just the beginning. Our poor guy got worked over, and his defense rocketed to 2,400. Next up, his agility and attack stats exploded, doubling in a flash. As he powered up, she was soaking in magical energy at the same time. Without warning, she seized him by the spine right as a knock sounded at the door. Trapped by the creature, he froze, while Daisy waited outside. Sirrus spun to Yug and told her to disappear. She bolted to the bedroom and he hustled to answer the door. Daisy, brimming with excitement, showed up packed with food and announced she'd pulled off the task he asked for. He flashed her a thank you, and Daisy said she'd even snagged fresh fruit for him. Our guy grinned. It'd been a close call, he was almost out of supplies. Meanwhile, Yub listened in, instantly picking up that the visitor was female. His secretary offered more help whenever he needed. He just had to say the word. He nodded, oblivious to the presence lurking behind him. Then his secretary peered past him, asking flat out who the tall stranger was. Now Sirrus was a mess. Caught off guard, he couldn't come up with a reply. But then he spotted Yo now in human form, clinging to Sirrus, boldly claiming to be his sister. Too bad she pressed against him, demanding a kiss. Daisy just stared, bewildered. Out of nowhere, Yug swooped in, ripped the fruit from Sarah's hands, said goodbye, and stalked out. Young lit up with excitement, boasting she totally knew this disguise magic. But for Sirrus, it was a disaster, back to zero food. Just like that. Daisy, on the other hand, was seething about everything that had happened. After a spell, our guy was pulling on his boots. He had issues to sort out and ordered Yub to go buy supplies using her human disguise. Time to get back on Azathoth's trail. The hunt resumes. But as he stepped outside, he caught sight of a bag left right at his door. The bag of fruits from before had been left there, along with a note that was clearly from someone angry, apologizing and asking him not to be mad at her. Meanwhile, the group led by the captain from earlier was heading to the S dungeon. He had the perfect map to reach the boss. It was basically dead. Everyone was excited since it would be easy and the items would be very valuable. He announced that they wouldn't share the items from that place with anyone else. While this was happening, Sirrus was walking through the dungeon, easily killing everything. He knew Eighth was there because of the minimap. The approaching group heard the commotion in the area. The captain warned everyone to stay alert because there was something ahead. Someone was coming from the middle of the field. The captain was confused when he found himself face to face with Sirrus again. He immediately questioned if that bastard was there to steal their victory. He asked Sirrus what he was doing there, and Sirrus replied that he was hunting monsters. Sirrus turned away, saying he came alone and was in a hurry to hunt. The captain suspected that Sirrus knew the boss was nearly dead and was there to kill him alone. He shouted to his group that they needed to move quickly. Sirrus once again opened the map. The system has always provided the information. He had to move the sword left or right to deactivate or activate the traps. The captain, on the other hand, had wrong information and believed that the sword could be pulled. He directed his team based on his incorrect assumptions, and seeing Sirrus standing there thought the boy had the wrong information. The path lay straight ahead. All they had to do was follow it and kill the nearly dead boss. Suddenly, a giant mouth appeared. Was a dragon, and it seems someone was riding. The captain was terrified as he had no information about such a thing. A sweep of the dragon's tail sent a bunch of rocks flying towards them. From above, the dragon seemed to be falling. A muscular girl was holding it by the horn and punched the monster. The dragon's face was smashed against the castle. The captain ordered everyone to run as they were about to be crushed. The remains of the beast fell to the ground, and the leader couldn't believe she had defeated the dragon without using any weapon. She descended and stood face to face with the team. That was Daphne, the relentless Rancis hunter hailing from Area K. Without missing a beat, Daphne wanted to know their origins. Catching the tension, the captain stammered they came from Area Z, tossing back the question if she was there for the Shia dungeon as well. But Daphne shot down any assumptions. Area K didn't call for backup from them. Were these guys itching for some head-to-head competition, or was it just a coincidence? The captain shook his head, insisting he came in peace. He'd be honored to team up. But Daphne sliced through his hopes. He didn't even stand a chance. She wasn't meant for alliances. Trusting others was the move of the feeble. As she spoke, some odd bubble drifted up near her ear. A surge of energy pinged her incoming dragon threat while a desperate hero pleaded for backup. Daphne dropped low, giving everyone a brutal warning to clear out before they became collateral damage. If they thought of being rivals, it'd only end badly for them. Consider this their heads up. She launched herself forward, smashing the ground behind her. On the move, sound and warning combined, she couldn't be far. Sirrus, watching, could hardly believe someone could fly like that. The captain was smug. He figured Daphne went the wrong way, so he'd snatch whatever loot the boss dropped before she whipped back around. Sirrus eyed him, uneasy, but the squadron was turbocharged. The captain slammed his weapon on the wall, hinting at a hidden mechanism. A trap fired instantly, stone door thundered down, locking them all inside. Now, the captain crowed, they were sealed in, and every last item would fall into their hands. But Sirrus stepped up. Channeling every drop of magic, he gripped the sword rooted in the center. After fighting for it tooth and nail, he finally wrenched the blade free. The ground shuddered. Quaking earth, Sirrus raced towards the only path he trusted. The captain, meanwhile, felt nothing but self-assurance. The monsters here were supposed to be erased by now. Above all, he thought Sirrus had charged into doom and wouldn't come back out alive. What nobody realized. Someone lay in ambush, waiting for their next move. On edge, one of them froze and urgently called out for the captain's attention. A deadly squad of B-ranked obsidian wolves crept in. Everyone got chills. Fighting was now their only shot. Meanwhile, deep in the boss room, Aeth snoozed, undisturbed. She groaned. She hadn't felt this drained in ages, watching that monster guzzle blood by the gallon. She shot a quick reminder at Shia. He had to uphold his side of the deal. The boss dropped a bombshell. His power had shot through the roof, several times stronger than before. Satyr couldn't believe it. Is that boss seriously tougher than Sirrus now? Azathoth was certain. This was curtains for him, because the dungeon's hidden feature made it unbeatable. In this place, every single monster was male. Sirrus locked eyes with the entire pack. Tension thick in the air, but he wasn't worried. The sword he wielded packed some insane force, and its special power clicked perfectly with Sirrus. This dungeon? Just another battleground for his growth. On the floor, someone shouted pointers, slash left, then right. He rammed his blade into the ground, and matched the moves exactly. Trigger sprung, the trap unleashed, and arrows tore into the wolves. Problem was, not everyone fell. Survivors closed in fast. Sirrus stood his ground, unshaken. One slick move, he snatched his sword, rending the first wolf. Second wolf zoomed from behind, but he spun around and caved its skull in. Meanwhile, the captain's crew fell into chaos, panic devoured order. They dashed back to their old corridor, only to slam into the barricaded gate. It finally sank in for the captain. Choices made, now regrets followed. They hit a dead-end trap to the rear, blockade ahead. He commanded, "Hold off the wolves. I'll find an out on the map," and they put up a desperate fight to buy him time. Nightmare mode, the map had zero clues on how to get that gate open again. Mid-chaos, Sirrus was bombarded again. Didn't bother him, he was on fire, dodging everything. That sword wasn't just a weapon, it revealed another trick of the dungeon. He jammed it into the wall, sending the gate crashing down, flattening two wolves instantly. Near the captain, their gate began creaking open. Sprint time. They had no clue why or how, just that chance appeared out of nowhere. The captain stumbled to escape, a wolf snapping at his heels. Its jaws clamped down on his leg, drawing blood. For Sirrus, this whole ordeal was looking way too effortless. As the captain limped through with a wolf in tow, the door slammed down, slicing him clean in two. The real nightmare? His whole leg was gone, pulverized. As Sirrus played with every switch and lever, the captain was hauled off, mangled and barely breathing, while his crew whispered about calling it quits. Still, the captain snapped. Bailing meant Sirrus would snatch their prize. Worse, walking away with nothing meant his own brother would finish him. They marched past beasts riddled with arrows, curiosity burning over who left that massacre. Suddenly, the captain caught it. The map was upside down now. He had no idea Sirrus's latest mechanism stunt had flipped the maze completely. The next fork appeared, one road left, one right. Only one choice mattered. The map said right. He rebelled, going left instead. Sirrus, always loyal to his instincts and the old sword's orders, pressed on straight to the boss chamber. But then, a warning tingled. Something here was off. For some reason, the dungeon boss waited in the corridor way outside its lair. In that instant he clocked it. Aeth was already inside. The monster bellowed him a promise he'd take Sirrus's head as an offering to his goddess. Sirrus challenged the monster's allegiance. Goddess? Wait, you think Aeth is actually a woman? The beast was certain, said Aeth had mighty curves, flawless skin, and a hypnotic scent. If not a woman, then what? Aeth's a man. No doubt. Sirrus flicked the nearby trap switch, jeering that the boss could believe anything he wanted. Instantly, a massive axe crashed down, targeting the boss, but the beast didn't even flinch. It split the blade in two with a single blow, roaring a challenge at Sirrus. Sirrus bristled. Why was this boss shrugging off every deadly trap? Then, in a heartbeat, the monster closed in, snarling that Sirrus deserved punishment for calling his goddess a man. Sirrus's mind sped. He only cared how to keep up with this speed demon. Barely, just barely, he blocked the first onslaught. The sword he snatched from the dungeon? It snapped clean in his hands. One brutal truth hit. This fight wouldn't break easy. Not this time. But he smirked. It was his moment. He flicked his quick cut skill, ready for the reversal. With a blink, he'd already vanished and then reappeared behind the boss. Half a blade was still enough. He went for a pinpoint strike, betting the beast couldn't see it coming. But out of nowhere, a clone of Shia materialized behind him, soaking up the attack like it was nothing. Sirrus's mind raced. How did that happen? Especially when he'd just used his fastest move yet. The monster casually spilled the secret. His skill let him spawn as many living doubles as he wanted. He lunged for Sirrus again. Sirrus barely blocked in time, his defense hanging by a thread. The beast cackled that Azathoth's blood had boosted his strength, making his copies even wilder. Sirrus's heart dropped. This thing was unlike anything he'd fought before. Its biggest trick? While he fought off one, another always aimed for his blind spot. A blade flashed too near. He was seconds from checkmate. Desperate, he kicked out, hoping to deflect the sword just in time. Didn't matter, he still got sent flying. He smashed straight into the wall, dazed and shaky. Meanwhile, the monster taunted Sirrus, relishing his misery. Now juiced with extra power, his clones weren't gonna go down easy. Sirrus knew the odds were stacked against him. Elsewhere, the ever-nervous captain was cornered yet again, back to the wall, lost with no escape. He stared up, panic rising, begging for a miracle as disaster closed in. Then snap. Out of the blue, the monster's weapon snapped clean in half. A gaping hole opened in the creature's head and it crumpled, lifeless. No surprise. Daphne had made her grand entrance just in time. She glared down and drawled, "Were you seriously howling for help again?" He stammered, not sure what to say. She pressed on, demanding he spill it. The squad finally breathed easy. The truth hit them. Without her, they all would have been corpses by now. But Daphne didn't stop at saving them. She planted a sharp kick right into the captain's face. He blacked out instantly. The team stared in shock, assuming this was the bitter end. She ripped into them. "Pathetic, all of you. With backbone like that, you don't even deserve to be called heroes. If this world relied on you losers, the Demon King would have ruled ages ago. Your captain's down. Get lost before you end up just like him." They hoisted their fallen leader and shuffled away, grumbling that there was no chance of victory left anyway. Daphne's spirits, though, burning with fresh purpose. Already way behind schedule, she cut all detours and made a beeline for the boss. She sprang forward, smashing her way through every wall in her path like nothing could stop her. Her arms looked like a fusion between a ram's brute strength and a dino's raw power. On the other side, Sirrus was running on empty. He knew, deep down, he just wasn't strong enough to pull off this win alone. Those clones were relentlessly pummeling him, yelling that he needed to show Azathoth respect because she was destined to marry them. For the sake of their epic love, Sirrus had to die. With no female monsters nearby to boost his power, his only hope arrived as the wall exploded at his side. No surprise there? It was Daphne, charging in at that very moment. She clocked Sirrus and demanded to know what another Area Z operative was doing around there. Spotting his sorry state, she shot him a warning: "Give up now or risk losing your life over nothing." But Sirrus wouldn't agree. He just admitted the boss was tougher than expected and said he needed backup. Too bad for him, Daphne was stubborn. She wasn't about to let anyone fight alongside her. Sirrus's answer? Just look at the target. She ignored that and snatched him by the shirt, hissing that she'd take care of everything herself and he should leave with the rest of Area's trash. But she stepped too close, turning herself into a prime target. Right as she prepped to land the finishing blow, Sirrus moved in quick and sharp. All of a sudden, his power shot up by 1300, and the favorability meter cracked 77%. Poor Daphne freaked out and jumped back, reeling at what just happened, stammering she'd never kissed anyone before. Behind them, the boss sneered, demanding to know, "Why do lovers always forget about me?" Another clone closed in from the flank, vowing retribution and telling Sirrus he was dead meat. But both of them dodged the assault like seasoned veterans. Now Sirrus broke free, charging straight for the creature's stronghold. Shia caught on fast. The cut on Sirrus's shoulder seemed to amp him up. Meanwhile, Daphne grappled with herself, trying to figure out what came over her and why she craved to do that. Trouble is, she loved the heat that flooded her from that kiss, questioning if it was really a kiss-all while favorability soared further, now at 85%. Just as an attack barreled her way, Sirrus jerked her back to focus. She couldn't even react in time. He threw his arm around her, shielding her from the monster's crushing blow head-on. Her armor exploded, and death brushed close. She gaped, stunned at how quick everything was wrecked. Sirrus fired her a warning. One more second, and she'd have been torn in half. Once again, he was her line of defense. She fought just to catch her breath, feverish and lightheaded from some bizarre rush. Favorability wouldn't stop climbing. It felt like lightning zapped down her spine. That favorability? shooting up to 92%. Sirrus just grew stronger with every spike. Shaw started freaking out. Why was he leveling up with every heartbeat? Daphne scrambled to regain her composure, a foreign feeling messing with her focus. She tried to steady her nerves, convinced that's what it would take to beat the boss, but she just couldn't do it. Sirrus had already saved her twice. She swore not to slow him down here. He dropped next to her, saying they'd have to fight together if they wanted to walk away. She shot him down. Fighting with others was never her thing. But they were outnumbered. If he handled one monster, she'd have to go after the other. Now side by side, he gripped her waist. His voice, with her there, he felt unstoppable. Suddenly, that strange thrill tore through the girl again. Favorability, 99%. Meanwhile, Aeth crumbled as her battered body neared breaking. Satyr demanded to know what was happening, while Azathoth realized Shaw never stood a chance against that human. Elsewhere, Daphne grilled herself. Why had she suggested something she knew she'd refuse? She couldn't tell if the craving was for the fight, or just chasing that spot of attention, the hoped-for like on the video. And remember when our badass Daphne had the dynamic duo working over Shia? It was almost too smooth. She's caught in a memory thinking, back then, one punch would be enough to make this guy back off. Now? He suggested leveling the playing field with a tag team fight. She wasn't even sure. Did she want to end the monster's life, or was something inside hungry for whatever this was turning into? The action freezes. Next chapter, Aeth urgently shouts for Sander, we're running out of time. Sadiel Shay's about to lose. This is what my bloodline really is. Shaw must absorb it. Only then can I seize control over his body and abilities. Once I grab that duplicated body tech, the tracking system won't know I slipped past. But I have to move fast. That guy's shell will go to pieces in just seconds after facing her might, and she'll use those seconds to take back her heart. Satyr hangs back, doubt in her eyes, asking if the human's life will end because of them. Ath, sensing that hesitation, presses her. Satyr, why do you look so troubled about that human? Head bowed, she mutters, numb. Truth is, she's sick of him. She's just disgusted, that's all. Meanwhile, our hero gets hurled back, his blade totaled. His ribs, crushed. The power surge he tried wasn't enough. Shia and his clone lunge again, blowing away everything in their path, but Daphne flings herself forward, shielding our protagonist and soaking him in warmth. Still, they crash back, faces battered, the camera lurches, but shockingly, the hero's defense soars by 1300. Daphne starts to question it, a strange sensation gnawing back at her. While the beast spells victory final chance in sight, she glares at our protagonist, a flicker of sympathy as he oozes blood. She's just annihilated her prey. She stands, blaming accident. But that teary moment shatters as Shia conjures an epic energy bomb and roars out, with this blast, both of you vanish forever. The monster launches it, a colossal streak burning through the chamber and flooding it with smoke and flying rubble. Dust fades, neither fighter remains in sight. Shia cracks a wicked grin. Humans? Obliterated. That trash is nothing but ashes now. But Shia's other duplicate frowns, lost. What's going on? Daphne had jumped in and taken the blow for our main man. To her despair, and the crowd's thrill, her gear's ruined. She gets it in one, that attack hit her full force. She swings back and calls out, Sirrus, are you still standing? He nods and she warns, he won't survive against Shia. He keeps going, he's dead. This was supposed to be her showdown, her fight. Yet even as she says it, standing defiant, inside she admits, crushing him left her craving to move even closer to Sirrus. She wanted to hold him, wrap herself around him, feel the raw power sparking through his veins. Whoa, then she dumps the truth. Sirrus, I've lost all my armor. I need you to come here and cover me up. He's baffled, so she adds quickly, can't let that monster stare at me like this. If she keeps shielding herself, she'll only have one hand to fight back. So she lays it out, if he covers her, she can fight at full strength. But inwardly, she's freaking out. Why is she thinking this? Why does she desperately want Sirrus by her side right now? I'm an X-rank hero forged by brutal training, both mind and muscle. Don't even think I'd lose control over my own instincts or desires. Sirrus struggles up, beaten to a pulp, ribs in agony. We need to zoom to Lilia for healing, fast. Daphne feeds herself that comforting lie. Now she gets it, she claims. He was hurt. Desire had nothing to do with it this time. All along, her raw urge to guard the helpless kicked in. Total mix-up in her own heart, and now that massive hand threatens our lead. She's wearing that desperate apocalypse glare sworn to shielding the weak. Being the strong one pulls duty, and boom, favorability, max to 100%. Now, every moment they're side by side, their stats are boosted, everything's doubled. Cue Shia, charging in for another fierce blow. The ground detonates beneath their feet. Smoke scatters, Wild She darts back like a missile, but our guy's stuck, arms up, frozen. She clamps around his middle and legs, relishing the rush. Ha, this force, it's only getting stronger. No doubt about it. She can feel pure power blazing inside. She's unstoppable when the stakes are high. nothing trips her up. But our lead, stuffed beneath her grip, stunned at her gentle might mixed with raw toughness. What the? Agility at 3200, focus clocking 2400. It's savage sorcery, nothing but ruthless attack prowess. Then, she slams face down to the earth. Assures him he's safe, she's not letting anything touch him, tells him not to twist things up. Sirrus fires back, you bet. I get it, you and me, we're righteous to the core. Whatever it takes to crush evil, it's worth it. All the while, she's spying from afar, then realization snaps. He's whipped up 2 extra clones. He sends a chilling warning, he's packing quadruple the power now. His body's limits screaming. Daphne mutters about that weird monster splitting up into 4. Over with Saturn, she glares at a bloodstone. A voice pipes in, Saturn, don't forget you've tasted my blood. Your body and mine are synced now. If I fall, you're done for too. That voice pulses through her head, Eighth communicating pure dread. But Saturn's locked in, gazing at a little fungus. Bow down to that mushroom gifted to her long ago, barely nibbled but treasured still. Then Saturn's voice breaks through, Sadial, reclaim my heart and your reward will be second to none. Earn your place among my chosen. That's how you'll get endless good fortune. Now, go find Shia. Sat heads out while Eighth shuts her eyes, locking in on her powers. Using the blood spirit, she watches everything unfold outside. Deep down, she just doesn't want Saturn to mess things up. But suddenly, Saturn's past surges back to life in a quick flashback. When Eighth pulled her in and asked if the hug felt wrong, Saturn shot back. She wasn't used to this sort of contact and told her to keep her distance. She also said that Eighth was delusional for thinking they could ever share pleasure. That was way out of her league. So she'd better vanish. Eighth nodded, stiff and awkward, but deep down, she thought Eighth was more repulsive than even that human. Meanwhile, outside, Shia drops another powerful blow while Daphne urges him to hang on. The kid is holding his ground. You'd expect him to guard with his hand, but no, he's blocking using his head. Shia sends a punch flying, the sword tumbling away, just as another clone ambushes from behind. She senses danger right on time, and the protagonist's stats are skyrocketing as the fight intensifies. Defense hit 4300. Speed up, focus locked in. She snaps her leg up, knocking away another blade with raw precision. Her magic ignites, racking up another 5000 attack points. Shia drops in from above, slashing down, but she blocks with a sharp arm cross, her elbow crushing the impact. Barreling forward, the protagonist below takes another smack, but it looks like he just powered up from it. Suddenly, both of them light up with a golden aura. Daphne's eyes go wide, I can't move, and my power's draining fast. Shia bellows that it's time for them to understand Azathoth's twisted love. One of his clones and his own strength will have to be sacrificed, but for Shia, it's a fair trade. That's when she spots it. They're charging up a monstrous energy sphere. Worse, she's armorless this time. Shia screams a farewell at the 2 humans, while the main character, now at level 25, sees all his stats shoot up by 15,000. Right then, he snatches the demon blade, and the sword itself cracks. How is he not dead yet? But Sirrus just steps in, all cool, now it's my move. His fist slams into Shia's gut, hard. The monster crashes backwards, exploding through a wall, and landing in the very room Saturn was about to walk out of. She stands frozen, jaws clenched because the beast is smashed under rubble at her feet. Daphne gasps, her last drop of power gone. Sirrus steps up, don't worry, I'll be your shield this time. The monsters let loose a weird fusion blast, something between a busted-up Dama and Kama. The shot rockets at Sirrus, who instantly pops his level 25 fist move. The kid doesn't flinch, calm as a frozen lake. One punch, boom, the attack vanishes without a trace. Meanwhile, Saturn's plotting to crush the Bloodstone, muttering that Azathoth is like a plague. But the demoness fires back, she's nothing but a sneaky traitor, then tears her own arm apart, sending that pain straight to Saturn's hand so she can't smash the stone. That's when something weird bursts out of the stone, looks like a shredded bedsheet or fabric. AF steps right out from inside, cool as ice, and snatches the stone for herself. At the exact moment, she lands in front of Shia and shoves the thing straight down his throat. The creature starts to morph, and the main character's just gaping, clueless. Suddenly, Azathoth appears right in his face. Another eighth shows up, then another. Saturn's just as lost as the protagonist, who's spinning out trying to keep up. One thing's clear, the system should reveal the real one. He commands it to find the true eighth, but the map just floods with endless signals. Aeth, looking a bit edgy, says she needs to rip his heart right out. Daphne comes swinging, but a clone steps in and stops it with zero effort. Daphne's got no clue what's happening, and Eighth just backhands her, snapping, "Get out of my sight." She's smashed through the wall, left crushed and beaten under the wreckage. Suddenly, the system blares, a single shot left with the Lance of Oblivion. Sirrus blurts out, "Wait, just one shot? How do I even guess who's the real one?" Athos, lurking nearby, says, "They're all the real body. By now, you should have figured out the system's lost all hold on me. Only way you'll win is if every one of us but one goes down." Still, Sirrus has got his trump card. The one power no attack from Eth can touch. Too bad for Sirrus. This loss will be savage. Ath grabs both his arms, saying this was never about hurting him. But what's coming is worse. Don't forget, Ath might look like a girl, but he's definitely not. He tells the kid flat out, that soft body won't be slipping away now. He closes in, grinning, bragging that no system can block out this kind of thrill. When it's all over, Nadima's heartbeat will echo inside Sirrus, like a brand burned into his soul. Our protagonist recoils in terror, yelling, "Get off me, woman. I'm not interested in you. I'm only into women, and only the drop-dead gorgeous kind." Azathoth sneers, "Does your interest matter? Guess again. We'll put that body of yours to the test and rip out what you're really craving. Only then will answers surface." And just as he's about to go in for a lethal bite, Saturn crashes in, saving our hero's pride in one explosive move, blasting Ast away. She doesn't waste a second and throws him a warning. Ath can barely hold that multiform for a few heartbeats. Don't let her lay hands on you again. Our protagonist breaks away, pulling off a desperate leap back. He finally snatches his chance for freedom. Now Azathoth's got only seconds left to stay standing. Perfect. But then Zaf butts in, demanding, "Why are you even helping him? If I die, he flat out won't make it either." Zaf looks lost. Saturn sighs, "Maybe I'm just trying to pay him back for the mushroom or something. Or maybe deep down, I just can't stand watching a human die." Favorability maxed out at 100%. Truth is, the protagonist heard everything. Every single word hit home. Ath drops her arm, icy fury in her voice, "Then die." But that's when Sirrus bursts out with something powerful. Saturn blinks out of sight and flashes right to the towering huge side in an instant. Dub's totally thrown. Someone materialized out of thin air, with Saturn sprawled perfectly detailed on the ground, desperately trying to piece together how she's even alive. Ath grumbles under her breath, "Why can't I sense her anymore? Her body moved out of my radar, outside my range. That human sent her somewhere crazy far, but there's no time to fuss. I have to reclaim my heart, no matter what." The protagonist snags Shia's sword, hands shaking, it's almost too heavy to handle. Ath pops up beside him and taunts, "You think swinging that lump of steel is gonna stop me? Utterly pointless. I'll tear you apart with raw power alone. You can't even dream of fighting back." But Sirrus triggers Quick Slash, slicing the blade right at one of the clone's necks. Ath turns and growls, "Because of the worthless system's meddling, my hits don't land on you. Still, with just your brute strength, you can't so much as scratch me either." Sirrus fires back, "Who said anything about wanting a fight? I'm just dodging your assaults." Ath laughs, "I know you. That little trick comes with a 10-second cooldown, doesn't it?" She charges forward, trailing her legion of clones, and declares, "You've got no escape left. Prepare to fall into the depths of blessings." Suddenly, one clone gets tagged by an unknown mark. Sirrus instantly appears behind her like a ghost in the night. Ath freezes, bewildered. "Wait, how did he even manage that? How's he using that skill again?" Sirrus grins sharp. "Every single one of your clones is a separate you. That's messing up not just the marker but also wrecking the skill cooldown. Each clone has its own separate cooldown, so I can just spam this skill and dodge every single move you throw at me. If you want to catch up, you gotta erase all the clones, otherwise we'll be locked in an endless loop. But your time's nearly up. As AF figures out there's zero chance of cornering me. Maybe it's better you just bail out and possess a weaker human body somewhere else." But he's a god. Running would be a mark of absolute disgrace. Problem is, the system's favoring the boy. Sooner or later, Cuss will get so powerful beating him just won't be possible. Azathoth erupts, a storm of energy, power radiating wild, roaring that this is it, his final shot. It's victory now or never. But right after that declaration, he rockets up, engulfed in searing energy. Sirrus eyes him, unsure. Is he attempting a getaway? Aof latches onto his purple clones, yelling, "Let's see how you like it, splitting my body to infinity with that clone skill." He blasts into the sky, shattering like pyrotechnics. Purple shards rain everywhere. Whoa, what a scene. Those shards start morphing, reshaping into new monsters. A giant demoness, a menacing harpy, a green dragon demon oozing threat. Seriously, how many more creatures does he plan to throw out? And yeah, the artist seriously loves rocking those full-body suits. And honestly, hard to blame them. Main character just stands there, utterly floored. Eighth has completely vanished, and out pops a new system message. He needs to hunt down Athos' shards if he wants to slow the poison and claw back some time on his life. As it stands, he's got only 48 days, 6 hours left. On cue, Shia's head hits the dirt. Sirrus gets it, this thing's been wiped off the map. Almost nothing remains. But the system throws open a new perch storage ability unlocked. Now our boy scores himself a full-on apocalypse-grade inventory. The system coldly declares Shia's head isn't worth a thing, but still wants confirmation if he wants to stash it away. He says yes without hesitation. In the backdrop, Daphne hacks out a painful cough, flat out wrecked on the ground. He bolts over, helps her to her feet, and she mutters she lost. Daphne can't process the humiliation. One flick of that monster's hand and she was finished. How did someone as powerful as her get stomped so fast? Sir wastes no time, pressing her to get moving and leave fast. Meanwhile, outside, the blonde calls out to that same clueless guy, "We heading back to the guild or what? We gotta clear out now." That thick-skulled captain from the start throws up his hands. "Forget it, man. It's finished. We're toast," he whines. "How do I break this to my brother?" Right on cue, Sir Sirrus and Daphne step out. The guy points. Daphne's still breathing. The captain's jaw drops when he spots Sirrus by her side. Instantly, he's desperate for Daphne to vouch for him. If she praises his part, maybe he can hold on to his captain badge. So he limps over, plays all casual. "So you pulled off a win, huh? Looks like it all played out in the end." But Daphne just bows her head. Blunt, "I lost." The guy looks shattered, shocked, but secretly freed. If even Daphne, an S-rank hero, couldn't do it, there's no way anyone can call him a slacker. Truth is, it's just an act. He wants someone else to shoulder the failure. So he turns, pointing at Sirrus. "You definitely slowed Daphne down. She could have crushed it if she didn't have to keep saving you." Protagonist clocks it. This loser's passing the blame yet again. Before he can run his mouth more, Daphne spins and socks him, clean and brutal. His head smacks the dirt with a hardcore crack. His scruffy crew charge over, shouting, "Captain, you got trashed again?" Daphne grins. "About time, I'm feeling my power coming back." The main guy double-checks, asking if she's truly fine, but she turns away, cold. Whatever happened in there, no one can ever find out. Face blazing red, she glares, making it clear if this gets out, she'll wreck anyone in her path. Good thing Sleazy's hard of hearing, it saves him. Then, Daphne takes a giant leap and is gone in a flash. Protagonist left exhaling, thinking this girl fires harder lines than anyone. As Daphne soars across the city, she can't stop rerunning that brutal fight in her mind. Her abs tighten, tension spiking. She can't make sense of all the crazy thoughts gnawing at her brain. She's got to quit dwelling on it. The scene cuts to Zones' barracks conference room, tense and expectant. A voice bites out, "You screwed up twice in a row. Those failures were brutal, and you'd better brace yourself for the fallout." The man tries to spit out an excuse, but Judge Blaze slams the door on his words, "Shut your mouth." He's not even finished the question, and one more outburst means prison, no hesitation. The captain locks down, falling dead silent. Another officer with crimson eyes sneers, "Lie to my face, and I'll personally drag you to hell. Get talking, why did you fail the mission?" The captain spits, "It's because no one could beat the boss, Shia. Put the blame on Sirrus, his lie detection is busted now anyway." Cut now, we're at the guild hall. The protagonist dips into his storage and starts pulling something out. It turns out, it's Shia's head. Meanwhile, the captain just keeps running his mouth. To him, Sirrus is a glory hog, hungrily scheming for credit. He whines how Sirrus led the squad wrong, got so many killed. "I lost my legs just managing to get out of that hell with the crew." Whenever he bumps into danger, Sir Sirrus shivers and falls apart, a weak, trembling coward. Same disaster as last time in the Nay dungeon. His power? Laughable. A lifelong rank F never good at anything, a doomed liability who botched their quest. Captain thought Blaze would have a brain, but instead just disappointment. "Yeah, strip that loser Sirrus of his standing and bring him here's. I'll rip it out of that kid myself. Don't forget, monsters hold grudges. Shia could be crashing down on us at any second." The captain snarls, if not for Sirrus, he swears he'd have taken Shia's head with his own hands. But right then, the protagonist drops a bomb. Shia's head rockets out from behind and smacks the captain, landing in the hall center stage. The crowd erupts. What just happened? Is that really Shia's head? As everyone gasps, Sarah stands unshaken, throws a cold look, and walks off. Stunned, the captain hears Blay bark, "Say that again, word for word." That's the breaking point, the captain loses it. While the protagonist leaves, he bumps right into her. The imposing Saint Dear Lilia. She tells him the high priest wants a meeting. Sirrus asks if it's Mal. She nods, says Mal may finally have the cure for his poison. Now, the high priestess is deep in ritual at her pedestal. You can feel it, something huge is coming. Next stop, the veteran mansion. Daphne is hitting a punching bag, flush and sweaty, replaying that little kiss from Sirrus. She lands a blow and everything shatters. Damn it. Why can't I forget those scenes? They won't leave my head. Kicking and punching this bag isn't doing anything to dampen that feeling. My body's at its limit. Someone calls her name. Her sister Dala asks if she really failed the mission with an F-rank hero. Looks like only 2 trash survived. Where's the girl who always said she could handle everything alone? Daphne snaps. What are you doing here? Get out. Dale warns her not to be so rude. Getting that angry will mess with her hormones and ruin her skin, make her less gorgeous. She's just curious what this Sirrus did to make Daphne break her rule about never cooperating with anyone. Daphne tells her to screw off and says it's none of her business. Besides, they need to get out of her room now. Dale asks her to calm down. She's worried about her big sister. In this world, people grow brains while you only seem to grow muscles, she teases. Daphne fires back. Delay, I don't know if you managed to grow a head, but your body definitely not. Really? She's the skinniest girl in this story. Daphne orders Ro to deal with that woman, but he says he can't hit the eldest miss of the family. Daphne challenges Dad. If you want to fight, come at me now. Delay glares, turns away saying she won't stoop to it, and tells Daphne to leave. Then out of nowhere, a heavy weight comes flying at them. Rockiro reaches out, forms a demon hand, and crushes it. Delay turns asking what that was. Rockiro replies, I just squashed a fly, and she finds it a bit gross. Now I'm kinda confused, is this girl strong or not? Daphne was staring as Dai turns and says she should take everything her sister wants. And since apparently Daphne changed her rules for Sirrus, DIY figures she might as well try to steal him too. Here comes another contender for the competition. My girl Sirrus is a man of grit, a straight of honest soldier and a proper gentleman. He would never give in to that. He's so upright that right now he's on his way to the church to pray for the nation's future. The saint falters, telling him to stop. Don't take another step inside. He looks baffled and demands to know what's going on. She tries to play it cool, dismissing his worry. But it's so clear she's stopping herself. There's pure fear in her eyes. But Sirrus ignores it. He pushes open the door and enters a massive chamber. All the way at the far end, a woman sits poised in a throne-like chair. The battle's tension screams from the get-go. As expected, the artist slays it with a spine-chilling design. This fearsome creature is Soprana, holder of the High Priestess title at the Sacred Church. She tosses her leg onto a chair, strictly inviting him closer. She wants this talk face-to-face. Sarah goes pale, swallowing her nerves. The kid's trembling. From her chair, the woman intones, I hear Azathoth's blood poisoned you. Monsters feed off it for power. Humans? It should kill you instantly. But look, you're gradually merging with that poison. It's eating you alive, slow and odd. Sirrus gives a half grin. Rahina steps in. He picked up all that? Impressive. She cuts him down instantly, ice in her voice, commanding him to stay silent until she's done. Her presence is overwhelming. She says if his blood touches any other being, disaster will follow. He's a walking doom for mankind. So, her solution? She'll devour him herself. Sarah bolts up and automatically backs away. Why would she say that? Why'd she want to consume him? They're both human, aren't they? But in a flash, she stands. Blue tentacles exploding from around her frame. Soprana declares she might be a monster, but she's acting for humanity's sake. To protect everyone's sanity, his fate is sealed. She'll consume him. He's the next target. Cards swarm the air, Sirrus snarling that there's no way some monster's eating him alive. He calls out, and the angel's blessing, his gauntlet manifests. Tag the mark, and the gauntlet charges up, ready to blast a critical weakness into oblivion with one hit. Danger hangs thick. Gripping an Ath fragment, he vows peace is all that's kept him breathing this long. She devours the fragment, licking her lips, crowing, Ath's power is exquisite. Tentacles writhe, a creepy sight, and the protagonist catches twisted mouths appearing across them. Serena grins. Once I've devoured you, nobody will stop me. I'll become strong enough to turn all of humanity into docile livestock. The church remakes people, brainwashes them, eats them up, and calls it salvation. I'll wipe out every last trace of this filth and make a world untarnished by corruption. Sirrus counters her words with fire. She doesn't sound like a savior, and there's no way he'll let himself be devoured. Soprana storms in, sneering that he's a complete fool if he plans to get away. Vicious mouths snap at his leg and bite deep. As he touches them, he realizes the vines sinking into his flesh are actually part of her. His sensitivity ticks up 1%. He tries blasting the gauntlet at minimum power 1%, and it barely scratches her. Picking off tiny pieces like that won't matter? Bad luck, whole clusters of vines coil around him, locking him down and dragging him closer. Separina taunts, asking where she should start her feast, then spots blood leaking from his shoulder, muttering that none of that should go to waste. He finally takes an unguarded hit as she hungrily points out he's got the same blood running through him as Azathoth. That surge of power. It's addictive. There's absolutely no way she'll hold back now. Sirrus catches the unbelievable. Once she tastes his blood, the veins inside the vines bulge and energy surges through her. Time to move. He jerks his arm out and barely manages a quick jab. Suddenly, his sensitivity spikes, now it's 15%. Sepra shoves him hard, demanding what twisted game he thinks he's playing. She's dead set on devouring him, so he'd better not dare touch her with that disgusting hand. But Sirrus steels himself ducking low. He targets the exact weak spot he's been watching for. He knows if this blow lands, his percentage will shoot through the roof. With that strength, it'll be enough to end this. But Serena, lightning quick, blocks with her shin and traps his hand. Oddly, her face is flushed, her nose glowing crimson. In a split second, she launches him away, threatening to snap his arm for good, but where that hand went, who knows? One thing is certain, His sensitivity is dropped back down to 11%. He unleashes a rapid barrage. Sensitivity cranks up to 14%, but he's slammed back hard. She's gasping for breath. The clash is a brutal whirlwind. The protagonist comments, "Every strike blasts a wave that saps all my strength. I've got to stay in close and up the heat. That's the only way for the glove to charge to real power." Surhaima's legs quiver in fury. That monstrous insult tears through her. This can't stand. He needs to be ended here. The attack slams down again, so Sirrus realizes that with 14% he can't tear through the vines. To turn the tables, he has to move in tight. There's no escape. He charges, bursting forward through the vines. For the sake of humanity, I have to press on. I have to land a hit, ramp up the percentage. He's hunting her down fast. If this lands, it changes everything. Then suddenly, resistance hits him. A strange, immovable force. Something's off. Sensitivity plummets to 6%, and doubt creeps in. Maybe this isn't the weak spot. Sepra yells at him to let go, calls him reckless, then kicks him away. He soars right into a vine, which immediately latches onto his leg, starting to devour him. That's when it hits. He needs to do something fast or he'll be wiped out now. He fires his hand at one vine. 6% should barely get him through, but suddenly catches sight of something odd in the vine's mouth and boom, he's swallowed whole. As he's trapped, Sopranos laughing, thinks it's hilarious. He flinched instead of striking in the end. Looks like he just gave up and let himself be nabbed. With no way out, the only fate left is to be eaten alive. She basks in the thrill of the energy soaking into her. Still, the protagonist locks onto the mucus along the wall. That's his window. He drags a hand across the slime and lands a calculated strike. She shrieks, demanding what he's doing to the vines. Sensitivity surges to 25%. She's in agony. The vine coughs him out onto the floor. Sarah, coughing and sounding wrecked, grumbles about the revolting stench. He hit 25% sensitivity, but there are still 4 vines left. He'll need to conquer every one of them. If he grabs just one more, he'll crank it to 50%, and that might finally be enough. Sharena picks up on his deadly intentions. She knows letting him get close again is out of the question. He has to be dealt with, completely devoured, nothing left. His gaze lands on what used to be a harmless vine. It's grown a gaping maw, ready to snap. Without warning, it barrels into his chest, hitting so hard he feels his ribs scream. That's when it clicks. This is the same vine that booted him out before. But this time around, something's different. His movements are cranked up way faster than he was before. Another vine rises up from behind him, and he instantly knows he's got to test if his sensitivity can spike again. Forget dodging. He slams his massive arms straight into it. Instantly, Soprano reels from the shock. A surge, 25% more sensitivity, just as she snaps at him to pull his hand out. That new vine whips out a spiked tongue, smashes him dead center and flings him backward. He crashes against the wall and picks up on something odd. His sensitivity is stuck at 25%, unmoving. No boost this time. He thought it would ramp up, but guess not. The second weak spot has to be somewhere else. 4 vines swoop in for the kill. He grits his teeth, curses them, and crushes each one with his glove. The wild strike nearly catches Sepraha, so she's forced to retreat. She notices he's gotten even fiercer. One hit changed everything. Something out there keeps juicing him with more power. Barreling forward, Sirrus decides the weak point isn't in the vines anymore. It's got to be hidden on the body. Driven by the hope for mankind's freedom, he's ready to tear through every inch searching. Soprano scoffs. How can he keep pretending to be noble while spouting words like that? But Sirrus isn't slowing. He lunges zombie style at the main target, eyes locked on one of the primary points. Suddenly, a thick smokescreen bursts from a vine, plunging the scene into chaos. The stench is unreal. Dizzied, he fumbles, realizing Soprano slipped away into the haze, keeping her distance and hiding tight. Biggest problem, his angel's blessing glove isn't charged up. With nothing but raw muscle to depend on, he squares up, only now his head is spinning and the thick air is laced with paralysis. Next, a vicious vine bursts in, nearly skewering him dead on. The thing actually pierces flesh, draining blood on contact. He lunges to grab it, but the creature melts back into the smoky veil. One thing's clear now. Sepra's doing everything in her power to avoid his touch. She taunts him, "Soon, your body will seize up and your mind will shut down. Then I'll make sure you're completely mine." His eyes blur and his limbs turn to stone. Soprano notices it every time he lays a finger on her. Some weird light flickers out of him. Now she's dead sure she can't let that arm come anywhere close. He catches a vine rustling on the right. He braces, ready to strike, but out of nowhere, a new threat creeps up from behind. He can't even react. Its bite digs into his arm. Instantly, he realizes this distraction was just bait to split his guard. Dragged like a rag doll, he realizes she just handed him an opening to touch her. But fate's had enough laughs. He's sent spinning like a Beyblade, landing flat out like a fool. She glides over, laughing softly at how tough he is. She expected the bite to tear through his arm, but whatever, the gas will do the job. Soon he'll be nothing but a corpse frozen in place. Yet another vine shoots out from the fog and launches a wild attack. She taunts him. Soon his arm will be bite-sized and she'll drain him slow, savoring every single drop. Sirrus actually cracks a grin. He finds this entertaining. But what she's missing? That wild blast isn't from his hand. It comes straight from the glove. And this trickster, he slides the glove onto his other arm just in time. Now, she's literally bitten off the wrong limb. She thrashes and lets out a raw howl, but the pain isn't spiking, stuck at that stubborn 25%. He yanks his arm free and sets off another blast. He lunges forward, thinking her monstrous anatomy is seriously wild. She looks human outside, but inside, not even close. He slips in with a surgical blow. He's already clocked the spot where her nerves bunch up, all packed in a strange secret place. He starts loading up the Renan, working the spinning move with the orb up and down, fluid and relentless. Soprano reels from that charge, but her sensitivity just inches up to 38%. Meanwhile, Sirrus stands there, totally caught off guard. No breakthrough. Guess that wasn't it. And before he can slip out, her hand is way too close. Serena shrieks, "Stay away," and launches a violent kick, hurling him across the arena. The guy recovers in style. It's a rough landing, but he's back on his feet. He checks his glove stats. Frustrated but determined, he'll have to roll with 36%. He lets off a shot her way, and she staggers back, totally mind-blown that he's still fighting. She pulls the vines for defense, but this time, the pain hits hard. That brutal blow slices right down the center, unleashing chaos everywhere in the room. Outside, Lilia watches the walls collapse, and can't help but question why there's such an intense clash happening inside. You can probably guess how our main character's gonna power up, huh? You've seen it. He's there with his hand shielding his face, muttering, "Finally, the haze is clearing. My head's crystal clear now." Serena snaps, "It's over. That wasn't enough to end me. Plus, with your blood, my defense just hits better and better." The protagonist realizes 36% barely even scratched her. Still searching for an untapped weak spot, he has to grasp her secret to break through. His mind races. The neck? Maybe the abdomen? Or the stomach? Where's her vital flaw? Too many unknowns. No choice. He'll have to test every spot himself. Then something feels off. She aimed for his neck, but then fired a kick instead. Not to mention, when he first came in, she demanded silence. She fought with her foot, not her hand. He suspects her hands hide a weakness. Separate taunts, he'll never get anything again, and if he wants to stop hurting, he should surrender to being drained. Just then, Lilia bursts in, demanding to know what this blood draining really means. "High Priestess Seprana, are you going to devour Sirrus?" Seprina glares sideways and sharply challenges Lilia, "Why are you even here? You should leave this instant." Lilia fires back, something seriously off. Seprina had only vowed to imprison him in the church. If detox failed, letting him die in solitude was supposed to be the endgame. Sirrus snaps to the reality. The usual approach is failing. Lilia counters, reminding everyone a saint can never harm any living creature. Sepper shoots a warning. Even if sealed, he could break loose again. That's why consuming him entirely is the fail-proof path. "You need to stop clinging to the rules, Lilia. Besides, with the strength I'll absorb from this boy, humankind gets stronger. I'll bring them all in under the church's wing. This victory will put me above all, and you'll earn your spot as High Priestess. Just keep silent and join me." But Lilia refuses to let it slide. She's reporting straight to the main church. She calls for Sir Sirrus to leave with her, now. Right then, Soprano lashes out, declaring judgment. Lilia is too self-righteous to live. Our hero throws himself in between, shoving Lilia away. He takes the hit, smashes into the wall, and again his blood starts getting drained. Seprina smirks. "Ha, this human's barely moving now. His body's nearly done for." Sir crashes down, clutching his gut. "Ugh, my insides are wrecked, stabbing pains killing me. I'm on the verge of passing out." But right then, Lilia's healing aura bursts to life. She promises to control the bleeding. Her magic zaps through his nerves, numbness fading, pain dying off fast. The protagonist's eyes go wide. "No way, it actually helps." He pleads, "Can you push as much magic as possible into me?" Lilia throws out a warning. Swelling his body with magic could destroy him, leave him totally helpless, body limp and vulnerable. He'd be a sitting duck. Even so, he snatches the energy source. "Don't hold back. Give me everything you've got." He grits his teeth and says, "I can take it." Above, Soprano yells, "Leah, don't waste holy magic on a brat like him." Sirrus gets pulled again, still stuck, forced upwards while powerless. The High Priestess's voice is cold. She says she doesn't want to kill her like this. If Sirrus swears never to act out again, Soprano let her go for putting herself in danger just to save this worthless human. Lilia stands strong. "He isn't worthless. This is my patient." Her oath compels her. Leaving people to die isn't an option. She carries the burden to end suffering forever. But Soprano doesn't budge. If Lilia insists, she'll watch this boy die face to face. Then something's off. The more blood she pulls, the weirder Soprano feels. The dizziness crashes over her, filling her head. Her hold falters. She stops drinking his blood. He senses the opening, ignites the glove, surging straight at her. Thinking he'll land a blow, Soprana is stunned as he clamps her wrist tight, pinning her. With contact, his touch sensitivity maxes out, shooting to the top. Soprana shrieks just as the system pings, found the weak spot and unlocked his ultimate skill. Of all weaknesses, hers is ridiculously easy, almost laughable. She cries, "Stop, don't get closer," unhand her, but he's locked in too late now. He crushes down with all his might, amazed as her hand swells under the force. Turns out, every single nerve in Soprana's body is packed into her hands. She loses grip, and Lilia tumbles down. Soprana shrills as if lightning's tearing up her spine. Oh my god. Soprana's spitting uncontrollably while Lilia instantly clocks it as the purifying magic sucking toxins straight out of the High Priestess. It's as if Sirrus is a dark counterpart of a priest, forcefully dragging out every ounce of corruption festering within her. Serena's mask shatters, her screams slicing the air as she vows she won't be his prey. She mutates, sprouting 4 eyes, gnashing teeth, and lunges for a vicious bite. The protagonist aches to lift his arm, but Lilia's healing has left him drained and helpless. Soprana shrieks that for the sake of humankind's future, he must be consumed. He retaliates by biting his own hand, forcing it up with his jaws, declaring his defiance. Channeling his power to the max, he ignites an explosion that erases her from existence. Lilia is thrown aside. The unleashed force vaporizes the entire room. When the dust settles, nothing is left but a gaping crater. Lilia stares in awe, wondering what forbidden magic Sirrus unleashed as he wrenches his mangled hand free, growling in pain. His teeth are done for, but at least another threat is gone. He scoops up an Azathoth fragment, buying himself 34 more days to live. He wakes a new, strange skill. Now he can copy traits from monsters dwelling in his place. Suddenly, Gelia, the remnant of his carnivorous plant prize, materializes nearby. It hands him a smokescreen ability, dizzying with scale. He checks on Lilia without wasting a second. She immediately asks if he finished off the High Priestess. He shakes his head. He only returned her to what she used to be. Lilia gently caresses him, telling him she gets it. She's okay. The protagonist grins, relieved to hear it, but then his body gives and he blacks out. He crashes hard onto the floor. She grabs his head, alarmed at how cold he's become. He completely overexerted himself. If he doesn't recover fast, he might not make it. She lays him out, climbs to her feet, and preps to heal his battered insides. As her legendary recovery begins, he wakes in a void, clothed in tattered rags. He's confused. Where's the water? And why does moss carpet the ground? She tells him the moss is his own soul's foundation, proof of how close his body is to breaking. He struggles to get up, but gasps that the stuff is pinning him down and his body is only getting colder. She orders him to chill and trust her. She's about to wipe it out with her magic, keep him from freezing solid, and heal him before he blacks out. She stomps her foot, and the protagonist cracks a sly grin, admitting the warmth is unreal. His body feels draped across the softest bed imaginable. Absolute bliss, shocking in its comfort. But just as Lilia lets her guard down, she becomes a target, and that awful sensation creeps back in. She pushes on with her magic healing stubbornly, because as a sync, that's her calling. But the foul thoughts gnaw at her power. If she's gonna save Sirrus, she has to torch those dark traces before her magic burns out. The protagonist just lies there, feeling his energy sap away. But when the moss melts, at least warmth comes creeping back. Lilia is baffled, stomping on someone this weak should hurt, yet his body feels impossibly soft, defying her expectations. Unease uncoils in her mind, spreading like frost. At last, Sirrus pushes himself up, ready to see the world again. She gives him the green light. Most of the firmaments are patched up and strong. She even coaxes him to open his mouth. For real, there's cake right before his eyes. The author isn't subtle about this at all. Not a hint of embarrassment. You see what they love plain as day. The protagonist devours a massive chunk right then and there. He doesn't hide it. The author leans in, no apologies. Favorability jumps to 51%. Lilia scolds him. Don't use the strongest muscle you've got, but he's gulping down every bite. Things escalate. She points out he's absorbing energy way faster than he should, and now his body's twitching weirdly. If this keeps up, he'll wake up in agony, and she's got to shut it down. She rapidly boosts her healing, tapping deep, quickly getting herself down to 80%. Though she claims her power is just healing magic, that burning temptation is only getting stronger. Even as she works, Lilia reminds herself a priestess has to crush corrupt cravings, no matter how tempting. She presses Sirrus to get it over with. Her limits are about to snap. Lilia's nearly maxed at 84%. The protagonist cranks up his energy drain, and the poor girl is struggling to handle it. She grits her teeth, recalling that everyone in her order gave up their cravings long ago. Now, all that's left in her is purity and a stubborn dedication to honesty. This crawling sensation? It's wicked. Clinging to her rules, she steels herself to push it down. She refuses to let it rule her. Though it's tough, she drags it down to 79%. Props to her. She reins herself in at the last second. At last, that marks the end of the healing session. The numbers crash to 67. The protagonist stands up with a smirk. We feel better. In that instant, Lilia's mana surges. She's regenerating. He just flooded her with more power than she's ever received, and she can't wrap her head around how. Strangely, by patching up his wounds, her magic doubled. The protagonist gets up, stretching like a cat. He praises, "Lilia, your spell work is unreal." But in her head, she's plotting. At this rate, maybe Sirrus is her ticket to Archbishop. She tells him to drop by anytime he's hurt. Even a stubbed toe and she'll be happy to patch him up. He side-eyes her, thinks she's acting odd, but shrugs it off and agrees. Not long after, Daisy and Charlton appear outside the church, lost over why there's now a gaping hole in the wall. Right then, the protagonist strides out the front, just as baffled as they are. Looks like he's already spilled the entire tale. The others are floored at the Archbishop's history. Lilia explains they've got to wait for the church to designate a new leader before the hunters and church can partner up again. Charlton protests, but she lays it out. There's just too much red tape to proceed without an archbishop, so waiting's the only way. The protagonist gives them a casual wave, promising he'll return soon, but gets stopped. The guy asks him to wait and has Daisy drive the boy home and brief him on all the chaos from the past days. Sirrus is bewildered but hops in the car. Daisy reveals a bizarre demonic beast ransacked the city, targeting only warriors. Ankh knights everywhere drain dry, dead in the streets. The protagonist raises an eyebrow. He spells it out. Someone or something bled the knights and stole their strength as men. Plus, carved into their flesh was, "Not even you," some indecipherable beast script nobody's ever seen before. Looks like the demonic beasts are hunting someone. The protagonist's mind races, drinking blood, destroying masculinity. Is this about me? She explains that Daphin's combing through Zone D, trying to nip the problem in the bud. Apparently, she's tracking down those demonic beasts. Crazy tough job. A silhouette smokes by the window. Satyr walks in, stealing the scene with effortless grace. Why does she look even more stunning the moment she steps into a room? Yu questions her arrival, so Satyr tells her tons of soldiers are outside. There's no shot at getting out. Y suspects she wants to stay for good, but Satyr flatly rejects the idea. She's well aware that being inside the enemy's stronghold means instant death if caught. Yug's gotta keep her guard up. She insists she's fine. Her transformation magic keeps her safe. She's chill, but Satyr's power can only disguise others, not herself. Blowing her cover would spell doom. She desperately needs a secure hiding spot. Suddenly, a splash of blood. She crashes face first to the ground, body giving out. Young mocks her. "Quit faking being sick to cling to me. I'm not sharing, master." Satyr flashes back. Right after Ace's assault and protagonist's hasty teleport, her insides were already wrecked. The protagonist arrives home, demanding Daisy spill more details about that demonic beast. He calls for Yug. She's inside, holding on to Satyr, torn over what to do with this girl. She's gonna stash Satyr away before anyone else steps in. The protagonist opens the door. Yug greets him, kneeling silent. He tells Daisy to come in, flashes Yug a disarming greeting. Still, the demoness bristles at sharing air with another human woman. But Daisy? She's sharp. She clocks the tension instantly. Inside, she's hyped. This is her shot to actually get closer to Sirrus. Last round, she lost her composure and blew it, but not this time. She's not slipping up again. Yug's got one mission: figure out what Daisy's up to, and make sure the girl never gets near the master. The trio sits down. The protagonist, flanked by that fierce plant and eerie spider, dives straight in. How did the vampire beast sneak into town, and what's the scheme behind it? Then, out of nowhere, Daisy launches into a tale about a monstrous southern dragon eating everything in its path. The guild scramble to evacuate nearby villages. But right at that moment, the vampire beast waltzes inside unchecked. She confesses, "Listen, last time when I rushed over to give your captain's insignia, I forgot to mention something seriously urgent. As Zone Z's secretary and vice president, it's on me to know every fighter inside out, their tastes, their habits, the little details no one else notices. The more I know, the better I make this place run for all of them. So fill out this form. I need to see what makes you tick." Our main character eyes the paperwork, wondering if it's something extraordinary. Turns out Daisy made it just for him. It starts out simple: name, birthday, height, weight. Before drilling all the way down, past girlfriends, ideal type, traits that catch his attention, personality preferences, what he expects from someone he's drawn to, even clothing styles he wishes a woman would wear. His eyebrows shoot up. Why is there a whole section about wives in here? Do I really have to spill all this? Daisy turns beet red, her voice trembling. Yeah, every new captain has to go through this ritual, no exceptions. I swear. It's how we scope out everyone in the guild and judge overall performance. He just shrugs and nods. Alright, since it's important, I'll do it. Daisy's cunning shines through. With all that data at her fingertips, she'll mold herself into his perfect dream better than Y ever was. She's scheming to close that distance between them. Suddenly, someone calls out, jolting the room. Daisy shoots a question, who's sneaking around in his room? Sator's already suspicious, demanding to know why there's another human here at all. Sarah rises, goes to see for herself, and boom. There's Sadler telling him to slam that door right now. Sir nearly falls over in shock. She's still alive? She urgently checks if the other woman saw her. If anyone else catches wind, every warrior will start hunting her. Decided. She's about to eliminate any threats on the spot. Sirrus steps in, urging her to cool off. Cedar intervenes with a loaded question. Are you protecting another girl? He denies it instantly. Of course not. Just need to finish up the paperwork, then she's out of here. Now Daisy turns to Yug, fishing for answers. Who's in Sir's room? Yug gives it away. Just another big sis type. Poor Daisy can only watch. He's already got 2 women close, and now she's vying for 3rd place in his heart. Back in the room, Sator whacks him on the head. She needs to vanish before she's caught. Daisy hears his pained yelp and gets worried. Shouldn't we check on Sirrus? Jug steps in with a warning. Don't. If you go, that girl will bite you. Besides, Sirrus can keep her in check. The protagonist finally steps out, surprised at her rough condition. After wrapping up the form, he hands it straight to Daisy. Done. Can you turn this in for me? She distracts him. Sho says there's an epic restaurant nearby. Want to grab a snack? Sirrus is caught off guard for a second, but Yug just snags a cookie, pronouncing it's officially mealtime. The guy's still struggling to figure out when he signed up for all this. Thrown off balance, he barely reacts as she slides the cookie his way. She insists he eats up, claiming she put hours into making it just for him. As he chews with a scowl, Daisy shoots him a look, totally confused. Mid-grimace, he blurts out a question, wanting to know what the heck he's actually eating. The flavor hits different. She grins and says it's snake liver with batwing, claims it's delicious. Obviously, the protagonist gagging inside, but Daisy urges, go on, try another bite. You're all about light, right? That's when Daisy throws out a challenge, doubting that's really what he eats. He's about to deny it, when Yu cuts in, forcing it, of course. They chow down like this all the time. The master's deep in that lifestyle. If it's too much for her to handle, she can find the door. So Daisy stands up, says she'll go, mutters an apology for barging in, and wonders how close they really are. That's when someone knocks, breaking the tension. Outside waits her father, Logdaffin's sister, and Roro the reliable bodyguard. Ivy isn't thrilled when another girl's voice echoes at the threshold. Hey, artist. What's with drawing Dyla all chunky? We know what she really looks like. She's a twig from other angles. Nice try, but no fooling the crowd. Meanwhile, Daisy's wondering why Sirrus won't open up, and Roro says he'll fix that right away. Roro twists the knob, door flies open, and chaos erupts. The newcomer strolls in, bright-eyed and grinning. Eyebrows raised, she finds the room full. She snaps, why'd no one open up? Sirrus storms over, cursing her out. Sirrus can't stop ranting, not repeating his words. Upset the broken door cost 100 silver, and blaming those two. She shrugs it off, offers a casual 1,000 gold coins, tells him to grab the cash anywhere he wants. His tone flips in a heartbeat. Need something? Spotting how much he loves money, the girl dangles an even bigger carrot, 500,000 gold if he joins her. The protagonist is absolutely stunned. Yug mutters darkly, why do so many girls keep trying to snatch my master? Back to back, wave after wave. Daisy loads in, Sirrus, don't take the offer? Let's see, you guys grew up in Zone D, right? Dyla fires back, you got it, Granny? Problem? Daisy snaps back, red-faced, insists, Sirrus means everything to Zone Z. There's absolutely no way he's stepping foot in Zone D. Switch to the town, and it's disaster. An old man found completely drained. Someone notes the blood still isn't fully ruined. The body's almost perfect, fresh, maybe dead, only 5 hours or so. Daphne gets news, apparently for some odd reason, Miss Di. Yes, Diana visited Sirrus. She rolls her eyes, thinking that little witch is always stirring up trouble. She gathers the crew, I've got business to handle. Keep me posted, especially if you spot that vampiric beast. I'll take it out myself. She rockets into the sky promising she'll never let Diana snatch something from under her nose again. But honestly, the one person he misses has to be Bella. Remember her right at the beginning? The blonde, her strength was no joke. She's been missing for ages. Suddenly, elsewhere, a massive hand explodes from beneath the street. A colossal, steel-armored dragon with a glowing green eye tears through. Bad news on a monstrous scale. Meet BGO, the enormous southern dragon. If average girls were giants, imagine this monster. It bellows that it's starving, vacuuming up the whole city. Nearby, evacuees mutter, hey, at least we cleared out everyone in time. The catch? Its dragon scale is basically the ultimate armor. Only a legit dragon slayer blade could hope to break through those. A couple of onlookers whisper that this is the biggest window they'll ever get. That dragon eats a city whole, curls up and crashes where it gorges itself. Mountains of treasure always surface after. So, unless that thing heads toward the Knights Guild, They're staying put. No need to die, just wait to see what falls out. Meanwhile at the apartment, Daisy squares off. You're bold, trying to swipe Zone Z's captain right from my turf, way out of line. Diana shoots back. If Zones give the kid a fatter deal, she's got nothing against it, but deep down she just wants Sirrus's reaction. Our main guy's greedy, sure, but he's not a fool. Why, he wonders, are they tossing so much gold at him? Nothing's ever free in this world. So Spill, what do you want from me? Diana lays it bare. First tell us how you got Daphne, someone who never works with anyone, to join up with you. I want every gritty detail from that dungeon. He asks if there's any catch. Diana grins wickedly. It's all going public. Your entire story broadcast exposing Daphne for betraying her own code just to team up with you. They're gunning for humiliation, plain and simple. The protagonist just laughs. That's your game? Count me out. Diana's rattled $500,000 in gold on the table. He's walking away from an offer most would kill for. Sirrus spins on his heels. If I spill everything, Daphne's the one who'll get hurt. I gave her my word, and I'm sticking to it. If you've got more to say, talk or walk. Diana fumes inside, her thoughts hissing. Promises? Please. I've got loads of cash money fixes everything. I always get what I want. She lines up a new deal, but before she can pounce, Daphne appears right behind her. Diana turns, bam! Daphne storms in, oozing unstoppable chill. Daphne, looking absolutely fierce, bursts into the scene, telling that jerk to back off from Sirrus. She throws a monster punch, pure muscle, crazy impact, the whole corridor vibrating with the blow. Rokuro jumps in. Miss Daphne, maybe don't knock Miss Diana flat like that? She brushes him off. Daisy's jaw drops. What's with Daphne from Zone D caring this much about Sirrus? Diana spits out, why'd Daphne appear now? Are you really so desperate you can't trust your partner to handle things alone? Daphne reads the move. This brat's stirring up trouble, plain and simple. Sarah stands back, tossing a not my problem gesture, and that just boosts Daphne's mood. Not only did he fight with her, but he held strong against the cash wave. Diana, desperate to save face, shoots off some ridiculous claims, then laughs right in the little sister's face, saying you can't buy everything. Stuffing your forehead won't fill the emptiness inside. Filling your body with implants only proves how insecure you are. Diana flushes red and barks that her sister's gone nuts. She's always been massive anyway. She stomps off, furious. This place is crawling with creeps. Rokuro, we're out. Behind her cool front, her mind's racing. This boy's hiding something. The day will come when Sirrus bows down to me, and I'll pay Daphne back times 10. Daphne heads over to the guy, full of respect. His sister threw a fit and he just sent her packing. The main character acts out just how broken that messy sibling bond is. Suddenly, Daphne's phone blows up with a message. Captain, the vampire beast in Zone Vi. White hair, target confirmed. Right as Daisy goes for the door, the main character turns. A shout rings out from Yug, Sat's sick. The action doesn't let up, not even for a heartbeat. Our guy bolts over and sees Yug cradling the girl tight in her arms. Yug's voice is tense, her body keeps dropping in temperature, and there's a real fear she might not make it. In this state, nothing short of potent magic or an ultra-rare herb from a deadly dungeon could pull her back from the brink. Sir's expression cracks. Seeing her so fragile guts him. He remembers. Last time, his blood turned a monster mighty. Maybe that trick has one more use left. Without hesitation, he slices his own neck. No scalp action, he's letting it pour straight down her throat. Over at the side, Yug stiffens, a weird look flickering across their face. Satyr slowly glows, a leaf-colored shimmer pulsing through her, before her eyes snap open. Meanwhile, far away, the grand shot zooms in on the huge dragon, devouring everything in its path. Suddenly, the beast lifts its head. There's a divine, sweet aroma in the air, something its craving won't allow it to ignore. Below, the warriors stand confused. Wait, why'd the dragon freeze and double back? That hasn't happened in centuries. Another warrior mutters, it's even worse now. The route it's taking goes right through the warrior city. Call the guild, now. Now the dragon is barreling in, thanks to Lord Satos' scent. Apparently the rarest taste on earth. Back in their apartment, Yude's delirious, rambling about the insane scent. Saturn grins, laser-bright, dead set on savoring every single drip. The protagonist tries to calm her down, warning she's sucking way too intensely. But Dub's drooling now, barely holding back as she closes in, whining she's sick too and desperate for a fix. She seizes him fast, hauling the poor soul beneath the mountain's bulk, squeezing tight, then leaps with Satyr to share the goods. Sarah begs they take it easy. He can't feel his arms, but that bliss hits fast, spreading pure and exhilarating through every inch of them. It feels as if something in their souls is cleansing right to the core. Now the pieces fall into place, Saturn's rapid recovery, that sweet temptation. Suddenly the city alarms scream, blasting the news, a top-grade beast is coming and the highest level barrier's up. Within the R-zone, our battered hero still trapped under Yude. Saturn complains she blacked out for a moment. Y catches that her outfit's normal again, but strangely her magic's much weaker. But Sirrus? He's just grateful the Quads finally let him go. That's when the citywide alert thunders throughout every street. Alert, a colossal dragon's aiming for Salem City ETA 10 days. Everyone is ordered get to base, NOW. Warriors have 3 hours max to arrive, group up, and get a strategy started. Miss the mark, and it's straight up expulsion, no mercy. The camera whips to armored vehicles plunging from the base, racing out like a pack of wild Hot Wheels. Sirrus rolls up and asks for a ride, but the woman at the desk side eyes him. Hold up, you're flying solo from your squad? She shuts him down. Sorry, we don't hand out cars for solo trips. Sirrus, baffled, protests. What, you want me to sprint 100 miles in 3 hours? She sighs. Listen kid, Zone Z is hot right now. Rigs are tight, everyone's scrambling to reach the base. Can't waste one on just you. He's still complaining when this tall blonde steps in. The secretary reminds Sirrus that, as captain, he needs someone to tag along, but honestly, he's got no clue who to recruit. She strolls over. Hey, I'm Irene from Squad 14. My captain locked a vehicle. Tag along with us if you want. Eyes lighting up, the hero throws out, actually, I captain Squad 15. Rank F. Irene freezes on the spot. Wait, rank F captain? Are you kidding me? She instantly turns away, flicking her hair. Forget it then. Let's just pretend we never even talked. No use wasting another breath on a loser F like you. Savage diss, but brace yourself. The good stuff isn't over yet. That's when Bella steps up out of nowhere, announcing she wants to team up with Squad 15. Sirrus's whole vibe shifts. She grins. Hey, what's up, Captain? Been ages. He checks in. Was she discharged from the hospital yet? Bella jabs a fist over her heart and complains he's been absent forever. Was he ditching his friend? Sirrus stammers back, stuck in messy business. She bursts out laughing. Don't worry about it. Now that you're finally a captain, get your act together. But when duty ends, you're explaining everything. She waits for him to sign up, and he promises Bella he'll be back in a minute. But Iron pipes up, no way, why throw yourself at a bottom-ranked squad? You got a death wish, or do you actually buy that this guy's a real captain? How about joining us instead? Iron's confidence is next level. Bootsteps Echo, another guy boasts, he's only wearing the captain's badge because of connections with Shorten. Absolutely zero ability. Iron grins at the captain. The guy? Tyler turns to Bella and greets her. It's been a long break for them too. Here comes a new challenger ready to show off. He's waving like it's a party. Yo, Bella, check out my kit. Stacked head to toe. Fact is, I joined Callan Society. I outclass Sirrus by a mile, he'll never touch my level. He leans in, oozing ego. So how about it? I'll give you a seat at the big table for old time's sake. Come sit with a powerhouse. He invades her space and brags, if you're on my squad, rank A is yours on fast forward. Actually, I'll rocket you to rank B right off the bat. Bella sighs, sorry, and blurts out, Tyler, I've already made up my mind. I'm going with Sirrus. Right then, Sirrus shows up, bold as ever. Bella, just sign here, Sirrus shouts, and she dashes off to handle it. Tyler bottles up his anger, silently swearing, you bastard, not this loser again. Seriously, what does Sirrus have that I don't? He clenches his iron weapon off to the side. She's clueless, Captain. Can't even pick what's best for her, someone scoffs. Just let her go. He nods back coldly, confident they'll come groveling for his power soon enough. Sirrus interrupts, excuse me, what's the story with Okar's left seat? The lady behind the desk shrugs, sorry, Squad 14 already grabbed the last 2 spots for their 5-person departure. If you're desperate for a lift, you'll have to beg Captain Tyler. Maybe there's a spare spot. Outside, Tyler lounges against his ride, scoffing. How pitiful to see that guy wear the captain's badge with no suit, no armor, nothing to show. I'll make fools out of both of them, deny the loser a seat, crush his ego. Deep down, Bella starts doubting her choice. But in his hands, the MC quietly holds Diana's card worth a hefty 1,000 gold coins. It reads, reach out if you're in a bind. Outside, Tyler and his squad exchange puzzled glances. What's taking them so long, one asks, getting restless? Then, together, Sirrus and Bella stroll out. Tyler smirks and calls, hey Sirrus, what happened? No wheels for you. Sirrus shrugs back. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Tyler casually drops his sword. It lands straight at Sirrus's feet. He gives a fake apology. My bad, Sirrus. This Thunder Fury rank S still working on handling it. Keeps slipping out of my grip, you know? Why don't you pick it up for me? Maybe then I'll squeeze you in my car. Come on, a rank F like you isn't good for anything besides fetching junk off the ground. Bella stands up. You're way out of line, Tyler. Everyone can see what you're doing. But the group just keeps egging Tyler on. He's the most generous captain ever. They pile on, brown-nosing. Tyler turns to Bella, voice mocking. Bella, this is real. Soldiers who don't hit the barracks inside 3 hours, they get stripped of rank. Even your precious squad leader, bet on genius, will get the boot. Honestly, better accept he's about to drop back to rank F. That's where he actually belongs. Guilt gnaws at Bella. Maybe all this drama is happening just because of her. But then the MC coolly announces, "It's fine, the one he'd been waiting on is finally here." Tyler catches an unfamiliar sound and jerks his head to the side, eyes wide. The whir of rotor blades grows louder. Yep, that helicopter's coming in for the protagonist. Their eyes lock onto a symbol underneath, instantly hooking everyone's attention. It's no random chopper, that's a private VIP guild ride. The crew is totally floored. None of them have ever laid eyes on one before. Who gets VIP pickup duty? Tyler orders everyone to pull themselves together. Whoever owns this entrance, we've got to make the guild look good. Diana emerges, gives Captain Sirrus a quick wave, and motions him over. Everyone's jaws drop. Seriously? That rank F guy gets the VIP treatment? Our hero dials up Bella, telling her to join him. Tyler? Still frozen in shock. No way they're actually letting this guy board. Moment of realization. Sirrus swiped his sword. Tyler shouts, "Hey jerk, return my Thunder Fury." Protagonist sheepishly says, "Hey, totally forgot. Here, you can have it back." Sirrus hurls the blade right onto their ride. Boom. Everything erupts. They all realize he lobbed it straight into the gas tank. Yeah, they're toast. Suddenly, the story yanks in a new direction. Some poor fool is getting his life drained by a woman I already know screams danger. Oh great, it's AFA. Scratch that, it's not great at all. AF's every bit the threat long way from deer and bad news personified. Exit, stage anywhere. AF complains, "Nah, this blood tastes awful, it's just me human." Not that it matters. He clearly vows to bleed this whole city dry just to get his prize. What a beast. Meanwhile, soldiers are frantic. They need Daphne here now. One draws his sword and shouts, it's their sworn duty to shield the city. Retreat? Not a chance. Zaf rips through, shattering blades with his bare hands, sending steel flying. Jaw drops open, he's ready to feast. But suddenly, something sharp and skilled cut him off. Daphne storms in, stomping down hard and blasting ass straight through the air. She stands tall, her luminous bear casting an eerie glow at her side. The soldiers erupt with cheers over her arrival, but someone shouts, "What's she even doing here? Shouldn't you be in the hero's barracks?" She just shrugs. She's got a solid 2 hours to spare before she reports in. Plenty of time to crush this monster. Suddenly it hits her. Off is the same demon from She's Guild. How's she still breathing? But Ath's mind draws a blank. That's when Daphne grins, "Hey Anya, check this out. You aren't giving off fierce mana anymore. You've gotten way weaker." Ath replies, unfazed. A shard, among countless fragments from the source, can't keep her original strength. She's only here for something, actually, for some guy. There's something in his veins she's desperate for. She remembers clashing blades with this man before. In an instant, Daphne is certain during her battle with Sirrus, Azathoth had muttered the same thing. This time, it's him she wants. That decides it. Daphne says if that's her target, then this is where she draws the line. Now the story shifts. Another building waits. Our hero strides in. Diana reveals what's hidden far below the imprisoned dragon sword secured for emergencies like this. Bella's on edge, asking what they'll do if a demonic beast shows up. The risk is real. Diana tries to ease her nerves. They're almost at the sword, and security's top-notch, no demons in sight. But when they round the next turn, bodies are scattered everywhere, defeated. News from before? Totally off the mark. Now, chaos takes hold. In the center, a stone maiden slumbers, a statue no one expected to find. Quick-thinking Bella props up an unconscious man against the wall. Diana takes in the horror. It's obvious, a bloodbath. She demands, "What is going on?" Wounded and weak, the man urges her, "Stay silent, don't make a sound. Wake the statue?" Everyone here dies. Too late. The sleeping maiden lifts her head, zeroes in on them, fires a laser right at their group. A split second from impact, Diana's about to get hit, but Rokuro lunges in, unleashing his claw to deflect the beam. The maiden freezes, shuts her eyes, sinks back into deep slumber. Diana calls out, checking if Rokuro's alright. He grits out that he'll be fine. It's nothing, he'll heal fast. Bella puts her power to work healing the injured man. Sirrus clocks it instantly. Any noise makes that statue snap its eyes open and fire. The soldier warns, 3 steps from here, and it's certain death. Sir commands Bella to stay back and guard the soldier and Diana, he'll handle the rest. On the other side, Diana spurs Rokuro into action, demanding he wreck that monster for good. The protagonist smirks. Look, it's simple. 2 eyes on the statue, so we split up. Each takes 1. If one of us gets snagged, the other can pull her attention. We double our chances. Rokuro glares, scoffing. Heard your rank's nothing great. You really believe you can take that monster out? Not a hint of fear, he launches forward. Let's test it right now. The statue snaps to life, one eye opening, firing a sizzling laser, but Sirrus sidesteps just in time. With that sharp reflex and speed, dodging's possible, but if his stamina dips, getting in close will cost him. He can't drag this out, it's now or never. He kicks from the wall, sprinting past as the statue's deadly beam carves through stone. Far off, the others can only witness the chaos. Bella can tell she's helpless against power like this. He pushes forward, noticing the statue aims laser fire exactly where he steps. Every move he's marked. With precision, he hurls his sword, metal clashing behind the beast. The statue twists at the noise, and that's his moment. He dashes in from the side. Only the loudest sounds twist her reaction. With her attention spun, he circles one end while Rocky advances from the other. Timing couldn't be better. He hacks with all he's got, only to have his blade snap clean in two. Even so, Rokurou barrels in from behind, taunting, "That's the ceiling for rank E power." Morphing his arm into a giant fist, he declares he's the only one who can take it down. The statue swings, smashes its own head, and barely cracks it. Rokurou freezes his best attack, left only a scratch. Utter disbelief. Then, the statue's hand wraps tight around his neck, charging up another laser right at him. Seconds from doom, the protagonist reels in from behind, shouting for the thing to taste his hammer's fury. He swings for the neck, but suddenly, a hidden third eye flashes under its hair, vaporizing his axe in an instant. All at once, Rokurou fends off another attack head-on. Diana's heart slips, she calls out for him, desperation in her voice, but her scream's a fatal mistake. The statue locks on and fires a merciless beam straight at her. Too late, Diana tanks the hit, taking the blast full force. In that moment, Rokurou leaps, clutching the statue's head to cover its eye. He yells to Sirrus, "We kick this monster down, or Diana's done for us." He yanks the head back just as the protagonist crashes in, throwing everything he's got into the push. But out of nowhere, things feel off. The statue's heating up way too much. Its entire stone frame glows crimson, then it hurls them both away. And now, weirdly, she's actually blushing. For a split second, we lose track of which story this even is. Sarah stumbles upright, woozy as the statue bashfully covers itself. The protagonist is thrown off. Why is she hiding her eyes? Why is her chest covered too? Rokurou curses under his breath. This is unreal. I went all out, but she's barely scratched. This statue's unbeatable. To make things worse, my right hand's ruined. Punching's not even an option now. He's nursing busted bones as the statue rises once more and faces him. He should dodge, but his legs are like jelly. His foot just keeps shaking. He can't budge. That's when Sarah leaps in to shield him. She promises, "Don't sweat it, I'll stop her with these hands." Rokurou yells, "Sirrus, have you lost it? That laser will fry you. There's no blocking it." The statue charges for another shot, but Sirrus calls on every ounce of training and lands a precise hit. She's blushing again, and the laser blasts upward instead, tearing the whole room apart. The protagonist realizes his hunch was dead on. This statue can actually feel touch. Diana's jaw drops at his redirecting move, while Bella already sees what's next. Rokurou's left reeling. He's nailing her pressure points. Why do that? Sirrus just growls for him to bail now while he's got cover. With no better option and head spinning, Rokurou bolts, but the statue starts pivoting again. Surin says, "Guess I'll stop holding back now." He launches a flurry of lightning-fast moves, sending the lasers wildly off course. They rip across the chamber, and even the statue gapes in disbelief. Diana blurts out a question, wondering why her captain fights so chaotically. Bella tells her it's not his usual style. This wild tactic just works best against monsters like this. She covers for him with a dose of exaggeration. Rokurou narrowly avoids the kill zone, brushes it off like it's nothing, but admits he totally misjudged the statue. He mutters, defeat heavy in his voice, that there's no way he can win against her. Sirrus is skating on thin ice. As the protagonist sees her lining up a shot, he slips past her aim, gliding behind her and running his palm over her back. The statue jolts, reacting in a flash. Flushed red, she trembles and shoots lasers everywhere while he backs off, grinning. He throws a jab. "Those clumsy blasts won't get me, you know." Diana can't contain herself. She shouts that the move was unreal. Rokurou admits, did not see Sirrus actually shutting this statue down. Her precision's falling apart right in front of us. Then the protagonist declares, "Okay, show's over." He lifts his hand and bonks her right on the head. Eyes locked on the combat, the Stone Queen sizzles, steam rising, as Rokurou stands frozen, awestruck. He just can't believe this broken genius fighting style. Someone better slip a joke artwork at the chapter's end to give the readers a real shot of hype. Rolling into the next chapter, Rokurou slumps against the wall, complaining that getting smacked by the statue's chest shook his bones to breaking. Ella, tragically gorgeous, tells him to chill, promising she'll patch him up before anything snaps. She requests he open his jacket. "Don't worry, this is just quick first aid." He does what she says, and she spots something weird. Hang on a second, Rokurou's a woman? Even Bella looks lost, but Diana just points out the ugly truth. If Rokurou couldn't handle that thing, how could Sirrus? Rokurou? Okay, turns out it's she now. Admits the statue overwhelmed her totally. Not even a rank S could budge it much. So what secret trick is Sirrus using to actually weaken it? The guy has total dominance. Clearly he's way past rank S levels. The protagonist calls out, "Queen statue, noticed your laser slowing down. Your eyes closing on me? Hiding something? Or just shy?" He moves closer but clocks her looking everywhere but at him. That's it. She doesn't just feel pain, but embarrassment too. Here we go. He's at it yet again. He teases her, claiming when she gets all shy and squeeze shut those eyes, she's pure cuteness overload. Without warning, he lunges, shouting how her defenses are wide open for the taking. Brimming with confidence, thinking he's about to score an impossible hit from below, but bam! The statue snaps back and knocks the wind out of him with a brutal kick. Treya is about to leap in, but Sirrus snatches her foot midair. Obviously, that actually throws the statue even more off balance. Bella wants to dive into the chaos so badly, but Roro stops her. He warned she'd only ruin Sirrus's flow. Sirrus knows what he's doing. Bella just has to watch. The statue didn't really kick Sirrus. It was Sirrus who grabbed her leg. Suddenly, Sirrus bellows that she's about to feel the flare of his power. The statue's eyes flare open, startled. As the protagonist's hand glides along her frame, she snaps off another laser. He twists away in the nick of time, and this shot's way skinnier. Rocker of Memphis is? It's nothing like before, totally watered down now. The protagonist sneers, "Yo, statue, those beams? Weak stuff now. Even if you land a hit, not enough to take me down, which means it's nearly finished." Suddenly, the statue moves fast, grabs his throat, yanks him in. Her icy gaze pins him. Rakuro sees what's coming. This close, there's no dodging, and the next shot could pop his head clean off. But we're talking about Sirrus, he never folds under pressure. He lifts a finger, teases it beneath her chin, pulling her even closer, the tension thickening every second. His teammates look at him like he's completely snapped. He moves death right up to his own face. Suddenly, he commands all eyes. He leans in, kisses the statue, and activates his skill in a single, unstoppable move. All three of them are struck frozen, jaws on the floor. What the hell did he just do, kiss the statue? And what was with her freezing like she glitched? Seriously, the protagonist is wild, he's done it all now. Breathing uneven, the statue breaks from his grip and shoves him off hard. But Sarah, smirking, insists he felt her tongue move. Blushing fiercely, the statue hides her cheeks with trembling hands. Quick as lightning, Diana jumps in. Now's our moment. She's got her head buried deep in her arms, trying to disappear, and the statue just stands there like it doesn't give a damn. Rakuro grins. Dang, that spooked her so bad, now she won't even try to strike back. Meanwhile, our MC's leaning in, all cocky and teasing. Statue, come on, you're seriously stone-faced, even your smack talk's frozen. Still zero movement. The protagonist waves his squad over. The three of them realize he snagged a win in the most ridiculous way possible. Basking in the glory, he tells them to chill. She's just gone shy, but heads up, every episode wraps with the artist tossing in another wild reveal, all Christmas vibes. Next up, Tyler's standing in front of a strange path, saying something feels sketchy. The intel pointed straight here. Iron backs him up. The info's straight from HQ, so it's solid. Odds are good some other team got here first and messed with the setup. Scene shift utter chaos in the city. A dragon's rampaging, shredding everything. People are shouting, "Where's the association with the Dragon Blade?" A frontline soldier growls that the entrance is blocked by this absolute monster. The sword? Completely unreachable. And if nobody grabs it, there's no stopping the dragon's rampage. Then a dude pulsing with green energy tells the captain, they've cornered the dragon's foot for now, but the chains aren't going to stick around. He rallies everyone to attack, but the dragon snaps loose and sends the guy flying through the air. Captain, flexing that metal arm, orders everyone to chill and stand their ground. He's about to go all out. Golden armor erupts around him, transforming him into an unstoppable tank on the battlefield. No joke, he's basically soloing as a walking shiny Megazord. He reels back, tells everyone to clear the way, and drops a brutal punch right on the dragon. But even dressed in giant mode, the dragon barely flinches. It may as well have been tickled. Inside the dragon, next unlucky soul, a serpent-like woman, her scales gleaming, ice-cold fury on her face. Observing the commotion, she thinks, can't anyone just let her eat in peace? There's always a disturbance. Also, the design absolute perfection. Honestly, this artist could solve every other comic-style problems. Let's face it, she stretches, clearly irritated. He's becoming a serious headache. The dragon sweeps a claw, sending the armored captain crashing and shredding that pumped-up armor at impact. As he's tossed through the air, he roars a warning. Salem is right behind them. No time for surrender, even when things get ugly. But the dragon storms on. Camera jumps to Sirrus, who declares he's opening the door. He urges everyone watch out. This is about to get messy. They're clueless about what's waiting on the other side. The second he shoves it open, a blinding blast hits, and a surge of violet energy erupts under Tyler's crew. Iron comments, "This is nothing like an earthquake." In reality, magic floods the zone. Someone must have triggered the dungeon's trap. Now the land's twisting all over again. Our main character keeps pressing the door, and suddenly a gigantic beam shoots straight into the clouds. Back in the city, everyone feels mana flooding in. Out of nowhere, everyone trapped inside the dungeon gets flung outside. Just like that, they're exposed, standing in the open air. Rokuro puts it all together. Everything changed because Sirrus opened that door. Diane is barely awake, half out of it. Some squad members are puking, and the captain just crashes to the ground. Arancus, Tiger, sneers and calls the captain a disgrace. The guild gave him his shot to win back the sword, but he couldn't do it. Around them, everything warps and morphs in seconds. He feels the magical force crushing the earth beneath his feet. The power here is insane. Now we jump. Sirrus finds himself face to face with the legendary blade. Right then, Iron flags down the captain and urges her to check it out. Laid out in the center, the mythical Dragon Slayer sword emanates awe. For Sirrus, this is the very reason he came here, even if on paper it sounds crazy. But soon shouts break out nearby. Everyone's fighting over whose squad gets the right to take it. Tyler watches in disbelief. How is that guy always in the right spot? How'd he get so close to the blade? No way he'll let that kid snatch it first. Tyler orders his group to rush in. They're yanking it up as a unit. The sword, in the middle of the chaos, actually wonders about the crowd, growing bashful in the spotlight. Seems obvious. The spirit inside is probably another drop-dead gorgeous girl. Suddenly, the sword pipes up, scolding the protagonist for staring at her like that. She confesses there's no sheath for her. She's basically bare for the world to see, a naked sword. All the protagonist can do is stand there, totally lost and bewildered. Why the hell is this sword even talking? He's racking his brain, but he's got no clue what's going on. Suddenly, the sword starts oozing an intense purple aura, threatening to flood everyone with her power unless he stops staring eyes shut, right now. That's when Sir finally gets it. This insane blade actually has her own attitude. That suffocating energy she's letting loose is slamming into every soul nearby. Most soldiers collapse instantly, while the rest feel like every breath is burning them from the inside out. Still, the main character stands his ground. Sure, a bit weird, but his endurance is wild for a normal human. Just then, the spirit of the sword materializes, her ghostly figure shrouding the blade, barely revealing its form. Tiger announces HQ's verdict. If you manage to hold out under the sword's aura, you might just have what it takes to draw her. His friend looks on, tense, and cautions him not to be careless. Danger could be lurking, but Tiger just laughs. Sagely smug, he sneers, the sword isn't even awake. No threat at all, or so he thinks. But meanwhile, the sword spits venom at Sirrus, telling him flatly that death waits for anyone reckless enough to approach. Bella stands just behind, oblivious. She doesn't hear a single word. Sir asks if anyone else catches the voice. Confusion written on everyone else's face. What voice? And then Tyler jumps in, says all this crazy pressure must have fried Sirrus's brain or made him miss time. Now, only the first to seize that blade gets a ticket to greatness. It's do or die. He bursts into a sprint, shouts his goodbyes, and boasts he's got what it takes to become elite. Bella's desperate, clutching Sirrus, pleading for him to stop it. But Sirrus tells her to wait. That guy can go first. Tyler inches closer, and the sword, brilliant and blinding, orders him to back off, warning him again. He pays her no mind. Charging ahead, he yells at Bella to watch. He's about to show her everything. This is it, Sirrus. He's taking the hero's throne. But she stares, confused by his wild grab for her hilt. Meanwhile, Tyler mocks Sirrus, declaring he'll leave the loser at his feet before long. But the sword, creeped out by his boldness, blasts her energy, slashing clean through his armor and chest. Tyler's squad erupts in shock, crying out for him, while Sirrus just coolly keeps his eyes on the sword. He remarks people shouldn't treat her like a monster from the start. Even after centuries, humans never change. She can't stand people like them. Tyler realizes only his deep-sea mythal armor kept him alive. Without that armor, he'd be numbered among the dead. Total silence. Everyone's left reeling, jaws slack at what just went down. The blade lashed out at him. That proves she's awake, and it's clear she just rejected him. All that swagger about claiming the sword shatters in seconds. But Tyler only grins, brushing it off, acting like it's all going to plan. He refuses to see himself as a loser. This sword isn't for everyone after all. Clearly, this is the trial for any so-called dragon slayer. Only the victor will be her master. Tyler faces her fearlessly and declares, "I'm Tyler, a rank knight who survived your opening attack. You must be thrilled to be wielded by me now." But the sword cuts him down cold. She isn't thrilled one bit. She hates rude, cocky guys like him. The thought of slaying him disgusts her. Sirrus taunts, "Pretty sure she spared you because your blood's too awful to touch." Tyler loses it and snaps at him, shouting that he doesn't get it at all. At the same time, the sword thinks at least the younger one, the main hero, truly understands her. Blocking everyone out, Tyler surges forward, eyes dark with desperation, grabbing her hilt. It feels just like clutching her throat. She screams at him to release her, surging with violet energy that starts burning off his armor. The audience gasps at her sheer brutality, as Tyler convinces himself this is the ultimate test. In his mind, surviving means victory. But she's screaming, accusing him of hurting her, begging him to let her go. He doubles down, gripping tighter with both hands, roaring he'll dominate her for good. His crew erupts, certain their guy is moments from becoming the hero Salem's been waiting for. But the sword snaps, saying he's repulsive. No one should ever treat a girl with such cruelty. Suddenly, the attacks stop. Her rage fizzles out. Everyone thinks it's over. Now all he needs to do is yank the blade free, and dragon-slaying glory is his. Watching from afar, Tiger mutters that with his S rank, there's no need for him to interfere. Looks like the kid pulled it off. Tyler clutches the hilt, yelling for Bella to see his power, swearing this sword is his now. The crowd's roaring Tyler's name, while Bella quietly says the protagonist should have gotten the blade instead. He was smarter. But just then, the sword twists inhumanly, muttering how all these pathetic people cheer for that idiot. Now, she vows to rip every last one of them apart. Sirrus snaps to alert, grabs his squad, and yells everyone to fall back fast. The dragon blade has snapped, and she's furious. A wave of violet energy erupts, tearing everything in its path to ribbons. Bodies slam to the floor, limbs flying. Tyler gets ripped to pieces. Meanwhile, helpless Irene is frozen, horror in her eyes. What's going on? The gigantic blade plants itself with a heavy step, then readies another lethal swing right at them. She cries for Tyler's help, but plot twist, it's not him swooping in. Instead, Tiger Bull rushes in, a living battering ram of pure muscle. He lunges straight into danger, eating the hit and barking at the others to fall back. When the assault finally ceases, the invisible sword acknowledges his incredible tankiness. Onlookers murmur, he's earned his title as mankind's ultimate shield. It's wild. His armor doesn't even show a scratch. Without missing a beat, Tiger orders his squad to haul the wounded to safety. He tells the remaining fighters to stand down and let him handle the fight. Dragging Tyler's destroyed crew away, Tiger shifts form again, snarling about being humanity's greatest defense, and her? She's the deadliest edge. Perfect opposites, destined to clash. The sword releases yet another deadly arc, but Tiger storms onwards, unfazed, unbreakable. Stunned, the sword hesitates, while the crowd goes wild. Tiger, Salem City's pride. Eyes locked, she braces herself as Tiger barrels closer, fists tensed for the next round. Slamming through her attack, Tiger plants himself face to face, laying down the challenge, surrender, and let him lead. But the furious sword screams she'll never bow to him. She lets loose another slash-direct hit. Tiger's helmet explodes, blood splashing as his cheek splits open. Crashing back, Tiger wonders, how'd I get denied without even grasping the blade? Teammates yell for their captain, he just snaps back, hands off. Now it's your chance to win the sword. But they pause. Captain, if you, a rank X, failed, we don't stand a shot. The sword shows no mercy. Tiger roars, what, are you all brainless? Get in there and grab the blade. Who knows, maybe you'll be chosen. Instead, hesitation grips them. They balk at risking their lives for the prize. Tiger throws down the gauntlet at Salem City's champions. How could they throw in the towel without a fight? He bellows that if anyone dares chicken out, they'll be marked as deserters and executed on the spot. Off in the distance, the sword sizes herself up. Finally, now they see my real power. Catching me? Out of their league. But suddenly, Tiger yanks a soldier by the collar, roaring, demanding if weakness has taken root in him. Hesitate, and you die first. Then the blonde soldier's eyes widen. Something's off. The others urge their captain to check it out. The protagonist is already in front of the sword. Sirrus is lost in thought. When Tiger grabbed her, she blurted something about the hilt stuck in her neck. And this sword actually chats. She's got emotions, kinda human-like. If there's a spirit or spark of life inside, maybe I can unleash my power. Target locked. His system zeroes in, marking her as prey. And wow, this girl is lit up like she dove headfirst into a bucket of glitter. She's radiant, visibly annoyed. What is up with this guy and his endless staring? Sirrus looks stunned, while a low murmur ripples through the crowd. Isn't that the captain of Squad 14? That's Sirrus. Tiger wonders, has the guy lost his mind? He'll be sliced in two before he can blink. But the protagonist stands unflinching. I'm a warrior. My mission defends Salem City and humanity from every threat. Dragging this sword free might be suicide. It could end me, but I won't step back, not ever. Trouble is, his nose is already streaming blood. Thing is, isn't the sword's ghost form supposed to be invisible? Tiger is reeling. Hear that? Even a low-rank fighter's got more guts than you smug A and B ranks. That kid's heart burns bright. The sword looks flustered, blushing a bit. What's this vibe? He hasn't even laid a finger on her yet. The sword thinks, how strange. Why do I get this tingle whenever I look his way? He's definitely not like the others. The protagonist's so close now, his nose is bleeding, and the sword's wondering why his eyes scan her so intently. Oddly, she doesn't feel the urge to push him back like the rest. He's right there, yet she still hasn't shut him down. She wants to stop him, go on the attack, and break him in half. But her body wavers, her foot goes numb, unable to strike. People shout from the edges, How's he that close and unscathed by the sword? Why isn't she doing anything? Tiger's utterly lost. That dragon sword has a ruthless cut, it gets rid of anyone who dares come close. Yanking it is near impossible. So why does she just look like she's napping now? The sword groans. Ugh, so unstable right now. Something slammed into my head, pushing down my killer instinct. She's thinking it might be because he's standing dead center in front of her. Sarah slides in, dropping her foot, and just like that, plants herself in front. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. Did he really step closer? No way, Tiger goes. The sword probably nodded off again. How is this kid on point at the exact split second everything lines up? The sword wonders why her grip suddenly feels 20 tons heavier. Right now she's just stuck there, but for some reason, things are off. And why is the main dude's nose suddenly gushing blood? There's a blonde in the back cracking. Is Sirrus hurt? But the sword's judgment didn't land the blow. Tiger reminds them, don't forget, he's just a rank knight. The insane pressure coming off this blade could trash his body so bad. No wonder he's bleeding out. The real miracle? He's still upright. This hero shoulders the city's fate like a seasoned fighter. He swipes the blood from his face and says, never seen a nosebleed this brutal. This blade definitely lives up to the stories. Bella shouts from afar, Sirrus, get back, you can't take anymore. But he answers, don't move, Bella. Guarding this city is what I'm here for, and I'll fight without backing down. The dragon blade's whole presence grows, swelling bigger, but confusion flickers in her eyes. What's with that look? Why does he lean in like that? She's thrown off. Heat radiates up like wildfire in her core. It's wild, her pulse surging and nerves on edge. What's the deal, little sword? What angle are you playing? She murmurs. She wants him to really see who she is. For real, this is madness. The little sword's voice turns soft, shy. Is this really happening? She folds into herself again. Too shy to meet his stare, she snaps for him to quit gazing. It's gonna leave her totally defenseless at this rate. Suddenly, she stomps her foot first moves hers. People nearby watch the threat shimmer on the tip of her strike. Dodging is hopeless with Sirrus right there, but Sir Sirrus burns to push back. He snatches the blade with his bare hand and slams a strike down onto its small foot full force. The sword senses something strange rippling through it. Next, he whips his arm upward, dragging that energy all the way down her leg. The boy launches a devastating blow. She contorts away from the impact, shrieking. The crowd gasps, yelling, what the hell? He shattered her attack pattern just like that. Tiger calls out, look, she couldn't even break Sir Sirrus's armor before. How's he tanking all that just with his body? Wasn't he a rank? What is going on with his insane physique? Even the sword quivers, whispering this sensation popped up only one other time. These shocks only ever hit when she slices armor and flesh, smashes through magical barriers, overwhelms unbreakable gates, or faces flames and hammers as she's forged. This is all so new for her. Seriously, what's going on now? She admits there's a surge of static and an unbearable itch ramping up inside her. Her breath catches, real panic sets in. Is she even going to survive this round? Meanwhile, our lead stands face to face with the blade fearless. He squares up, grabbing the sword's sides. Steely resolve in his voice, now's the moment to pull her free. She flushes, desperately pleading, not there, don't do it. As he moves up, she recoils, voice trembling with panic, protesting, it's too much. The blade starts moving, rising right from the earth. The whole group's stunned. Hold up, no way a rank F is doing this. There's shock. This weakling might actually become the master of the Sword of Judgment. The sword snarls a warning. If he keeps pushing, things are going to spiral even harder. All the while, Sirrus clenches his jaw, swearing he'll pull her out and save them all. Suddenly, another force grabs the hilt. Looks like the spirit binding her spits out a challenge. It's not letting go easy. Yeah, it's not going down without a real fight. She throws a glare his way. So, this is it. Are they finally going to face each other? Spectators stir in confusion. Why does it look like the sword got sucked back into the dirt? Sure enough, a mere rank F can't manage. The sword seethes internally. This sensation could drive me insane, but his puny attacks amount to nothing. I kept waiting for a true, worthy hero to wrench me free, but this is humiliation. Over my dead body will this happen? It would be the ultimate humiliation. She's pounding him deeper into the ground. Service, worn out, starts questioning if that monster is squashing him with pure force. The energy is insane. It rattles his body to breaking point. Each breath is a battle. The sword claims she's flawless, a Ta weapon, the real deal. She refuses to let these feelings cloud her judgment. Now the protagonist bleeding for real. He strains every muscle to resist, while she keeps repeating, she's just a spirit, and he's flesh and blood. If this keeps up, he's dead for sure. She warns him, quitting would spare his life, but he throws out a bold declaration. I'm a hero of Salem City. For the sake of everyone here and those who suffer, I have to bear this pain. The crowd is floored. One whispers, Captain, look at him. He's refusing to back down, fighting to save us all. Tiger silently admits someone this relentless could be ranked 1 someday. Come on, you're only F, but I've got faith. The sword looks rattled. Something stirs inside her, and she mutters she never imagined it would come to this. No sane person would act like this for the sake of justice. The protagonist snaps a new tactic. He coolly says pardon me, then gives the hilt a gentle scratch. The sword yells at him to stop. She's breaking down, accusing him of driving her insane, but fine, he's not getting away without scars. She'll hold strong. She's survived endless flames, wars, losses, and triumphs. She's been honed, busted, reforged, and survived it every time. This attack should be nothing, but the protagonist grabs the blade and his move lands dead on. Now it's chaos. She's got no clue what's going on anymore. All he knows, her strength is brutal. But finally, her force wanes, and his chance shows itself. The blade prees free from earth, and in the distance, shouts erupt. Looks like it's finally coming out. Suddenly, the sword's eye flashes. She vows to hold on, whatever it takes. She goes scorched earth, firing off everything she has. Ghostly violet energy detonates, sending debris flying. The protagonist groans out, it's way too much. Can't take the pressure, he feels his bones begin to crack. She's crushing him, pinning him still, not letting up for a second. From a distance, Bella shrieks, dashing to his rescue, but the moment her own blade hits the aura, it vaporizes instantly. Tiger shouts, stay back. Fall away now. That's a brutal gravity skill, so dense you can literally see the air bending. Whoever touches it is done for. The sword is reeling. Why isn't his body being torn apart? Their power gap is insane. She locks eyes and spits. Your hands, your body. None of mine will budge, not even a centimeter. Don't even try to pull me free. Run or be smashed to paste. The protagonist fires back. You really think my justice is that fragile? In a flash, he surges forward and the pitiful sword tanks another devastating blow. Twisting in agony, he roars, even if I end up a shredded mess, I won't let go. If I fight on, there's still a sliver of hope. He slams down with one more strike, daring her to take it. Honestly, I can't keep up. The poor sword's losing it. Lightning crackles and shock waves tear over her frame. She's shuddering, gritting that she needs to stay awake. She has to stop him. Holding the hilt tighter, her power flares up again. Everyone's freaking out and yelling to get back. Bella's thrown aside as the protagonist's fingers rip and bleed. And still, his grip doesn't falter. The sword's dizzy, totally lost on why this maniac won't quit. What drives him? Why keep fighting this hard? Why scream about justice like it means everything? But Sirrus is relentless. Blow after blow, he hammers down while the sword howls in pain. He roars, how long are you gonna stay buried? Suddenly, the sword starts to move, its hilt breaking the surface as if surrender's close. Everyone is wide-eyed, staring while the ground erupts in a crater. And out of nowhere, the sword shoots into the sky. It drops right into the protagonist's grasp. Wow, talk about a hard-headed sword. That thing took 4 whole chapters to yank out. No one can believe it. Wait, did a rank F really do that? Tiger explodes. Sirrus just did it. He freaking pulled the sword free. And the sword? Completely horrified, thinking, so shameful. She fought with everything she had, but still lost her grip in the end. Cue the next chapter. The dragons marching toward the city, broken weapons littering the battlefield. Chunky Mage Y, the towering wizard, steps up. Forget about steel, magic's our last play. He unleashes 8 magic circles at once. Each one detonates with golden fury, the blast crashing into the dragon and igniting a wildfire around it. When the light finally dies and smoke fades, we see the truth. Waiwi is actually a woman. Turns out, this mage packs her power in her own body fat, fueling her spells. Gasping for air and completely drained, she pants, admitting that attack had to make a difference. But then the impossible. Within the haze, the dragon's claw appears untouched. The beast marches on, unfazed and undamaged. YW is stunned. An 8-circle spell couldn't even scratch it. Without the Sword of Judgment slicing through its barrier, nothing will do more than tickle that dragon. A frantic call rings out. Commander Y, what's the plan? She snaps back. There's nothing more we can try. The only hope is for the sword to get here. With its current pace, that dragon hits the city in 15 hours. That buys enough time to evacuate everyone. Everyone's got to get the word out, stop attacking Bergala. All warriors need to rush back and clear the city. Stat. Watching the dragon, Y mutters, why did it suddenly turn towards Salem City? That's not normal. We've got to uncover what triggered it. Meanwhile, at the ritual site, the sword clasps the protagonist's hand, quietly reminding him, this is the final step. He has to attune to her heartbeat, syncing fully with her soul. When he does, she'll merge with him and obey his every order. He can't break the grip until it's done. Sir, visibly shaking, gasps. It's a spirit, but I swear I feel its heart burning hot. This feeling is unreal. Tiger yells, healers, the kid's bleeding out fast. Bella hollers, it looks like the sword's pushing him over the edge. But Sir beats back to pain and growls, no, I'm fine. He insists he can take it, but his blood, leaking onto the ground, catches the dragon's attention. Suddenly, the beast stirs, declaring that scent is overwhelming. She knows now what she's hunting for is right in front of her. With a surge, she flares her wings wide and soars towards the clouds. Yi whips around and spots the dragon rocketing forward with wild intensity. "Not yet, please. Not that fast." "Evacuation isn't done," she cries, panic rising, but it's too late. The city's loudspeakers blare. The dragon Bergella is moving at breakneck speed. All remaining heroes must get out right now. Tiger growls, "Screw this, we need to bolt, now." The protagonist shouts that Diana's guild flew in with a chopper escape just got real. But Tiger yanks him back and claims he's got a shortcut that'll leave any helicopter in the dust. Suddenly, Tiger launches into the air just as the dragon barrels in, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Weewa panics, yelling that someone has to stop that dragon right now, and out of nowhere, something smashes into its side. The dragon's head smacks into the ground with a bone-rattling crash. Hiwa risks a glance back, spotting an ugly wound slicing across its skull. Bergella's magical barrier is shattered. Nothing left now. That can only mean one thing. Someone just yanked free the Sword of Judgment. A few stunned soldiers spot Tiger storming onto the scene. And right in front of Tiger stands the Sword of Judgment, its blade gleaming. No doubt about it, their hero managed to draw the legendary blade. Safety, at last. The protagonist casts Tiger a look. "Did you just use teleportation magic?" Tiger admits, "That's as far as I go carrying two people. I'm spent, can't push further." Sirrus gives a nod, then, bam, the notorious Bergelga looms ahead. A soldier snaps, "Hey you, rank F, move it. You'll just bog down the rank S." He shoves at Sirrus, complaining he'll mess with Tiger's plan, but Tiger grabs the guy's face and hurls him into the dirt, savage. Then Tiger asks, "Captain Sirrus, what's the next move? Just don't step on my toes." The crowd just gapes, stunned silent by the scene. Wait, what's with Tiger? Since when does a rank S take orders from a weakling? This isn't the cocky rank S they all know. The protagonist moves forward, laying a hand on the edge of the ancient weapon. Soldiers are floored. Hold on, why is Sir gripping a relic sword? No way did a rank F actually claim it. Now, at last, it's face to face, them versus the dragon. Sarah mutters, "That shield's on another level. The first attack barely left a scratch. The sword hums, matching your current power. You'll need to land 3 hits on her." Suddenly, there she is, Bergelga, majestic, cocky, lips curling as she sneers. This human's actually waking something inside her. She sweeps through the sky, massive wings cutting the air, her roar echoing that she'll devour him. The dragon barrels in with terrifying force as the protagonist notes to the sword that she's coming straight at them, making this all too convenient. He unleashes a searing purple arc, colliding squarely with the dragon and blasting open a raw, bleeding crater in her shoulder. The shockwave throws the nearby troops flat, tearing up the ground. The monster plants her legs, throws her head back, a challenge in her stance. Sirrus rockets down from above, strikes again, shouting the battle ends here and now. There's a deafening explosion. The dragon tears away, wings unfurled, retreating just before the killing blow lands. He's stunned. How does anything that size move so freakishly fast? Bergla gathers fire in her throat as the crowd bawls, yelling at each other to fall back. Any hesitation means a fiery death. The hellish blast floods the field, swallowing everything. But dead center in the chaos, he snaps the sword out, cleaving the inferno and flinging a counter-slash right back at the dragon. Something shifts. Suddenly, the dragon seizes up. A sharp, splitting crack reverberates across the battlefield as Y's head snaps up. Did you hear that? Sounds like a magic barrier breaking. The sword slips back into his grip as he squints past the haze, desperately searching for the dragon's shape. She's vanished. He asks if the sword's spirit brought down the target. The sword's voice confirms it. "Yes, I struck her again. That shield won't hold her now." Suddenly, 2 explosions rip through the air, something heavy crashes. He whips around, there's a smoldering pit nearby. Then the earth trembles. Without warning, the dragon's massive head bursts forth from the ground. Mouth gaping, ready to swallow him whole. No respite. And for real, the protagonist actually gets eaten. The soldiers lose it, panic-stricken, babbling frantically that the sword wielder just got devoured alive. Typical, they grumble. No way some rank F was the one to hope for. Should have given the blade to rank S. But Wee steps up, reminding everyone that even a rank F can be fearless. He broke the magic shield, that's more than enough. Now all that's left is for the highest rank A and his crew to finish the beast. Wee banishes doubt, says the boy's sacrifice starts the final attack. While chaos erupts, Sirrus plummets deeper into the dragon's gut, surrounded by the shattered wreckage of what's left of the city. If there's one thing I know, this guy isn't down for the count yet. You can already guess, something wild is about to happen. Sirrus scans the molten chaos, thinking, seriously? Lava and houses inside his stomach? Confusion hits, he looks around and bam, he spots her. The one and only, the primordial spirit of Belega. She sneers, "You're in my belly, that means you've already become my prey." Realization flashes. This is Belega's final form. With a dark whisper, she warns, "Just surrender, it's easier when the lava takes you. Soon, you'll be part of me." The lava churns, closing in, but Sirrus lights up the scene by shooting off a blistering instant slash. Wait a minute, did that just work? He's already blinked right behind her. Only now does he grasp just how massive she is. She whips around, shocked at his speed, as he slams everything he has into her foot, absolute zero effect. Sirrus halts. Why didn't it leave a scratch? The barrier's already gone. Belega smirks. You think dragon scales are my only trick? My true form's beyond your reach, kid. His blade's voice cuts in. With your strength, Sirrus, you'd need to strike 1,000 times to make a dent in that armor. Then boom, the tail. Let's be real, no one is a fan of the tail. The impact is brutal. He's hurled across the gut. Defeat isn't an option. Volcanic focus ignites. Sirrus locks on Belega and the signature violet energy crackles to life. Cards swirl around him as the momentum mounts. He snatches the first card, heart pounding. Congrats. The path of heaven is yours. Land your marks, and pain will ripple through the enemy. The agony isn't just cruel. It shuts down enemy abilities in sync with the pain delivered. Pain, and lots of it. The beast Bergla flexes one enormous claw, snorting that something stirs. Blame those pesky humans. But with defenses this monstrous, she isn't worried. Nothing Sirrus throws will leave a mark. She stands majestic in the panel, as the sword spirit fills in the details. Verge's toughness is all thanks to 5 enchanted scales. Head, back, chest, and each arm is shielded tight. To bring her down, he has to smash all 5 no matter what. That's the only way he'll get past her wall of defense. His first perfect hit connects. She slams her foot to the ground, but glancing down, something's off. What's going on? Did some weird debuff trigger the second she made contact? Power floods the player's senses through the vines. Detection shifts to her arm. Honestly, I'm lost. Why did it claim arm if the energy exploded near her leg? Oh, this must be that blessing you got from Gaella, the priestess at the church. He decides to make a move. Out of nowhere, vines snap tight around Bergoa's form. Bergoa senses a strange power locking her down and can't process what kind of trick this is. The effect barely lasts a heartbeat, and outside, the dragon unleashes a furious roar. Soldiers hanging back cry out, "It's working!" But Y cuts them off, warning them not to get reckless. Don't you dare relax now. Trapped inside the belly, the countdown starts, 2 seconds before the magic fades. Bergl flashes a wicked grin, about to stomp the protagonist out for his audacity. She promises to crush him underfoot, but our hero slips aside, carving through the first barrier with a single slash, obliterating it. That was a stunning blow. Bergoa can't fathom how her scales shattered instantly. But then, the energy surges around her legs in an instant. Her lower scales split wide, and the warriors erupt in cheers, convinced the fight is swinging in their direction. Y's rune circles light up again as she shouts, "Keep pushing, don't stop now. We can finish off Belega right here." Pergl is clearly reeling, a testament to how much detail the artist poured into every stroke. The hero falls back to catch his breath and spots a fresh mark glowing along his back. He can't help but wonder if it's tied to some random skill points. Still reeling, unclear about what actually triggered. Meanwhile, Rigelda clutches her injured leg, spitting rage against the brat who did this. The instant that odd circle formed, a bizarre energy shot straight through her veins. There's no sign of real harm, so whatever happened must have been magic of another sort. The sword tells him straight, the dragon spirit isn't easy to break. At the same time, poor Bergelga realizes her slip-up. She eased her guard for just a split second. She seriously underestimated that circle, thinking it was just some cheap parlor trick. But clearly this boy's hiding much more than he lets on. She decides she can't let her guard down again, not if she wants to avoid falling for another one of his surprises. She taunts, "You'll only become fuel for the magma bubbling inside my stomach." With a wild lunge, she shouts that digestion time starts now, and soon, her lethal scales will be good as new. Sirrus dodges, but his confidence is cracking. She's picking up speed, each movement faster than the last. He realizes the clock's ticking, and he needs to end this quick. Purple light blazes on her hand as she throws a punch. Without warning, the whole magma ground surges toward him. Now he gets it, her earlier attack was just bait, and he's got no way out. He inches closer to the mark when suddenly, a system alert pops up. The spatial cards kicked in, so he needs to keep a safe distance. Looks like even he isn't immune to its effects. Just when things can't get worse, Bergella appears behind him. She sneers, "There's nowhere to run. Your spells are nothing against me." But before she lands a hit, he slices sideways and, by chance, brushes that circle. Against all odds, he avoids the blow. Finally, things are coming together. When her spell went off, another secret trap, something from the old bishop, Sofina, was set in motion. Suddenly, the perception zone shifts straight into her mouth, and before she can react, Bergela's arm gets yanked by that ancient, ravenous tentacle magic. Bergel is rattled, barely holding it together. What is this sensation clawing at her? She mutters, "Gods, what madness is happening now? Is he actually biting her?" Sirrus's moves keep breaking the rules. Bergilda scrambles to push back, but her magic has flat out vanished. The spell's still in play, just long enough for Sirrus to deliver a brutal slash to her armored arm. For the first time, she starts to see. The circle's not something she can just will away. He gives a cocky grin. 5 scales left. As her armor shatters, so does her strength. Every time that strange shiver hits, her defenses crumble, her prize scales rendered worthless. Sirrus lands another blow, though she barely manages to fall back. But her powers won't return for another 3 seconds. He mutters, half laughing, that his tongue nearly caught fire with that last move. Bergla, utterly confused, suspects that weird magic messed with his mouth somehow. He grumbles about the gross aftertaste. Now it clicks. That emerald assault is pretty much part of him, but the dragon is not impressed. She snaps. He's the most annoying human alive and lashes out with her tail, but he meets it with his sword. Her magic's locked out for another count, so he locks onto another scale for his next move. The nearest one gleams on her chest, so he declares it his new target, but Bergil isn't buying it and slinks away, not trusting a single thing about this nuisance. Sarah's thoughts grind to a halt. That was way too close. She can really blitz around like lightning. He keeps chasing, trying to close the gap, but she keeps retreating until the countdown hits 0. And right on cue, a fresh mark materializes behind her. He instantly gets it. Each time her magic powers up again, a new target appears. Right then, Brigella shouts that her magic is back. She shoots her arms upward, swearing off ever touching a weird circle again, and snarls, "This pervy, freaky human dies today." Her attack blazes right at him without hesitation. Even knowing pinning him with lava won't be simple, she hammers him with attacks without letting up. She's banking on fatigue to break him. A single slip and embers will eat him alive. He's on the edge of the battlefield now. His fastest slash can't even reach. But suddenly, Perilda falters. There's a flicker in her eyes, a hint that something's wrong. Figures. Like anyone expects the monster girl in this crazy store to play it straight. She quietly mutters that her sanity must be slipping. Whatever. Nothing he says can touch her. Then, Sirrus crashes in, leaping from boulder to boulder. He's close. Instant slash, now. The blade strikes dead center on her abdomen, but not a scratch. She mocks, missed the marked circle, and your fancy attacks might as well be air. He's already moved in behind, taunting that he's well aware. All he needed was to get close. He swings again, but she meets him with her arms, scoffing. Does he really think a weakling like him can lock horns with a dragonist? Never heard that word before. She spits that he has no clue what beast he's up against. The sword spirit warns Sirrus he doesn't have the juice to take her down like this. But Sirrus is stubborn, pouring every ounce of willpower into one desperate push. Bergelvis grins, unfazed by his flurry of attacks. She feels him getting weaker. This is the moment to finish him off. She lunges forward, intent on crushing him for good. Suddenly, Sirrus drags his sword down her armor, not letting up, and, in a total curveball, steals a kiss. Seriously, since when did he get so smooth? Bold moves like that should make anyone blush. Burge Elvis freezes, absolutely stunned. The confusion on her face almost makes you pity her. Honestly, that's near harassment levels right now. Then, as if humanity's future powers him up, Sirrus's strength explodes. He shoves her back, pinning her dangerously close to the mark. She teeters on the edge of defeat, and Sirrus leans in, just a little more. She second-guesses herself. Is he suddenly way stronger, or is she seeing things? Either way, it shouldn't be possible for him to force her like this. Blood spills from Sirrus's nose as he mutters, "It's do or die time." He's piling every last bit of strength into this. Bergalda shoots him a deadly glare, demanding his true intentions. He answers with a savage headbutt. She's had enough, growling at him to quit these ridiculous attacks, but Sirrus, hero of mankind, refuses to let up. He thrashes his head into her, again and again, no mercy, just relentless. His agility spikes 2,400. Strength soars past 5 to 100. Energized, he pushes her closer and closer to the circle victory within reach. But as he closes in, she pushes back, and the trigger flares her mouth and arm glow in the perception zones. He fires up his special skill. Vines explode out, latching on. All the while, Sirrus hums soft and wild, barely audible. Now her magic fizzles. 0 power. Sirrus drives his assault home, while Bergula reels, trying to piece together the chaos. The null time ramps up. No hesitation, Giles's blade flashes and slices her with surgical precision. The battered dragoness pleads desperately, "Please, stop." If he keeps going, her scales will be gone for good. And Dragon Candy's rule is brutal. No more scales means the first to see her like this wins her hand. She's shackled for life. But Sirrus powers on, grumbling about how tough dragons are. Bergelda's voice breaks. She begs him not to look. It's pure shame for a dragon. She spits curses at him, calling him a monster, trying to swing at him. But with magic seal for 16 more seconds, he sidesteps and shatters another one of her arms. Sirrus declares, "That's enough. Still plenty of time left. I'll break every single scale you've got. Only the mark on your forehead stands." He charges in for the final blow. She throws her arms up, defiance burning in her eyes. Not a chance. She blocks it. The ground tears apart beneath them, shaking from the raw force of their clash. He's barely managing to keep his balance. With a quick twist, she dives right back into the lava, leaving him stranded on a patch of stone. And the worst part? Even one brush from that lava singed his armor. He's grateful now that her remaining scales are only on her back, right leg, and forehead. "I've got 12 left, no room for mistakes." But she's buried under molten rock. How do I smash those last scales? Beneath the surface, Pelda mutters, "Rotten human. Once my magic recharges, you're finished." Somewhere else, Sirrus glares at the sword. The spirit wonders at his look. He snaps back, "You're legendary, right? Then you can take a bath in lava. I'll chuck you in direct the dragon's scales, then yank you back up by hand." The sword freaks, squirming midair. "No way, I'm not doing it. I can take a splash, but if I go under, my blade's done for good." The protagonist barks at her to quit whining and return to normal, or he'll pitch her in himself. That threat snaps her into line. He glances down. She's still lurking just out of sight. The timer's draining then, suddenly, a new mark flashes to life. Weird. Why did it just pop up there? So far, the marks all appeared right next to her. Are they random, or is there some hidden code at work? That's when Borkelga lunges out from the lava. With so few scales left, her time in there is ticking down fast. It's now or never for her. Sir senses danger as her roar explodes, threats promising he'll burn this time. He realizes she's done with straight-on fighting, now she's playing dirty. He peers down, searching above the searing heat. Where's she hiding? Is she back under the lava? Then he spots it. The glowing symbols reveal a diamond-shaped route. Time to crack the mystery behind this path of heaven ability, but he has no time. The lava below detonates in a blast of fiery light. Bergalda explodes out, and the attack is on his tail before he can react, almost too late. He spins at the last second and just manages a block. Still, he's not flying. He hurls the blade at her, but she's too quick. She slips past, plunging straight into the lava before his strike even lands. She's adapting. She understands one thing, she must never let him lay a hand on her again. The sword won't hurt her now. And to make it worse, Sirrus is tumbling down through empty space, nothing but death below. Desperate, he shouts for the sword spirit. The wraith blazes in, catches him midair, and crashes into the wall, just barely saving him from the fire. He catches on. That monster won't show herself out in the open again. Now she's committed to sneak attacks. It's survival now. He has to reach some kind of solid ground to stay ahead. But then, the horror. She starts demolishing every last floating boulder around him. Standing still isn't an option, he knows it now. He's got no choice. Keep on moving, non-stop. Bergala isn't reckless, she gets it. Those ruins are giving him a shield. Once those ruins are rubble, his time's up. Sirrus leaps from one ruined pillar to another, but Bergala smashes each one, jeering at him. His efforts mean nothing and never will. These ruins can't protect him forever, that much is certain. Hit his limit, Sirrus gasps. The stones collapsing beside him as he clutches the sword, doubting, is this really going to work? For Gelga, the guy's just standing there. She figures he's frozen or beaten, so she gets set to obliterate whatever's left. He doesn't even twitch. For safety's sake, she wipes out each last piece of ruin near him. Right then, he offers a quiet apology to the sword. The spirit's thrown by it. Why are you apologizing? He answers, this is all or nothing, sometimes something's got to give. Forgive me. Exactly then, Brigella annihilates the final stone behind her, comes out of the lava, grinning. Now there's nothing in her way. Sarah stares at the blade. You'll have to tough this out now. Bergelde draws in power, body blazing like a giant star, and readies the final blow. Heat erupts. Lava's so hot it devours stone. He feels her racing in for the kill. She tears forward in a burning flash. He lifts the sword high, jaw clenched. It's now or never. He zeroes in on the target, launches the sword with every ounce he has, right as Bergella lunges from behind. The weapon rips into the rock, quivering. The sword spirit's voice cuts through the roar. So that's why he said sorry. The Markstones react, but because it's not Bergella herself setting them off, they spark for just a blink. At the exact moment the timer snaps to 0. 1. She bursts from the lava and gulps for air. Her eyes explode wide in disbelief. Right there, glowing at point-blank range, is the radiant mark. She's stunned, unable to fathom why the searing halo is floating before her. Too slow, Bergella. Circles flare all over her. Right then, the main character spells it out. 4 marks, locked in a cross with this last one hitting dead center. Now it's a full-body trap, every inch of her flares, and he's instantly linked to her by a surging connection. He slashes, the attack brutally precise, shooting electric power through the hit. Bergalla shrieks for release, but he isn't done yet. Sirrus doesn't waver. He drives his palm into her back, armor exploding apart. A ruthless fighter, zero hesitation, no chance for his foes. Outside, the dragon war bellows in real, soul-shaking pain. Burgly reels, shocked that a regular human could demolish her back armor. Cheers erupt from the ground. Let's do this, all together. The dragon's legendary scales crumble, fragments peeling away. End it, here and now. Why now? Why this way? Gasping for breath, she nods. Just hold on, we're nearly there. The dragon's on its last legs. Simultaneously, Burgla's forehead armor cracks apart, shards scattering. Sirrus pushes forward, smashing her thigh and melting another layer of protection. Burgelda yells that she doesn't want to devour him anymore. She's had her fill, swats him away and howls in agony. From the outside, the dragon's body shudders, and the city explodes with joy. Come on, don't stop now. Not when the dragon's about to fall. This is the moment. Give it your all. As Burgelda tosses the protagonist aside, she snarls that he's driving her crazy and spits him out viciously. He slams to the ground, sword still clutched tight, barely able to move. The soldiers stand frozen, their faces stunned. Sirrus survived. Burgle climbs skyward, but her magic stays locked for 44 excruciating seconds. Everyone rushes in to finish her off before she snaps back into action. If they mess up now, everything they fought for goes down the drain. Sirrus recalls her flight magic. As soon as her strength floods back, she'll be gone, way out of their grasp. The soldiers blast attacks her way, but nothing lands. Desperate, they scramble up rocks trying to catch her before she slips away for good. Burgala seethes, raging that one human actually backed her into a corner like this. Right then, Sirrus steps up, touches a soldier's shoulder, and murmurs he'd got a better plan in mind. All the while, the dragoness staggers midair, baffled by the weird backlash boiling inside her. Magic stalled out, nothing feels natural. The big grunt eyes Sirrus and warns, "You really sure about this? No guarantee you'll survive." Sirrus answers sharp, "Just get it done. We're out of options. Attack now." The soldier steels himself, primed to hurl him upward. Up high, Bella exhales deeply. "Please, there's zero chance he can reach me out here. I only need seconds, then I'm back at full tilt." Below, the soldier smashes his fist into stone, flinging the protagonist skyward like a bolt straight for her. Sarah rockets past, slicing under those massive wings, and just then, something hits her senses. He's yelling. He leaped from the rock. Now he's right in her face, yelling she's not escaping today. It all happens when he lands another brutal hit to her head, snapping, "Get back down to the ground." This hit. It's not like before. You can feel it. This strike cuts deep, real pain lacing through. Burglar definitely notices. She crashes down, shaking the earth as she slams. A roar explodes. People shriek as the dragon hits hard, and they all close the trap tighter. Lucky shot, he landed right on her wing, so technically, flying's off the table for her now. She's grounded, her magic's dried up, with their army encircling her tight. The crowd's electrified, pulling in close. But at zero, the magic block breaks. Burgleda lifts up, mocking idiots. "You still think you've got me beat just because my scales are gone?" Then she tilts her head back, unleashing Requiem of the Soul. Everybody reels, clutching their ears, with Y writhing in torment from the onslaught. Something's twisted, and she can sense it, pure dread surging inside. Her eyes glaze over, and her soul literally rips free from her body. Even Sirrus isn't spared. He sees himself pulled away from his own body, helpless. Good thing for him, that massive sword spirit's holding him together like glue. Seriously, when that kid turns into spirit mode, his setup looks way better than anything we've got. And the beast won't let him drop, she promised. She shoves him right back into his own body. Meanwhile, Burgle's gulping down everyone's souls, declaring that everyone's just a meal to her. She gets greedy, needs more bodies to recover. The soul-devouring field widens. Now the whole city's under attack, with knights crashing to the pavement. Miss Burgelga's strength is off the charts. Even with Daffin's fainting, the priestesses only look more crushed. None of them stood a shot. That glutton is dragging every soul her way. She cracks open an eye. That fixes those pests. Sirrus scans the chaos. Every last hero is down and out. Burglars, you're something else. I couldn't eat you. He wants answers. She shrugs. Easy. I ate everyone else's souls. There were so many souls it'll take time to process, but I've got enough fuel to put those ruined scales back together. Lucky for me, this city's population is huge. They're all inside me now. Sarah's had it. I'll rip everyone back out. Those scales are gone. You're done. Bella snaps for him to quit it. If she dies now, every swallowed soul disappears too. Sirrus freaks? Kill her? Kill the city. Don't kill her, she'll keep feasting. A complete deadlock. Burgala's grin widens. Here's an offer. I devour only you and let all the others go. But Sirrus isn't buying it. He refuses. Don't you think I see through it? You'll take me, and it's a feast on everyone else right after. The monster just cackles. It was so obviously her endgame. Then the old system suddenly kicks in. Ha! He hoped for a lucky break, but that Path of Heaven skill isn't even finished yet. No drawing a fresh card now. Abruptly, Burgilda starts asking why he's here. No, she needs to cut it out. Sir is halfway drowning in confusion and pain. What the hell? Why is this lunatic just talking to herself now? Bergelda's gaze flashes crimson. Did Iaf just take over her mind? She calls out Sirrus's name. Naturally, he knows who it is. Iathel's curse has hijacked her body. I thought Bergelda outclassed the main villain, but now, this is a whole other level. The next chapter blasts in, a stomp, a wicked grin, and that dangerous flame pulsing through her now deadlier than ever. Without any hesitation, she exhales chaos, tearing the entire arena to ruins. Sirrus leaps out of harm's path, but the flames explode, chasing after him anyway. The inferno rushes in, he swings his blade hard, but just breathing the smoke scorches his eye. He whirls and attacks behind, but a fresh blast smashes his chest, flinging him across the rocky ground. Helpless, battered, he's being thrown around like a ragdoll. He panics. How can he dodge what he can't see, especially with attacks pummeling him from everywhere? Suddenly, Bergelda's giant hand swings at him. Then, his sword suddenly throbs, resonating weirdly, almost asking if he senses it too. She's harmonizing, and now, with shut eyes, he sees through the blade itself. That's how he dodges her vicious blow, just in time. He lands hard as Bergelda readies another strike, her tone mocking and sharp. Enjoy dodging? Here's another. Flames tear toward him from behind, he's forced to scramble. Suddenly, the fire cuts off completely. Bergelda realizes something's wrong. Damn, spell's not recharged. Spammed it twice and it's burned out. Ath sneers at her, calling her worthless, demanding she devour more souls, taunting her to get stronger. Gilda gives in without a fight. Inside, she's cracking, devouring thousands of souls all at once is agonizingly hard. The energy hits non-stop, a single pause would ruin everything. Still, she promises Azathoth she's pouring in all she's got. Zoom in, her head gleams with a spell mark. Outside, Sirrus instantly catches on. That curse. Athel fully controls Bergelda's body now, draining souls to power up. If he waits, it'll only get worse. Sirrus makes the call. He's diving inside the dragon again, slapping the seal directly on that mark. It's his only shot to end her magic. But before he can leap, Bergelda's huge stomp destroys everything underfoot. The main character is hurled away, swallowed by smoke, but crashes against a wall and somehow braces himself. He makes up his mind, throwing caution to the wind and launching himself right into the path of her fangs. Athos just scoffs, rolling his eyes at the sheer absurdity. Does he really think I can't read him like an open book? She mocks, sending out another blaze of fire, boasting that she sensed the magical ripple and could guess his every move. That's the reason I held back this power. Now that you've lost it, there's nowhere to run. I'll reduce you to cinders and feast on your remains. Sirrus shouts at the sword, admitting he's about to get cooked and gripping the decision to take charge for good. He launches the blade straight into the dragon's bared jaws as Aeth unleashes a fiery inferno. The flames recede and Sirrus slams to the earth, but the blade doesn't stop, sliding deep into the beast's throat. The sword spirit wonders if the master's got the same view, and Sirrus confirms with a yes. It's as though his sight's been split, one set his own, the other living through the blade. Ath lunges in for another assault, and with his vision weakened, Sirrus stumbles, barely able to steady himself. He gets thrown off course while the earth trembles beneath her bone-crushing attacks. Meanwhile, locked inside, Bergelda is fiercely struggling to hold the soul-sapping spell in place. But every move Ath makes weakens the magic's borders, shaking the barrier, making it harder to hold up with each brutal slam. Suddenly, the sword manifests behind her, nearly grazing her hand. Erdva freezes, stunned that the wretched human didn't barge in himself. He tossed his blade instead. The kid's trying to steer his weapon from a distance, forcing her toward the pulsing seal once more. But she smirks. If he truly thinks sword manipulation can matter while grappling with Azathoth, then he's a fool. He's selling me short. To deal with him, she says, one hand's more than enough. She lashes out at the blade, but it twists away, skating along the lava and shooting up high. Even so, Pelda bends the lava to her will, sending it crashing up to grab the sword, smashing it to the stone. She laughs, mocking. Those moves are laughable. You're always wide open, without even trying. At last, she thinks the worthless human has learned how pointless his every action has been. This ends here. That's when the main player gives his command. The blade's spirit bursts from its metal prison and rams Pelga, smashing into her, forcing her backward. She stares, utterly blindsided. The revelation that the blade was alive hits hard. She's this close to plummeting. But hold up, she doesn't go down. She's hanging mid-air. Sirrus is thrown off, until he notices her tail's tightly wound around a massive rock. With Ath thrashing around like a storm, rubble stacks up, finally giving her something solid to hang on to. Outside, Sirrus barely dodges as Aoth lashes that huge tail wildly, taunting him to keep his focus or get wrecked. Deep inside, the sword spirit apologizes with defeat in her eyes, whispering she can't go any further. That's when Bergelda pours her spell into her palm and blasts the spirit aside, sealing her inside a swirling soul-filled sphere. She smirks, boasting, "Couldn't be better. Now even the spirit is food for her power." But in that haunted orb, someone catches the sword, and suddenly the spirit stands among all the girls whose strength she once borrowed. They're aglow in gold, sharing the same confusion and resolve. Amid the chaos outside, Sirrus grits out that he's fine. He's finally close. They almost have the mark. He tells the group to let him handle the rest. Suddenly he charges, throwing everything he has at the dragon's flank. A crushing impact that shakes the whole battlefield. Inside, Rubble rumbles forward, hurtling toward Bergala. She starts to dodge, but she's already too slow. The blow targeting Azathoth sets the rock tumbling, smashing straight into her. Right away, Sirrus triggers nullification. Bergala begs him to stop, but he's already made his move. The nullification lasts 10 minutes. Just like that, the circle holding all those souls shatters. Azathoth freaks out, demanding answers as the souls spill free from her grip. The freed souls surge out, racing back to their bodies in the city. In that chaos, as Ath grips Bergala's throat, rage burning, hissed words biting, how could she be so worthless, unable to harness a handful of souls? Bergala stammers out an apology, insisting she pushed herself, but her wrecked body and gnawing hunger made it impossible. She gasps out that at least it'll take a day for everyone to wake up enough time to make a getaway. She promises vengeance once her scales are back, but Azathoth eyes her coldly, reminding her she's nothing but a soul now too, and it's painfully clear she's next in line to be devoured. Gilda desperately begs her to stop, but her form unravels, shredded apart as Athel commands her to surrender her body. The system flashes him a message, target wiped out. Right in front of him, the dragon starts to break apart, bones melting away. But something feels seriously off. The sword spirit's nowhere to be seen. Did that really vaporize her for good? No way the creator would just axe the dragon so easily. She's gotta stick with the main crew. It can't end like that. Still, Sirrus can't stop thinking about the sword. She has to be close. But then, this weird chill brushes over him. He looks up and spots Bergala, floating on air, grinning down at him. He's struck with confusion. Why's she up there? The system just claimed she was gone. Cold dread ripples in his chest. Something's horribly wrong. Just one glance at her face tells him. Ath has taken over her body. He wonders what exactly she's up to in there. But before he can react, she cracks her lips open, blasting fire at him. No mercy, no warning. He barely dodges, diving behind chunks of stone, scrambling to figure out why she still holds all the dragon girl's strength. Looks like the dragon's been totally devoured, and now she stands before him, full-blown fury, ready to pound him into dust. Honestly, the dragon girl was way cooler before she changed forms. I swear, the creator is busy awakening things inside all of us. He braces himself, arms crossed, but her brutal strike shatters the ceiling. He smashes into the ground, gasping, when Ao slams her boot into his chest and pins him to the earth. She taunts him, saying after all this time, his skills had barely gone up at all. He fights with everything to shove her foot off, but he's nowhere near strong enough. She scoffs, calls him clueless, a waste, not even worthy of the gift he got. When she claimed that power, 1 month, that's all it took to transcend, hitting levels no ordinary human could dream about. She mocks him as a loser who can't even order his own harem. Rules or no rules, if he wanted to stay alive, he should have kept getting stronger no matter what. If he had, he'd be ruling at the very summit right now. Sarah spits back that this is exactly why the system dumped her. Azathoth shrugs. Maybe that's true, but now, nothing can change what's coming. Energy collects in her palm, flickering and huge. She leans in, he's plastered under her foot, moments from getting erased. The sphere swells out like some monstrous dama, and her goodbye couldn't cut deeper. Suddenly, something slams into her back. It's the Sword of Judgment, staking the ground right in front of our main guy. But too bad, it didn't even scratch her. Eighth's laughing her head off. With a cold farewell, she launches her own assault. Just then, the sword spirit plants a cheeky kiss on Sir's face, cranking up his power by 2,000. For a split second, he kicks her foot away while his sword whips out and smacks her arm, knocking her attack aside. Sarah stumbles backward, retreating fast, as Azathoth just stands there, baffled. The sword spirit, looking sheepish, apologizes for taking so long but points out she dragged everyone else along, at least. Sirrus whips around, boom, the crew's all here. Over 600 kilos of raw, raging energy gathers up. Bella plants a hand on her hip. You better have a real good reason for why all these girls know about your top secret magic. Right on cue, Yug fires back that she was the first, and no one's as into his power as her. She's here to fight by his side. Annoyed, Satyr scoffs. She's nothing like Yug. She just came because rumors say if the dragon falls, her soul will return. That's her whole reason for helping. The saint, serene and glowing, says her mission brought her here. Even as a soul, she's got the goods. Her purification magic can still heal his injuries. It's her job. Daphne, somehow looking even wiser, says her old beef with the vampire back in the city isn't over. No way she's dying here. That's her excuse for helping him one last time. And seriously, the final panel art, next level stuff. I don't know how the artist pulls it off. It's wild. Another attack streaks straight for Sirrus. Just in time, Bella darts out and ambushes Azathoth from behind. His speed rockets by 4,120%, and the blast rattles the whole cave. Smoke floods the place as Azathoth looks totally thrown off. The boy is nowhere to be seen, but he picks up on something. That last strike missed its mark. No ordinary human should move that quick. But he's too slow. Sirrus is right by her, slicing in from the side. Even so, Ath lashes an arm out and blocks the strike. She sneers, throwing shade. "Did you really think you could sneak up on me?" Energy surges around her, forming into a new sphere. Humans are just cocky. Just then, the sword spirit's soul brushes up on Sirrus, promising backup. Zaf comes in with a devastating blow, sending Sirrus flying. But he digs his heels in, channels every ounce of willpower, and knocks her arm aside. Owlth, shocked, realizes she actually got scratched. Impossible. Her magic pulses out of control as she screams that the boy is finished here. Sirrus finally notices his blows are hitting harder, but it's still nowhere near enough for victory. Just then, Yug leans into his ear and whispers that she kept her distance. Supposed to be an ally, he suddenly reels. Pain shoots through him as sharp fangs sink into his neck. His head spins, world fading fast, while Azathoth begins shaping a huge orb of fire. Sir Sirrus just can't catch a break. No one would want to swap places right now. But the agony just lights him up inside, and his attack strength explodes by 16,000. He seizes his sword once more and cleaves the air toward Azathoth, busting straight through that energy sphere and cutting deep into her hand. Ath just stands there, stunned silent. How in the world can a human crack dragon scales? Over on her side, Yug's satisfied. Nobody pumps up her master better than she does. Her power-up hits different because she understands him like no one else, making her strength the real deal. Now Athel's body bulges with energy, smashing her fist into Sirrus's blade and sending dust billowing behind him. But she's totally thrown. How did he manage to block that? So close, so nearly there. She thinks, I'm giving it everything, so why does that grin stay plastered on his face? Rage boils up at his cocky smile and she screams, daring him to drop the act and quit underestimating her. Her next punch crashes dead center on his sword, slamming him right behind the head. He's hurled backward and smashes into the wall, debris raining everywhere. As A watches the chaos, she boasts that she finally landed a solid hit. No matter how wide his cracked smile stretches, this is it, game over for him. All the girls rush to call out to the hero. He's a mess. But right now, he needs serious healing, not heroics. Somewhere beyond the mortal plane, the saint weaves a body-mending spell. She flashes a gentle grin. As a spirit, nothing ties her down. It's even easier to restore him now. He'll bounce back real soon, she promises. And true enough, our guy starts picking up strength by the second. From afar, Ath eyes the swirling smoke. And just like that, Sirrus pops up again with that cocky grin. Man, that punch packed a real wallop. Ath stares, mind racing. Why the hell isn't his face even scratched? She's losing her grip, growling as she conjures another monstrous ball of energy in her jaws. Arching her head back, she unleashes a torrent of purple lightning, cracking the air in all directions. The surge erupts like a storm, and Sirrus instantly knows this blast is nothing like the last. It's on a whole new tier. To fight it off, he'll have to unleash counterforce he's never tapped into before. Out of nowhere, Sat grabs a handful of his face and kaboom, scattered into shards once more. His power rockets up by 10,500, and Yug absolutely loses it laughing. That's all you got? But suddenly, someone's hand clamps down on his head. Daphne rams her shoulder into him, spitting. A beast could never beat a human, not in a million years. Sir feels the power pulse from her blow, his own strength surging intense. 13,700. And then, 16,700. One spike after another. His stats just climb higher and higher, stats going wild. He can't hear a thing anymore, completely zoned in. Right as Ath finishes charging and blasts a world-ending laser his way, his eyes ignite gold. He clenches his sword like death itself, unleashing a sweeping purple slash that slices Anthov's laser in two. It lands perfectly. She falters, stunned, maundering. He should have been vaporized into ashes. She never imagined he'd be this powerful. Her knees hit the ground, armor flaking away, soul pulled from her own flesh. In a shaky whisper, she admits she can't let herself get broken here. She has to send her soul back where it belongs. Is it Azathoth guiding her, or just the dragon's dying will? She doesn't know. She sees the boy, wreathed in light, surrounded by the drifting spirits of every woman. Her mind reels as the truth dawns. He's cast some twisted soul binding, chaining them all to himself. So many souls at his side, his power spirals higher without end. She faces a brutal fact: Sirrus is just like her, wrapping souls nearby, a trick she learned centuries ago. There's a gaping weakness though. Service strides forward, cool and final. That last move of yours, every grand drop of magic in you is gone. Your story ends here, Azathoth. Game over. But his smirk sharpens. Wrong call. See, when soul chains are at play, snap every soul link and whoever casts the spell will crumble. The second the chains are gone, the barrier's toast. That's knowledge only someone who's lived for centuries could possess. He kicks off a final transformation, declaring that even without his magic, he's still rocking the legendary body of Belega the dragon. As the dragon's head emerges, he boasts her teeth alone can shred those connections into dust. In a heartbeat, the girls get blasted back. He charges forward to snap down like a Hot Wheels shark track, jaws wide open. She flashes a wicked grin, says her farewell, and with a blackout crunch, devours Sirrus whole. Yug and the others break into terrified yells, convinced he's done for. Eighth strides in to finish the job, coldly declaring the end, since his prey is paralyzed and helpless. He's ready to snuff out the boy. Then, finally, the system returns to him. Sirrus shoots out his hand, seizing his arm. Ath locks up, totally thrown. What's happening? Wasn't the soul binding supposed to keep him pinned down? So why is he still moving? Sirrus wrenches his arm, wringing out a howl from Ath. Sirrus unsheathes his blade, growling that his friends have been through enough fear thanks to this freak. One ferocious swing. Everything is torn apart, the dragon's head cleaving straight down. The ground erupts as the girls shield themselves from the blast. Through the swirling dust, Bello squints, catching only swaths of smoke. A single slash has split the entire battlefield, carving it with pinpoint precision. That was a level of power way out of reach for regular warriors. Through the haze, the dragon's body lies bisected. A broken Azathoth's voice fades in, asking what soul technique Sorath just used. That chain wasn't supposed to be breakable. Why didn't he just hit the ground? Sirrus shrugs and fires back. What spell? I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. I never shot a binding spell at anyone. Whoever's here, it's because they picked my side on their own. The guy oozes pure charisma, and as Ah closes her eyes, she finally gets it. She realizes, at last, why the system refused to go back. And with that, Ath is erased. Our protagonist's body purges the remaining corruption. In front of him, he finds a dragon egg clearly belonging to Bergella. A month later, the scene shifts to a guild meeting. The leader and guild president, Sphinx, slams his hand on the table and says, "Everyone, in order to take down Bergalla, we destroy the entire base and half the city. We basically spent all the guild's money and resources, and unless we rebuild soon, the guild will have to disband." He pounds the table again, shouting at Charlton to come up with a solution right now, but the chubby guy has absolutely no idea what to do. Meanwhile, while they're all struggling with that mess, the protagonist is just at home with a small Bergalla playfully biting his head, Bella bringing him food. And don't forget to like this video,